Good evening, cuties. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I am getting my device ready. I know I should have everything ready. This was the last minute live, really. So give me 1 second. All right, all right. I'm going to go up and say some hellos. 1 minute, 1 minute. Again, thank you guys so much for joining me. This will not be a long live tonight because my heart is a little heavy today. And I'm sure you guys know why. But, to see any woman in pain, in obvious pain, I don't care who likes who when it comes to the show and all of that. I was looking at a real person that's been in pain for quite some time, but she's been pushing through for quite some time. And there's always something or somebody that's out to get her. And the ringleader is Mr. Martell. So we'll get into that in a couple seconds. Gracie Moss, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Cutie Crew. To my Cutie Crew that's in the house, thank you guys so much for being understanding of me rescheduling our live tomorrow. That is where we will really get into the details and all of that when it comes to this week's Huntsville happenings. It's a hot mess, hot mess. But thank you again, Gracie. Thank you guys so much for subscribing if you are in the chat. I did have this live initially set as an open chat, but I had a couple trolls in my comment section, and that let me know what this live was most likely going to be about. So if there's any trolling going on, you can subscribe and unsubscribe after, before I block you. But let me say some hellos. Miss Linda, good evening. Pamela Parker, good evening. Crystal, good evening. I always get your name. Okay, Thea. See, I don't know why I thought it was an I behind the D before. Thea, I got it now. Hey, Thea. Sylvia P, Cutie Crew member, good evening. Yes, Claudia, I will come back up and read you all's comments. Let me get some hellos out the way. But yes, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Miss Mel will be okay. Hello, Tahisha, Veronica, Princess, Essie, Jertina, Z Frenchie, Cutie Crew member. Z Frenchie, I'm so glad that you were able to get your membership issues worked out because I was definitely looking into it. But thank you for being a member of the Cutie Crew. Trending at some point. Good evening, Cutie Crew member. Tanya B, Olivia, Monica, C. Lewis, Stephanie, Pamela, Sherelle or Cheryl, Nikki. Got my girl Maritha in the house. Hey, Maritha. Vanessa, 1408, wow. Cutie Crew member. Mahogany, Chucky, Joy, Michelle, Angela Jean, good evening. Guys, let me say this, and I really don't even have to say this. I called something that I said during my last live that came out totally wrong. So we were talking about tea, I believe. Now, you guys should know that I would never give up a source that gives me tea. And I said, who said that sends me all the tea? That was incorrect. Who said that sends me YouTube videos as well as probably 150 other people a day on Instagram. So, yeah, I did send her a personal message on Instagram when I listened back to my portion of that live because I didn't want people to think that who said that is out here, starting stuff or providing information behind the scenes. So yeah, who said that? My apologies to you again, even though she said it wasn't a big deal. MC Geechee, good evening. Michelle, Elizabeth, Just Lonnie, Shirley, 803 is where I be. Good evening. Terry Gay, Nikki Nicole, Cheryl Love, Cutie Crew member, Gloria Strickland, Cutie Crew member, G.A. Leo, it's AJ, Fifi, good evening. Yvette Bell, good evening. Tamika Jones, Cricket 22 in the house. Hey, Cricket, Cutie Crew member. Billy, Bevy Jacks, Cutie Crew member. Hey, Bevy. Cheryl Brown, good evening. Joyce, VG, DD. Oh, hey, happy mommy. Cute name, good evening. Miss Lady, good evening. Is it Mac Free? Good evening. Native One, Pink Rose. Got my girl Tawana in the house. We got Sherry in the house. Thanks for joining me. Leah's grandma, Cutie Crew member. Thanks for joining me, Leah's grandma. Sonia Martin, Sucker Free Nicole. We getting down to the bottom, guys. Kay Hayes. Let me look at my music. Native One, Miss Bridget, Amanda, Rebecca, Shanoa, Crystal, Sumiko, Sexy Mama, Miss Linda, Mary Kelly, Cutie Crew member, Yvette Bell, Lisa Foster, Cheryl Canada. We shall discuss Marcel's tits in a second. And I can only speculate. The only first person that can confirm 100% would be Mel. And I think Mel has said enough on the subject. But yeah, we'll get into it. Deborah, good evening. Judy Condell, good evening. Miss Shar, good evening. Cutie Crew member, yes, Sherry. Trolls. Billy Foley, good evening. Yolanda, Claire, Tamika. Some of you guys, I believe I said hello. Lisa Bird, good evening. Okay, TEUTS Soul, good evening. Jackie, Anita, Esther, Deborah Jackson, Cutie Crew member. Jackie Ashford, Cutie Crew member. S. McNeil in the house. Hello. LaDawn, hello. Starlet, Olivia, Lois Hardy, PDS, Deania. Hello. All right, guys, we're going to get down to the bottom. Chris Johnson, good evening. Sherry G, thanks for joining me, Sherry G. Any content creators in the house, thank you guys for joining me. Sherry G is a content creator. Love her content. Make sure you go support her, guys. All right, let's see. Native One, Miss Tasha, Tina, Janice, Crystal, Doc. Oh, yeah, Anonymous. You out here heavy in these YouTube streets, huh? Kimbella. Hey, Kimbella. Cutie Crew member. All right, I'm just saying. Cutie Crew member. Courtney Clark, Cutie Crew member. Malik, Bobby, Reen, or Renee. Mary Kelly, Cutie Crew member. All right, we are down to the bottom. Catherine, good evening. ZZ's. Good evening, Erica, Sharon, May, Robbie, Patricia T, Rasante, Janetta Boyd, Crystal, Vanessa, Betty Boop, Betty McWilliams, Cutie Crew member, Bless Queen B, Cutie Crew member, Robin Davis, Cutie Crew member, India, Deborah, It's Me, Mary, The Real Nikki, Relly in the house, Diva, Kika, Scorpio, aka. All right, let's see, guys. Liz Castleberry, Terrell Singer. Hey, Terrell. Cutie Crew member, Eumenia, Journeyology, thanks for joining me. Yes, it's me. All right, guys. If I missed any of you, hey, Tyra. If I missed anybody, my apologies. The music is going to be stopping in 1 second. Simone, Viola, Dale, Lisa, Jan, S, Hazel, Esther, Miss Queen, Q, Miss Cutie Pie, Cutie Crew member, Sharna, BG, who said that? Who said that? I hope you just heard what I said to you. I hope you were here. But I mentioned how I said that you were giving me tea, and that was incorrect. Who said that? Sends me a YouTube videos. All right. Dina. Okay, we down to the bottom. So let's get started, guys. Again, if I missed any of you, my apologies. I just want to get this conversation going. We won't be as long as we've been on live for the past couple lives. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, I got that ready. All right, guys. So we do have currently 655 people watching. I thank you guys so much. We only have 269 likes. So if you can please hit the like button for me, that would be great. It is free. And you know, we just like to see likes on our videos. So if you can please hit the like button on your way in. If you're watching from the bushes, drop down. Let's chit chat. Come on in and join us. So guys, the reason why I am here, like I said, it was an impromptu live, was because of the confirmation from Mel herself regarding the allegations up until today of Mr. Martell trying to put that information out, video, still shot, whatever the case may be. And you guys know how I felt. Now, if you watched my video earlier, I told you guys, I don't like to come out here and lecture you guys. You know, I see a lot of lecturing of the subscribers going on. And you guys do have a right to your opinion, just like I have a right to mine. My videos that I drop are just opinions. So it's the same thing. I'm saying mine's into a mic. You guys are typing yours. And you do have a right to your own opinions. As far as some of the opinions that may be shared tonight, I just want to give a couple ground rules coming into the live. I personally felt like Miss Carson Blue was telling the truth. Call it a Midwest thing. I'm from the Midwest. She from the Midwest. It was the vibe that I picked up on. And I knew that what she was saying, she was trying to clear her name because of the unexpected backlash when people found out that she had been in the presence of a skank, coleslaw. My opinion of the girl. It is what it is. So I knew that. And I, for one, never felt like she had any motives. I've already listed who I felt has currently motives. And with the addition of Carson Blue not having a motive, I think that, like I put in my video earlier, Marceau and Letitia saw a plan and a plot. Now, I was watching. Yes, Relly, and you know I hate to do that. And I got a couple more, Relly, so I'm not done with the rules for the night. I think that Marceau, first and foremost, because he's the one that let Tisha know about Carson Blue. And I think that once he realized that this girl was in communication, I put it in my video. If you guys haven't watched it, go back and watch. Nevertheless, Mel also believes her and feels 100%. I think Mel said 120. I said 1,000. Like I said, a lot of us are good readers of people. You know what I mean? And I just didn't get lying from her. And I still don't. So I know that you guys are still, I can put a comment right here, don't trust her. And that's fine. I'm not trying to force my beliefs on anybody, but the rules for this live, guys, especially anybody that's going to be on the panel, I will not be discussing Carson Blue's history before she came out this week, stripper, whatever the case may be, I could care less. And I will also listen to your opinions, but I just want everybody to keep it respectful. A couple other things that I wanted to talk about. I've had a couple people send me this alleged mellometer list or whatever list it is. I don't know about no list, don't care about no list, don't agree with the list, whether the list is good or bad, because it kind of puts people in a box, you know what I mean? And yeah, I've been hearing what's been going on. I have no opinion on it. I told you guys this when I first started my YouTube channel. I will not be going back and forth with any content creators. And I do thank you guys so much, because most of you all have respected my wishes, which is don't bring it to me or don't put it in my comment section. We all have a right to like who we like. I don't have any ill will towards any of them, because number one, they are talking, giving their opinions, putting out their content, and they have their right. So my suggestion to anybody that don't like any content creators, just don't watch them. It's really that simple. You know what I mean? Just don't watch them. But yeah, so if you were, I won't put any names out. I really don't even know. It was about 2 or 3 people that sent it to me, and I don't think I responded. But yeah, I'm not interested in any lists, any beefs with any content creators or anything like that. So that is done. Let me see what else I have on my list. I told you, really, I had a couple. All right, so I mention about Carson's live or whatever. And yeah, really, guys, this live is just to discuss what was confirmed by mail. And it was heartbreaking for me. And I am going to get the link ready so you guys can come up and let me know. Let me know your thoughts. Well, they didn't even have to put that up. I mean, you know what I mean? You know, it didn't stop anything, I don't think. But yeah, so we'll continue on with the discussion at hand. I do have Mel full live, but it is already on YouTube. So I'm sure if you guys weren't able to catch her on Instagram, that you've been able to see it. It was heartbreaking. Okay. It was heartbreaking. And something that really upsets me that I've noticed is, let's say, for instance, I guess mess sells. But let's say, for instance, when Coleslaw will come out and said Martell just did what he did with her behind, that makes the shade room, that makes neighborhood talk, that make all of the big pages on Instagram. But here it is, you have his ex-wife talking about revenge porn. Nobody picked it up. Nobody. So that's why I, for one, am grateful for the support that I know she does have. There's still a lot that don't support Mel, and that's fine. You know what I mean? I'm not out here trying to convince anybody to feel the way I feel, and the way I feel is I'm a woman first, period. And if I was going through what she was going through, it's been this big thing, and I talked about it before, trauma bonding, whatever. Who cares? Keyword in that I'll say again, trauma and somebody bonding about trauma. So you're mad that women may be bonding about some issues that they experience by a man? That's, I don't get it. I get how people feel like trauma bonding is used, but no, whatever bond that you make, so be it. So yeah. What else did I have to say? Mel revealed a lot in that live. Now, we knew that she did make the post when she put revenge porn, really? But we didn't know that he had sent her. He sent her a screenshot. So, this is a year after this alleged stuff that happened with Carson and Coleslaw. And that just shows that it was still in his sick mind. And he sent that to Mel in an attempt to shut her up because she was defending herself after he went live talking shit. Before I started this live, I was listening into Color Me Pink. I can't wait to go back over there and listen to her live once I'm done. Explosive information when it comes to the court case. I'm trying to stay away from that. Mel confirmed again today that the court case is over and done with, so it really should be over and done with. But before I drop the link, it is my hope that Mel seeks charges against Martell and Coleslaw because she has more than speculation. First of all, she has his words. She has text messages that he sent her, and she said that she turned over, whatever to her attorney. But with this new revelation of him wanting Coleslaw, Ariane Curry, I think I want to say her full government name on this live, with him wanting her to get involved and create a fake page and all of that, yeah, it's time for some charges on Mr. Martell. It is very illegal. If people didn't know that, it's very illegal to threaten your partner, your ex-husband, the ex-girlfriend. It's illegal. And, I just want her to have peace. I really do. There is a cancel Martell hoax going around. There are people that have created petitions and all of that good stuff. People are reaching out to, what is his name? Miguel. What is his name? Let me look at my phone real quick. Miguel Wilson. That is the suit line that Martell is going to be dropping. But yeah, enough is enough. I'm really disappointed because, a lot of people try to say that people that support Mel, oh, y'all just fanatics, or y'all just obsessed and all of that. No, it's a lot of people that can see what's going on. And when it comes to the show, Martell should have been let go. Martell should have been gone. We've seen the verbal abuse. We've seen the aggressive behavior. So a lot of us cannot forget Vegas, where, this man had to be carried out of a house by Marceau. And what we've also seen is taps on the hand from the network, from Carlos King. And, I don't know what the end goal is. What's the end goal? You guys want to capture him doing something to his ex-wife on film? Is that the end goal? We're not going to act like stuff like this does not happen every day. Turn to 2020 tomorrow. Turn to Dateline tomorrow. Turn to the ID channel. Turn to Lifetime. This is not a joke. And for them to not put their foot down and say, look, you've done enough and you got to go. So somebody asked me in my comment section earlier today, yes, Anonymous, turn to the regular news every day. Every day. But somebody had the nerve to, I didn't block her yet because I really wanted to go back and look at her comment, but she watched the whole video. Now, this video was about Carson. This video, I woke up with Mel on my mind this morning. I don't know why, because I just thought to myself that it has to be weighing on her heavily. And then when I saw that she wasn't posting on social media and all of that, again, as a woman, I put myself in her shoes. And I just woke up with her on my mind. I created and recorded my video. And it just so happened that I dropped my video maybe 30 minutes before she went live, 15 minutes, I don't know. But we were saying some of the same things. And I just felt that she was feeling that way. And whoever it was that watched my video had the nerve to say, "You really hate Carlos, don't you?" So you didn't hear me in that video talking about what I feel like Carson Blue was being used, unbeknownst to her. You didn't get that part. You didn't get the part of me saying how what Mel doesn't have to be embarrassed. Mel shouldn't feel ashamed. You didn't get that. You didn't get me talking about Martell and Ariane Curry being disgusting. All you got out of the whole video is you really hate Carlos, don't you? You know, it's mental health month, and it's a lot of mental health shit going on right here on YouTube. And I'm really kind of over it, guys. Honestly. When you can't separate real life shit from the show and all of that, that's a problem to me. It really is. So hopefully some decisions will be made when it comes to Mel. I'm just wondering what she plans to do going forward. I do think that it's probably a wrap. Because with this information that's come out with Carson, Mel already knew she couldn't trust the rest of them, but I couldn't even be in their presence, just to be honest. You have to be really low down. Now, for those that got other feelings, and this is all I'm going to say when it comes to Carson Blue before I drop the link, Carson did what nobody else on that show had the guts to do. And that was tell the truth. Tell the truth. I didn't see no motives because the girl she couldn't protect Marceau and Tisha with her saying what she knew, what she experienced with coleslaw, and she told them. So again, to me, she was getting used, period. But she did what nobody else had the guts to do. That is Tisha. Let me sip some water, guys. That's Tisha. That's Kimmy. That's Destiny. That's Stormy. That's any of the men on that show. No one in the years that we've been watching Love and Marriage Huntsville has had the guts just to have empathy for this woman. And in doing so, when Carson came out, because of the public backlash that was aimed her way, she vindicated Mel. And she did some shit that nobody else did on that show. Everybody think Martell's a good guy. Kimmy has said it 1,000 times. Is he a good guy? And he want to make up something and put it out there against the mother of his 4 children that he loves so much. How could you be a good guy? How? Tisha was sitting on this information. Marceau was sitting on this information. It is because of them Carson even made it to the tea party, period. My question to Tisha, Wanda, and anybody else that's associated with them. Carson has come out herself and said that she's really only done Tisha's hair about 3, 4 times. A couple times in July, and then the reunion. How does that equate to my hairstylist and myself got a breakdown of communication, and I need to invite her to the tea party so we can work on our communication? See, what else has come out that Carson has revealed? She's not Tisha's hairstylist. She's done Tisha's hair 2 or 3 times. So don't try to tell me this was not a setup by Marceau and Tisha, because they are the ones that put this girl on the show. I don't blame Carson one bit as being influencer on social media, and she was networking. Because guess what? I'm a watcher of Love and Marriage Huntsville, And if I were to move to Huntsville and I'm trying to get my foot in the door, I'm trying to have celebrity clients or whatever, I'm reaching out too. There's nothing wrong with that. As far as Carson's history of how she lived her life, made up money, stripped or whatever, I'm sure some of you may have cousins, nieces, aunties, mamas, somebody that's been an exotic dancer before. What does that matter with what this girl has done? She's, in a sense, freed Mel from that bondage that she was holding on to, because nobody believed her. Nobody believed her. Here it is. This girl had nothing to do with Mel, learned some information from a nutcase who thought it was normal, thought everybody think like she does, and she cut the girl off. And she should be crucified. I'm sorry, I'm on a rant, guys, and I'm almost done. But I want to ask you guys this. When you meet somebody, do you give them a background check? Do you ask them their family history? Do you ask them who they dated, how many years they dated, what went on in a relationship, what went on with this? It's not even being realistic. But on the outside looking in, and honestly, I'm glad that she went through the public backlash that she went through to a certain extent, because out of that came this. But we can't crucify this girl for having a life. That girl is from the hood, okay? Detroit. So she may not talk like you talk. She may not walk like you walk. But let's not skip over what's been revealed. And the key thing is, she inadvertently exposed Marceau and Tisha. Not one person has come out and said anything when it comes to the Scotts. We ain't heard nothing from Martell. We ain't heard nothing from Coleslaw. We ain't heard nothing from Marceau. We ain't heard nothing from Tisha. We ain't heard nothing from Wanda. We ain't heard nothing from nobody. With all this explosive shit going on. So guess what? The way things were going would have continued just to go on. That's how things would have just continued to go on. Who cares what Mel going through publicly? Oh my God, did you guys hear this? Martell was trying to do this and that. Not one person that stood up and said, that's some bullshit. That nigga crazy. Not one person. Carlos dropping video after video after video about Bravo show, Real House Live, this, that. Carlos ain't said nothing. What's really going on? What's really going on? That's a deep, deep level of hate from a whole lot of people. And throughout all of this, guess what they'll say? It's a shame that this was said about Martell. That's crazy to me. That's disgusting to me. And it's what we have been looking at damn near since the show started. Because instead of Tisha saying, well, we know that your husband bought somebody a BMW and all of that. Look, one day you could find yourself divorced. One day. Who cares if it's about the rumors of Marceau or whatever the case may be, for any reason. And as a woman, no one has really had any empathy. Everybody was out to destroy this woman. Everybody. Destiny. I loved Mel and Destiny's relationship with each other. Destiny turned her back so quick, and look where that shit got her, on the outside looking in. Because in the end, the Scots gonna stick with the Scots. Destiny couldn't even say, look, girl, whatever you feel like, let's just sit down and talk about what's going on. It was always just this hostile environment around everybody. But we can overlook the shit that Martell said and done. Martell said Marceau was cheating. How did Marceau forgive Martell? Can somebody tell me? How did Tisha forgive Martell? Because Martell is the one that said it. And Martell said it with his chest. Martell know what he's talking about when he's talking about Marceau and Maurice. Martell not smart enough like that to just on the spot think of some shit. He looking at him like he crazy. Like, dude, you gonna sit here in my face and tell me you wasn't doing nothing? How did they forgive Martell? How does Martell still be? Martell's a good guy. What good guy you know have put this woman through what he's put her through? I'm going to take you to court for full custody just because. Not because you're a bad mom. Not because you're neglectful to our kids. Not because you're not providing for our kids. Just because. Martell a good guy. Carlos shopping his ass around on a silver platter. He's a good guy. Nobody said to Martell, man, come on now. You know you shouldn't be taking this girl to court for full custody. Mama Hope didn't say that. From what we can tell on the show, ain't nobody said it on the show. Marceau joked about it a couple weeks ago, last week. Oh, I wouldn't want full custody anyway. Now tell that nigga he wrong. That's what you do. Y'all on reality TV, show us the real. Because don't nobody want to see all this underhandedness, evilness that's really going on. This ain't even about Mel having this big support group. This is right and wrong. This is really right and wrong. So for the people that don't like her, put yourself in her shoes. Put your mama in her shoes. Put your sister in her shoes. Ain't nobody telling nobody to go around and kissing Mel's ass. But if you can't see the shit that this girl has been through and continues to go through, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I really don't. But anyway, I am off of my rant, guys. My apologies. I have a couple new members, and I'm going to let the panel up in the back. We got a full house already. We got 1,255 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Gracie, new member. Debbie, new member. And Neva, new member. Thank you guys so much. Let me get my little overlay going, guys. Give me 1 minute. This is how I'm feeling today, like Florida. Damn. For real. All right, we got my girl Pink Diva. Hey, sis.
Hey, sis. I'm good. How are you?
I'm girl pumped up, as you can hear.
I
My
know, girl. I can
apologies.
hear you getting it.
Yeah, I gotta calm down. Give me 1 second. We got Maritha. Hey, sis.
Hey, sis. Yes, please do calm down. Please do. I
Okay.
understand the feeling exactly.
Okay.
Hey, Maritha.
I didn't
Hey,
even start.
honey.
I didn't even start the live out like that, child. I don't know where it come from, but I'm good now. I'm good. But thank you, Maritha. Cheryl Howard. Good evening.
Good evening, Mama. Tell
Good.
them, tell them, tell them. Preach it, preach it.
Good evening. Yeah, well, I'm a woosah. Gloria Strickland. Good evening.
Hello, family.
Hey, Gloria.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. That's good. Okay, guys, I got a couple more. Bless Queen B. Hey, Bless.
Hey, honey, I pray God the peace upon you right now.
Good.
But trust me, I understand your feeling. Hey, Auntie Maria and everybody in the background.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm
Hi.
I'm good. I'm good. All right, Scorpio, aka Hey Scorpio.
Evening, everyone. Thank
Good
you all.
evening.
Yes.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good
Hello. Hey,
Hey.
Marita. I've been missing your voice.
Hey. Hey.
Hello,
For the
everyone.
panel, LaDon. Good evening, LaDon.
Hey guys.
Hello,
Hi.
hello.
And
Hello.
we got Sylvia P. Hey, Sylvia.
Hey, good evening, ladies.
Good
Hey.
evening.
Hey.
Hi.
My apologies, panel. It's been one of those days. Like I said, I woke up with this on my mind. And it just so happened that I dropped that video. Then it just so happened that Mel went live, and it's just a whole lot.
It's a hot mess.
You really don't have anything to apologize about.
No,
Because
of
we
course.
totally understand and we totally get it. Because you wasn't the only one that this affected. This affected everybody
Yeah.
in whatever way. Not because we love male, but we identify as women.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I might be speaking out of turn, and I'm sorry, but
Okay, go ahead.
male is someone's daughter.
Yeah.
Male is someone's mother.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, she's 4 little people's mother.
Yep.
And when you say, I love my children, I'm a good father. See, when you love your children and you're a good father, you don't have to advertise that. You don't have to keep saying that. Regardless of how you feel about their mom, you feel what you feel about their mom. But you don't go out and disrespect their mom.
Yeah.
You don't treat their mom the way you treat them. You don't treat your children the way he treat his children. And everything I'm saying is allegedly, in my opinion. You don't question your children. You don't record your children. You don't say that your children's mom is a bad mom because she don't want no dealings with you.
That's right.
That's just something that you don't do. And when I got up and today my plan was to just lay in bed all day. And I don't even know why I went to social media this morning, because when I saw that broke my heart, because I am somebody's mother. I have a daughter that's 36 years old. And for my daughter, I can't even begin to imagine what Miss Vanessa is feeling. Because there's nothing that she could do to help her daughter. And as a mother, when you feel like there's nothing that you could do to help your daughter from hurt, to stop the hurt and the pain, see, that's when you want to go ballistic, or you want to snap, not knowing what you're going to do, but just go ahead and do it anyway. And that's how I felt about this man. How could you be so low down, dirty, and slimy? How could you do that? And then to hear Ariane is thinking, contemplating, what shall I do? He's mad at me. Girl, you have a daughter.
Yeah.
Really? You had to even think about, and this girl is telling you, look, this was gonna happen if you do that. Cause see, he's gonna put it all on you. You his girlfriend. You went through his phone, and we didn't already see that you don't like the wife. You the one put that out there. All of it is gonna be on you. Every last bit of it is gonna be on you. But I'm glad. You know what? God can use anybody he wants to, anytime he wants to, and where and how he wants to. This was meant to come out the way it came out. And the Bible told Mel, God told Mel, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. He didn't say, baby, look, I got you. Ain't nothing ain't gonna never happen to you. That's not what God said. He said the weapon was forming. He said, but it wasn't gonna prosper. Now Martell got this new suit line coming out. I better not catch nobody I know. I'm talking about this a Martell Holt suit. Cause I ain't gonna say I'm a spill. I'm gonna throw something on it, and we can't even talk no more. Yeah. We can't even talk no more. Cause what this man has done, what this man is doing, that is some low down, dirty mess right there.
That's about as low as they go. That's about as low as they go.
That's nasty. And then Shari, I don't understand. Oh, God. I do not understand how a woman who done been treated the way she had been treated by her first husband, how you don't have some empathy for a woman that's going through, maybe not as bad as what you went through, but she's went through it.
Yeah.
You done went through it, and you and Kimmy and everybody, oh, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. The devil is a lie, and the truth ain't in none of y'all.
Exactly.
All are fired up about this. And the young lady who spilled this, you know what? I don't know what her motives were. Maybe she don't have no motives. But see, when God get ready to expose something, he will take the least of them. Yeah. He will take the least of anybody. Jesus rode into town on the back of a donkey. So he is the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So if he could ride in on a donkey, God could use anybody he wants to. And I'm gonna tell you, Carmen is not a nice person. She is actually a mean, nasty person. She's a vengeful person. And when Carmen started making her rounds, you know
Carmen
what?
is making his round.
When Karma really start making her rounds, see, because God give you chances, honey, and He's about. I ain't speaking for God, but I'm just saying it's about time for all of this to be over. And you know why? Because things are getting exposed. Tisha hands is not clean. Marcel hands is not clean. So you know everybody got to get what's coming to the everybody got to get. And when I saw that woman this morning, when I saw the tears drop, and this lady is wiping the tears from her eyes, trying to be strong, my first thought was, baby, let it flow. Like Tony Bryson said, let it flow. Because once you cry, crying is just a way to cleanse the soul. So when that crying is over, oh, happy day, because the Bible tells us weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. So they gotta look out, because God don't play by his children. And if you're a child of God, you understand exactly what I'm saying.
Right. And you know what, Maritha, you just said a whole word. And I do want to piggyback on something real quick. A lot of people was questioning, why didn't she say something in the beginning? Why didn't she say something in the beginning? Guess what? Waiting caused. Not only it caused Martell and Ariane to be exposed, but it also caused Marceau and Tisha.
Exactly.
So you can't question this. And I've always said that the girl was telling the truth. Period. Point blank. And again, thank goodness, and thank you, drop the mic. I'm gonna get down and read your comment real quick. Thank goodness for the support that Mel does have, because a lot of women without that may have snapped. May have. Okay, you know what? You gonna keep playing. The jails are filled with them. Okay. Thank goodness she's had the support where she didn't hurt herself over all this. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna tear down this other woman for, in a way, saving another woman. It's just not gonna work like that. I don't care what she had going on in her past. I don't care how fast she was talking, and people feel like she was lying because she was talking like this and doing. That girl was nervous as hell.
Exactly.
And you know when she got the whole when she got the whole internet world on her back, you could have said this and you could have did that. You should have. That's why I say I am not standing in judgment of nobody. She came out and she came out. As for now, I would have came out and I would have defended myself as well. Because see, we don't know exactly what happened when you know how a person is, then you have a decision to make. Either I'm going to stay friends with this person, or, no, I can't be in that, because I got a husband. Right. So this girl understood I got a husband. So she did that for her. I ain't like Mel. I ain't built like that, because I'll fight you about mine.
Yeah. She did exactly, and somebody got some background going on. She did exactly what needed to be done when it
was supposed to be done.
And at one point, she said she had over 140,000 followers. With over 140,000 followers, she didn't experience what she experienced, and she only got 13 or so now. You know what I mean? It came at a fast. Anything else that went on in her life, I could care less.
Exactly.
We all got a pass.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not that deep. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me acknowledge a couple super chats. Tay Baby, thank you so much. She put, baby, y'all know they got chit chat, huh? She cussing. Lord have mercy. Sis, read them down. You guys know I say I cuss. Darlena, thank you so much for the super sticker. And drop the mic. Thank you so much, sis, for joining me. Thank you for being a woman's woman. We need to continue to support Mel as a village of strong, dignified women. The millimeters were born out of the need to protect this beautiful child of God. Love that. Oh, that was so beautiful. Drop the mic. I totally agree that this was created to protect her, because my first video almost a year ago, July will make a year on YouTube, my first video was cussing Ariana Curry ass out. She got off the live talking crazy about a woman that was married to this man. You know what I mean? So that's just what it was. Hey, she ain't got to say too much, because we want Mel to be able to provide for her kids and live her life and try to come up out of that bullshit that she was in with Martell. So people have come together in a sense to protect her in a way that she shouldn't even have to come out here and do, like, you know. So thank you again. Drop the mic. We're going to move over to Pink Diva. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
That's okay. How you doing?
I'm letting loose tonight.
Girl, I hear. And let me just say this, because I've been listening to a lot of what was going on, out in these YouTube streets today. And I've seen as well a lot of comments about, why did she wait so long, or why didn't she say anything? And my answer to that is everything works in God's divine timing.
Oh, yes.
He knew that this was the time that he was ready for this to come out, because had it came out sooner, Mel would not have been ready. Mel was going through so much. She was going through the divorce. She was going through this custody battle. If all of this had came out then, she probably would have lost her mind. And the thing about it is, everybody is saying Mel knew this 2 years ago. Yes, she did. However, she did not know the plot that was going on behind the scenes. Yes, he told her that he was going to release this video, but she didn't know that he was actually soliciting this crazy baby mama of his to actually release this thing. She didn't know that. So I saw the hurt in her face when she was doing that live. Not because she already knew this information, but what she did not know about this information that was going on behind the scenes. I 100% support Carson. I am not coming down on her, because at the end of the day, had she not told Mel when she did, she still would not have known, because Tisha wasn't going to tell her. Marcel wasn't going to tell her. Martell wasn't going to tell her. So it had to come when God allowed it. One thing about Mel, she's very smart and she's very calculated. And one thing about it too is she is covered. What God will do is he will make a table for you in the enemy, right in the presence of your enemy. And this is exactly what he's doing. One by one, every last one of them will fall. They are being exposed, and it took something like Carson releasing this information for it to all come tumbling down. And what she needs to and what people need to understand, why are you going so hard on this Carson chick? Let's not forget the originator of this situation. Let's talk about Martell and Ariel. Let's not talk about the messenger. We losing focus on where the focus should be. Martell originated this. Carson did not. So y'all coming down on this lady who delivered a message. She was a messenger. However, she took as long as she took to relay the message. The message was relayed. It does not matter how long it took. We don't know what that girl was going through behind the scenes. And if I was her, I would be careful. I pray for her. Because then that this information has been released, we don't know what they plotting against her. So she needs to be careful. And we need to show her some grace. And the thing about it is, the way we think and the way other people think are totally different. We are not the same. What you would have done is not what she did. Everybody say what they shoulda, coulda, woulda until you find yourself in the situation. You don't even know how you would have handled the situation. And I don't even hold her accountable. I hold Tisha accountable, because Tisha was closer to the situation than she was. Everybody ain't as caught up in this show as most of us is. This girl is new to the city trying to get on however she can get on. That's what entrepreneurs do. They network however they see fit to network. So people are spending too much time coming down on this girl when at least she told. What if she had not? If we just focus on what if she had not, and this actual plot had been carried out, because Mel wasn't thinking about it because in her mind, yeah, he sent me the video and said what he was going to do, and I told my attorney. But she didn't know that this plot was going on behind the scenes. God works in his own timing. Our time is not his time. And everybody want to rush when this should have been exposed or however the case. That was not when God wanted it to be released. This is when he wanted it to be released. He wanted everybody to be exposed in this moment. And that's what we have to keep in remembrance, to remember all of this is happening because God is allowing it to happen. Not because Carson told, not because Tisha didn't tell, but because God allowed it to happen in this season. Because God was not ready for it to be released yet because he knew Mel was not ready. Now at the state to where she is past this divorce. She is moving on with her life. She is stronger. Her faith is stronger. And she is really moving forward toward what God has for her. And in the midst of all of that, she is seeing all these demons that were trying to attack her behind the scenes. And when she said vindicated, it's because all of this is being exposed. She knew it, but she didn't know. God has to show you sometimes. Sometimes you have to go through stuff in order to see. And God will show you everybody that was for you and everybody that was not for you. But you have to know how to listen to his voice. And everybody wants to tell Mel when she should do this, do that, and this. If I was her, Mel is covered. Mel got God on her side. Mel is prayed up, and she got a village of other people that is praying for her. So everything that she is going through, God is allowing it for a reason, and it's only making her stronger. She is going to come out on top. No weapon formed is going to prosper against her. I pray for the Carson young lady because I don't know what they plotting against her behind the scenes, and she needs to be careful. Because one thing about it, people often say, well, Mel was married to him for all these years. What y'all don't understand is that you can be married to a person for 20 years, and you will not see the evilness in that person until you leave him high and dry with nothing. Until he starts seeing rock bottom, you will see a total different whoever he is. He may have been a good husband while we were together. He may have been a great father while we were together. But when I left him, and now that I'm doing better than him, I'm seeing a side of him that I have never seen before. Nor would I would have thought he would have stooped as low as he's stooping. So we need to be careful on passing blame on people and put the accountability in the lap that it lies on, which is Martell. He is the originator of all of this mess. And if he think he having bad luck now, just wait. He ain't seen what he's fixing to come in contact with. He think he at the bottom. Oh, baby, he about to fall face down. Watch what I tell you. And that's my piece.
Diva, you said a word. Do you hear me?
Sure did.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you for that. You know, sometimes I just try to formulate some things to come out and say it, but you and Maritha so far have said it all. You know, everything is in God's timing. And I said to somebody I'm not going to go back and read comments, but it was a couple off the wall comments. We can't judge. You know what I mean? This young lady, we can't judge her. And I said from the beginning, she didn't realize she was being used. And I too fear for her because inadvertently she's exposed some shit that other people knew that they didn't say anything about. So I can guarantee you, Marceau them probably ain't inviting up to Black no more. You know what I mean? I'm sure she won't get another invite to go here or go there. So
Or rent a car.
God used her for this purpose, you know. So like you said, Pink Diva, have some grace on the young lady. I got a pass. I wasn't no stripper, nothing like that. But, you know, my mama instilled everything in me the right way. And I had men that I wouldn't even look at today in my life. You know what I mean? So sometimes people go through things and nobody is perfect. And who cares about what you think she should have done? Like Pink Diva said, look at the outcome and put the blame where it should be. And that's with Martell. But I'm going to go next to, who do I have? Cheryl. Before I get to you, Cheryl, let me acknowledge these super chats. Thank you so much, Elise B., great comments at your chat. You respect opinions and allow your subscribers to express their opinions, even if they differ from yours. We are women first. I believe that's what you're saying. Live the time on your channel. Okay, that part I didn't get, but thank you.
Love the time, I guess she wants to see.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you. Jackie, thank you as well for the super chat. If I missed anybody, thank you. Oh my God, this is a great live. Go ahead, Cheryl. What are
Well,
your thoughts?
hello, ladies. How you
Hello.
doing? How you doing,
Hey.
Hi.
Listen, what do you expect from two cockroaches? These
Mm,
two slimy cockroaches was planning this, and God made a way for Melody to get this information. God made a way for her to get it. I respect this young lady because she went to Melody personally as
yeah.
a woman and let her know what was going on.
Yep.
So, I don't know what the situation is with this young lady, but I respect how she did it. She went to Melody,
She did.
and
And
I'm
she
with
didn't tell
Melody,
anybody.
and
And she didn't tell anybody
and
that
she
she
didn't
went to mail this way.
exactly
Mm-hmm.
to get clout.
You're right. Right.
Melody came with it. Then she came after Melody interview. So you know you can't expect anything else from these two slimy cockroaches. You can't expect anything from these people. But what they did, now they've been exposed. I would advise Arion to not think about trying to rebut. Don't even come on live because I
Don't
wouldn't
do
believe a
it.
word that come out of her mouth or Martell's mouth.
Yeah.
So if he decide to bring her back on live again like he did before to try to like do damage control, don't even think about it.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
It's not going to work. And
Mm-hmm.
I respect this young woman. And what's wrong with her trying to get her feet wet, trying to
Right.
get in the business? She's a,
She'll be
she, she's a
network.
hairstylist. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
She's she's a young mother of 4 children.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, and who knows? Allegedly, and in my opinion, Melody might decide she want to open some doors for this young lady. What they're
Yeah.
gonna do? Turn on Melody?
Right.
She came truthful to Melody. She came truthful and came real to her.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, th- this young lady told her truth. So I would just let it go. Seriously, you
Yeah.
know, because at
Yeah.
the end of the day,
Go ahead.
because at the end of the day, Melody now knows, and she knew anyway, but she didn't know the dynamics of him involving Arion in this and all of that. And Arion is stupid. She's gonna take a chance of getting herself put in jail and lose her children for this stupid, no good, good for nothing man.
She loved him more than she loved herself and
She
them kids.
loved him more than she loved herself, and she's even willing to could possibly have went to jail.
Mm-hmm.
And all kind of bad things could have happened. Had her kids taken from her, all kind of things could have happened. That really could have been bad. So I'm glad Melody now knows the dynamic of what Martell was planning to do.
Yeah.
He's to me he's disgusting, just a disgusting cockroach. That's what he is.
Yep.
So it's just terrible. But Melody will be okay. She
Yeah.
will be okay. She's upset, and she has every right to be.
Yeah.
But this too shall pass,
That's right.
and
Um,
nothing's gonna stop that woman's coins. And all these pick me's, y'all want to stay with these no good men and let them control you and do what they do. Don't speak for Melody. Stop telling her what to do. I was saying this from the beginning. Stop telling this woman what she should and should not do.
mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
it's her decision to do what she chooses, that she want to do with her life and how she want to handle Martell.
Right. And let her get some peace. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like I keep saying, I don't reach out to Mel. I don't reach out to Miss Van or Marcus. I don't do that. You know what I mean? Because I know that Mel especially got so much that's going on still,
right.
with her kids and all of that, even though the case is over. So yeah, let her get some peace. You know what I mean? This is a lot.
And
This a
now
lot.
if Martell tries something, now he's now allegedly, in my opinion, in the court system. Because if you let your attorney know, they're gonna let the courts know. So if any kind of pictures come out, any kind of
Oh
porn come out, he gonna be prime suspect and Ariane.
yeah. Right.
He's stuck.
He is stuck. He can't do nothing now. That's
Right.
it. It's
And
out.
that's how God works.
Amen.
Like Pink Diva said, God had to prepare Mel to deal with this. And when you
Mhm.
look at it that way, that's so true. She said she was in counseling. She had to rebuild her life from leaving this man. He wouldn't even let her get the beds and all of that. She's been going through it.
Oh,
So
and shit.
this was the perfect, if we can ever say it's a perfect time for something like this. But this was a good time for something like this to happen because we know that now that she has the support of her family, everybody, you know what I mean, and she can deal with it.
Queen Sheba is interviewing Carson now.
Who is?
Queen Sheba.
Okay. Well, I'm
Yeah.
gonna definitely make sure to tap on in. But great points.
Yeah.
Cheryl,
Thank
next
you.
on the list, you're welcome, is Scorpio. Scorpio, aka, what are your thoughts?
Evening, everyone. Yes, my
Good
thoughts
evening.
are,
Hello.
I, I,
Hello.
I think, like everyone said, things happen in time, in God's time. Mel said she was going to give this one more try. I think this was the one try that she was waiting on
Mm-hmm.
for things to be exposed. She said this is a year of revelation of everybody being exposed. That fake support Tisha was giving, that fake love everybody was trying to give, um, means nothing to her now. I think she was like, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. So it did happen in the correct time because while she was going through her divorce and the custody battle, it would have been overshadowed because she already exposed it. She already said that this happened. So that was not on anyone's mind. So now that all the other things have come out in regards to the court case and the court documents and the mess that everybody was writing on, saying this and saying that, Martell's a good dad, Mel's like this, Mel's that. This is a vindication for Mel as well,
Yeah, it
that
is.
the things that everybody was saying, calling her a hoe or a 304, and and his minions, like she was saying, this was exactly what she needed, and she sees the snakes coming out of their heads. She sees those who really had her back, and like you said, if Keisha knew, Marceau knew. If Marceau knew, Maurice, Melonhead, Lemonhead knew. If he knew, Kimmy knew, and everybody else in Huntsville. That's why Wanda felt so comfortable saying that. That's why Stormy felt so comfortable saying that. That's why everybody felt so comfortable being so disrespectful to Mel because they know what conversations are behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I mean, I side-eyed her for a minute. I still kind of side-eyed her for even still trying to, be with them, but her live as well today answered a lot of questions in regards to them hanging with people, like her hanging with Wanda, or them dancing with Wanda. But like she said, that was that night when they did what was it, the reunion.
After
and
the reunion.
yeah, and Possum Potatoes didn't really even know her name and stuff like that, calling her Carly or Carla or something like that. So I really, I'm kind of leaning on her, and I just thank her. I really do. I'm grateful that she did come out when she did. And sad thing is, it's more to come. Them documents signed of what, life insurance papers and things like that.
Allegedly. Yeah, we staying away from that because I don't know.
Yeah, allegedly in
Yeah.
regards to that stuff. But even so, with the court papers and stuff, it's things happened in the correct time that they needed to come out on.
Revelation. That's
Yes,
what Mel
ma'am.
said today. And I think there will be more, just like you said, that will be revealed for sure. Whatever else, any type of motives that Carson may have, I don't think she has any, but who am I? You know what I mean? For this purpose, it was served. Anything else, hey, do you.
Right. And
But
has anyone else come out on any lives? I haven't seen Carlos. I haven't seen nobody else jump out. They've been quiet. Even AC looking crazy. Wolverine, she ain't said a word other than, "Do you think I should?" Girl, like they said, stay in the bushes. Go and get your hair combed. You need a hairstylist.
if
Look,
somebody would have said something like that about me and I knew it wasn't true, she's
right.
gotten on live looking a fool before, her hair everywhere and everything else. The first thing I'm doing is pushing live. I'm
Yes,
not
ma'am.
typing out no poll. Do you think? No. So that girl didn't have that's not something that was made up. Somebody in the comments put, I believe that Martell and Ariane told her to say that. Okay, so tell something that could put us in jail. You
Right.
know, I know they slow, but they not that slow.
even jeopardize her business, her reputation. She has a reputation. I
Right.
don't want to be sick because I know I chat when I go to my stylist. I don't want to be sitting in the
Yeah.
chair and I'm telling all my business and I'm thinking the next person gonna come in and she gonna run and tell what I done told her. She's looking for a celebrity to be what she said, a high profile salon.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna want to go to her if they feel like she's gonna be chit chatting and telling all their business while when they get out the door.
Right.
So I mean,
Well, if it was something just like that, something that they said, something like this, she should have spoken up. I don't care how
mhm,
long it took her. You
yeah,
know what I mean? That's not something that's just a beauty shop chatter, if you ask me. So obviously, it was weighing on her mind. She made the right decision right away and cut the girl off that day, and it is what it is. You
great.
know what I mean?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
great point, Scorpio.
Thank you, love.
We have Jay Mooten. Jay, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I
Hi.
don't have a lot to say, but in my opinion, I feel like even though Tisha's not a side chick, she behaves like Ariane. She does everything on the word of Marceau. That whole thing
Mm,
that she was telling Carson, oh, just don't give it any energy. That sounds like something Marceau would tell her.
yeah.
Just don't give it any energy. Don't listen, don't read, don't listen to the bloggers, don't read the comments, like all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I feel like none of the cast had Mel's back. Even recently, knowing what he did, Destiny was still supporting Martell's the business thing he got going on, the appearance he's supposed to do. She reposted it on her Instagram story. Y'all
Yeah.
know he's dirty and y'all still support him. You won't support Mel, but you're gonna support him?
Right.
That's
Right.
crazy to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah.
Mel is usually a strong person, but to see her so broken in her life today was hurtful. Like it was hard to watch
It
because
really.
she's usually a strong person and she gives a good, strong demeanor, but today you could clearly see she was broken,
Yeah.
behind everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Also Carson said something on her live, when she first started doing, she did Tisha's hair. She wanted to network through the entire cast.
Right.
She said she reached out to everyone to do their hair. Marceau told her, you can't do everyone's hair. If you're gonna do Tisha's hair, it only has to be Tisha's hair. What
Oh,
hairstylist
that's right.
limits their business?
Mm. Wow.
I
Wow.
don't know any hairstylist that limits their business like that. If you tell me I could do your hair, I'm gonna do your hair. I'm not gonna say, well, I can't do your hair because I do Tisha's hair. That makes absolutely no sense. So
Yeah.
for me, him telling that to her was trying to keep whatever business was going on between them and not having it going through anyone else,
Yeah.
like
I
streaming through anyone
definitely
else.
Yeah, I definitely didn't hear her say that part, but she did reach
She told him.
right. She did reach out to everyone, and if nobody responded back, I would take that as a no. You know what I mean? We still don't know her motives in that. We still don't know if she allowed him just to shut everything down. If people don't respond back to you, then you just take that they're gonna stick with. But this isn't about Carson tonight. I totally get it though. Again, I'm grateful for Carson. I think a lot of us should be grateful for what she put out in the mainstream because it has lifted a burden, I think, off of Mel, that should be for her benefit. So, you know what I'm saying?
And
Go ahead.
also, the poll that Ariane put up on her page, I think she directed that towards Martell to ask him if she should go live and actually address it.
Mm,
I don't think she directed that to fans.
girl, Martell knew she shouldn't come out and say anything. I
And
think,
she didn't.
right. I think it's my personal opinion. She catching hell behind the scenes for even running her
Oh,
mouth
I'm
to
sure.
Carson. So,
Mm,
I don't think Martell
absolutely.
has been taking therapy seriously.
yeah,
They the whole situation since he's gotten into that altercation with Ariane on up, like it just It makes no sense. If you're in therapy, his behavior is erratic. It makes no sense.
Mm,
Popping up at the birthday
Mm-hmm.
party, going through all of that. And
right.
it's ironic that the one thing he used to say he cheated because his wife wasn't doing what he wanted her to do in the bedroom, that's the one thing he's going to try to use against her in a video.
Right. Right. Exactly.
That's so ironic.
Yeah. Yeah. That just shows how slow he is. That was your main complaint.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That was your main.
Mm-hmm.
And here it is. You got a picture of her, probably from a video of her doing that. And she said that.
Right.
Mel said that before. So yeah,
Which is why she said she believed it. She said, I believe it because he threatened me with it.
no, I mean Mel said that she was satisfying her man in that way. She said that,
Mm-hmm.
on
Yeah.
the union stage. So that just shows, like I said, he's scum. He's scum. And thank God it all came out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
for me, after this live, I won't be talking about the tape or, you know what I mean, anything, the picture or whatever it is again, because, I feel like Mel should be able to heal. But yeah, everything worked out in God's plan. But thank you so much for that. We're going to get on.
I just have one more thing to say and then I'll drop down chit chat. I won't be supporting Detroit. I won't.
Oh,
I
you
won't
won't?
be supporting Detroit at all.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of over the whole love and marriage thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
left a bad taste in my mouth after all of this stuff. So
Yeah.
I won't be supporting it.
I get
But
it.
thank you for letting me speak.
Are welcome, Jay. Thank you so much for clicking the link. I really enjoyed you. Let me acknowledge a couple super chat guys to the 1K watching, 1K plus. Thank you guys so much. Please hit the like button for me. Tanya B, thank you for the super chat. And you put in thank you, Ariane, for running your big, wide, accommodating mouth. It exposed Martell. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she's done a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot of talking throughout the years, and this was the best thing that she said, even though, you know what I mean, it's disgusting. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I thank her too. Kimbella, thank you. Love the picture, Kimbella. Now I want CK to have those same darn tears for Mel that he had for Martell. And that's on the mellometers.
That ain't gonna
Mm-hmm.
Hold your breath, okay? Don't hold your breath. Martell keep wanting to act like Mel is the favorite, Mel the favorite. And no, Martell is the favorite when it comes to.
Mm-hmm.
But let me
He
add
does that to be funny.
a couple more people and then we're gonna move on over. Coach D, thank you for joining me. Are you there, Coach D?
Yes, I am.
All right,
Hey,
thanks for
thank you for
joining.
having me.
You
Thank you.
are welcome.
Can you see me? I know this is my first time up.
Well, it's a black screen. That's fine.
I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
see some
fix it.
little lights in the back. That's cool though.
Okay. All right.
Zandra, is this Z Frenchie?
Yep.
Hey, Zandra.
Hey, Chit Chat and crew. I
Thanks
got
for
you.
joining me.
Hi.
Thanks for joining me. And we have Debbie. Hey, Debbie. Debbie, are you there?
Hey, ladies, how you doing?
Oh,
Hey.
Hey, Debbie.
Debbie gonna set it off. Ooh. All right, Debbie. We gonna get to you. Next up, let me see who I had next after Jay. Where are we on the screen? God, people dropped off, so that messed it up. We're going to go with Gloria. After Gloria, we will go to Bless Queen B.
Hello, ladies.
Hey,
Hi.
Gloria.
Hello.
Chit Chat. First of all, I
Hello.
want to thank God for you and your panel. As far as Carson go, God give his toughest battle to his strongest warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm piggybacking off of the other ladies. It happened when it was supposed to happen. And I was at work today when Mel went live, and it was so heartbreaking. You couldn't help but to cry. But
Mm-hmm.
as far as Tisha, Maurice, Marceau, Kimmy, all of y'all, in a few months I will be 55. Y'all can look out for Karma because she's coming, and that's coming
Yeah.
from an older lady than you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes, it's not gonna be pretty.
Mm-mm.
It's not gonna be nice. You're gonna get everything that you deserve.
Yep.
And I don't know if Anonymous is still up here, and I'm gonna close it with this. As far as Coleslaw and Carson goes, Coleslaw don't have nobody family up here. Marceau has stopped all of that. When you deal with a narcissist, they're not gonna stop until you are totally by yourself,
Mm,
meaning you have no one to talk to. So when she saw Carson on that whatever IG, she was excited. She don't have nobody that she can talk
Mhm.
to.
yeah.
Right.
That's why it happened the way it happened. It's like everybody has turned their back on Coleslaw, Ariane, because they have tried to help her and they
Yeah.
have tried to tell her stuff, but she refuses to listen to anyone other than Martell.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The two of them is not
That's who
going to
got control
stop
of her.
until something really bad happens to them. Mel and Carson is gonna be just fine. They're gonna be all right. But the rest of these people, oh no, it's coming.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is coming, and that's all I gotta say on it.
Great, great point.
Okay.
And I totally agree. Whether Carson knows it or not, she's free. You know what
Yeah, I'm
I mean?
10
Mhm.
toes down with
Yeah.
Carson.
Yeah, that girl is from the Midwest. And
Absolutely.
like I say, I'm not talking about where people were born because I know everybody are smart and aware no matter where they come from. But it's something about the Midwest. Like I said, she could appear
Yep.
hard around the edges and this and that. I got her immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago is not too much different. Is larger than Detroit, and yeah, you know. So yeah, everybody should get a girl some grace and
Yeah.
go on about her life. People have opened her eyes, and she's gotten the message. You
Mm-hmm.
used, girl. You getting used.
Mel,
Uh,
Mel cried a little bit today, and that's okay. When
yeah.
you deal with a narcissistic person, whether it's male or female, mine's, well, I'm not that way, but mine was a male. You don't know when this emotional roller coaster will hit you. It's gonna come at you at any point in time. Like I said before on your live, it was days when I would be so happy and I just break down and cry, and I had no reason to be crying. This
Right.
stuff is serious.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you're not strong, you don't know how to pray for yourself, it will take you out.
Yeah.
So all these people running around here saying this about me, Mel, don't worry. It's okay that you cried today. Get it out. I cried with you at work. It's okay.
Yeah, I got emotional. I really did. Because I really knew where she was coming from. Like I've said before, I say I don't see fear when I look at Mel. I say I don't see this, but people got to realize she's human, just like us.
Yeah. And
And
you know what else, Chit Chat? People look at you and say, you so strong.
right,
Strong people have emotions as well. We cry, we hurt, we bleed, we all of that. We are human beings.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you can only hope and pray that one day that these people see, and I hope that Coleslaw or Ariane, I'm sorry, Ariane wakes up one day, but I think it will be too late for her because at this point he's drilled in her head, I'm all that you got. And that's
yeah.
what she believes.
And you're right about that. And to hear her say, I know, well, what Carson said, she said, well, I know I shouldn't do it, but he's mad at me. That
Mm-hmm.
shows, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You let somebody like Martell, a lot of us have been through some things when it comes to relationships, marriages, and all of
It's
that.
a list for that
And
too.
you know what
Yep.
I mean? But I think that not only did people, I'm not gonna say they turned against her, they got tired. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And people, I'm sure, was trying to tell her friends and everything. So she's isolated herself. Martell is all she knows, all she's got, and she ain't tired of the pain yet. She ain't
Mm-hmm.
tired of the pain, you know? So
She's tired of the pain, Chit Chat, but she don't have nowhere to go. She don't
yeah,
have nowhere to go. She don't have no money. I've been in that situation as well. And when you don't have anything or anybody, you're stuck. So that's what your
yeah.
mind tell you.
Right. Oh, I get it. And for me, that's something that I'm gonna have to pray on. I don't have any pity for her. But right now, at this moment, with what she was contemplating doing, that could have destroyed a woman. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
don't have pity either, but I'm just saying, she don't, she's turned on everybody. It's not that they turned on her, but Martell convinced her to turn against her family and everybody else. I've been there, walked that walk. It's not nice.
Yeah, yeah, yep. Great, great
Mm.
points. Wisdom. My mama used to always tell me the bridges you trying to cross, I done already been across them. So
Amen.
know
Woo,
it's
Lord.
nothing that you going through or about to go through that I can't tell you about. You know what I'm saying? So it would be nice if everybody listened to someone that has some life experiences. And I think that that's what a lot of us do when we come out here, even if we do cuss coleslaw out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
been there, done that, did a lot of shit in life. So you're not gonna come out on top in this situation. You
No, you're
start,
not.
you start
Never.
in the negative. You
The
start,
Never.
men they have you not even knowing your name. That you
yeah,
won't know if you're going or coming. You be
yeah.
like, what am I supposed? They have you so confused,
Mm,
messed up in your head. You don't even know what your name
I
is.
swear
yeah,
to God.
yeah.
Mm.
You don't know. And
No.
Hopefully,
then at the same time, you don't even know what you're battling. What am I dealing with? God, what is this?
yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
not a good feeling, y'all. I'm telling you. You will be crying for no reason. You thought somebody close to you just died. You just boo-hooing for no reason.
yeah,
But it's the past trauma and the little bitty things that they have said to you. And I didn't understand at one point in my life, in my younger years, when they said, what they say, verbal abuse is worse than
worse than
physical.
physical.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
That daggone verbal abuse will destroy you.
because it sticks with you. Stick.
Mm. Mm.
I'm done chit chat. Thank you for allowing me to
Oh,
speak.
Glory, you are so welcome. Thank you again for sharing those words of wisdom. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, anybody that's going through can, accept that message. But thank you. Before you go, bless. Give me 1 second.
Sure, no
I wanted
problem.
to ask you guys. There's a couple people in the chat saying I'm late and I missed the live. Is it still up? I believe you may be talking about males. I don't know if she posted it to her page, but it's all over YouTube.
It's
And
all over YouTube. So yeah, it is.
and Tree W, Tree, you're saying hi, chit chat with QT. Are we live? Can you hear us? We live, man. We've been live for an hour and a half.
And I'm here.
Yeah, we live.
Hey, Tree.
And before I get to bless, let me add up Diva. Diva,
Hello, ladies. Good evening. How's everyone doing?
Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
hello.
you.
I'm doing wonderful. I enjoyed your cussing rant earlier
Oh
today,
my
and
goodness.
and so thank you for having me up. I had some thoughts, but I'll wait till my turn.
Okay. And thank you. Sorry about that. I think I started this channel letting loose a lot. So I've tried to curb it in just a little, but today was one of them days.
No, sometimes you got to put it where people can get it. It was all right.
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Bless. After Bless, we're gonna have LaDawn.
Hi, good night, Chit Chat, and
Hello.
all the queen and empresses that is in the background, that is on the panel. I pray God that wherever you are in your life journey, that He gives you the strength, courage, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to go
Amen.
on.
Amen.
This
Thank
I
morning, about
accept
5 o'clock, I got up with Mel on my mind, and I've been praying all morning. It's like, God, I don't know this woman. Why you place her in my spirit? And I keep pleading and praying for strength and praying for peace in the midst of the storm. It was just about
Who's
peace in the
speaking?
midst of the storm. And I really wasn't aware because I have three final paper that is due today,
Oh wow.
and I just couldn't focus and concentrate on it. When I looked, I sat down at the computer and I saw her live pop up. Well, no, I saw Chit Chat post something, and then because I have the notification, and then her live pop up. But I want to say that God, I always tell everybody, God have a sense of humor, and sometimes the humor is very painful because Mel had said this And she and all may not have understood the depth of what Martell was doing. And Carson had to come at the right time, at the right moment, because Mel was mentally and emotionally prepared
Yep,
and strengthened
yep,
to
yep,
receive what was said.
yep.
Because not every woman, man, dog, or beast could have received that.
That's right.
And also, God take what the enemy planned to destroy you, because Martell wanted that young lady, a young girl, she and all need Jesus, but I have a little pity for her, not much, but allow her to connect with this other woman, because had they not connect, we would not have been at this point here.
That's true.
Everything happened for a reason and a purpose. So God allowed them to connect. Now the enemy decide to use hip, legs, breast, and tie with a girdle to search the internet about Arian and decide that he is going to get this girl and her husband in cahoots, because he saw the video that they have, and when she was where Detroit or wherever she was, and he figured, well, okay, she know Arian, so I'm going to get close to her, because he has not, he talk and laugh with Martell, but he has not forgiven Martell for those 20 women. And he think that this girl would be able to provide something once she is friends with Arian. So when they get together and he start talking to her, and she feel comfortable because she talks. You understand? She networking. She wanna have her businesses, and because I go to my nail tech and I talk everything what I going through in school, on my job, with my ex. Once you get in a hair salon, a nail salon, as a woman, it's like a freeing thing. It's like a unpaid therapist. It's a talk therapy.
Mm-hmm.
So we do talk, and but my thing is that it makes me think back to when Dusty wanted to throw something out there.
Mm-hmm.
This young lady said that she told Tisha what it is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Tisha tell Maso. Maso, everybody knew. Hence the reason Maurice turned around and tell Dusty, no, don't do it.
He sure did. Right down that reunion stage.
And it was like, why it is he is stopping her? If she have something on Mel, come out and say it.
Yeah.
But Mattel was planning, because I mean, apparently his face may not have been in she pleasuring her husband, which 99% of us women have done it. So it ain't no shame
Amen.
in our game. You understand what I'm saying? Because I've chanted on my ex-husband Mike a few times. So you understand, wasn't good at it, still not good at it, but I did try, nevertheless. And
But that was your husband. That's the key word.
You
yeah,
tried.
it was her,
Husband.
yeah, and I try, juggling the nut, but it didn't work for
Oh,
me. It was
bless.
against my health and religion. So
Juggling what? Bless.
yeah. And so I believe his face was not in the picture. And because his face was not in the picture, he
That's
wanted
what
to
it
put
was.
it outside there that she was doing Felicia on somebody else, because his intention was to bring her down.
Mm-hmm.
But what he planned, that is not what God had in store.
That's right.
Now, since the divorce, this is me, and I stand to be corrected, and it's my opinion. He and Melody pitched this show to Carlos. From Shari, from Kenya, from the other show, they all say Marshall, Carlos stole the real estate, Carlos stole whatever they pitched to them, and he pitched it as his own. What I think is, in the background, Carlos want to get full control of Love and Marriage, Huntsville. Martell may have given him his share. He cannot get it from Melody. And that is his problem. There is where his disgust, his dislike, his distaste for her is, because he thought that she was a Tisha and Kimmy, which she is a woman that God have called for a reason and a purpose, because a lot of us look at her and a lot of us live vicariously through her. She mimics certain things that I have been through, and it's like a healing journey for me, because there's a lot of things that I still had bottled up. I thought it was my fault, and seeing her go through the same thing, I realized, well, no, we can't be wrong. And she all the way, in America, and this happened to me all the way in a third world country. So, but Marcel, Letitia, Kimmy, Maurice, and everybody who was privy to this information and hold on to it, because they think that they was holding on to something that would destroy Melody. You see what Melody cried today? That tears didn't fall on her chest, it fell down her heart. And every one of them would have to answer for what they have done to her. And I continue to pray God for her strength.
Yes.
For her courage, because it is not easy to continue to be a mother to your children when you're emotionally and mentally and physically exhausted. But I thank God, I know her mom is in the background with God like a virus, just praying and praying and praying and praying. And those who are also praying for her, that is what keeping her. Because it was saying, on another panel that, she should get restraining order, get this. None of those things. Those things have limited protection. God has full protection, period. So you need those things plus God. Because those things without God, we have seen a lot of women become unalive. So you got to bring God into it to continue to cover her.
That's right. That's right.
And I pray that each one of us continue to be our sister's keeper.
Yeah.
We got to continue to be our sister's keeper. And Martell, I mean, as much as we despise Martell, I'm going to say this, and I'm saying it based on my ex-husband. My ex-husband is worse than Martell. But if you sit down with him for 2 minutes, you would be like, Bernadette, no, you're not talking about Paul. Watch me. When you hear that man spit God, when you hear that man sing, that man pray, and that man cry. And watch me. The flip side of that, you want to know it's not just a part of hell, the whole hell. Paul is lyrically ill and he programmed to kill. He will talk the underwear of a woman. And when he done talk about how I make him do this and he's so hurt and you would make me the enemy and make him the friend. So I understand to a point, the whole that Martell has on Ariane. To a point.
Yeah.
Not a very deep one, because she been around this rodeo long enough to know, watch me, it's time to jump off.
That's right.
Time to jump off. When I first get in, I was naive. Now his wife has divorced him. Now over 3 years, it's time to get off. And the reason why she's not saying anything, I think it was her second to last or third to last live. She said that Carlos and Martell had her sign something that she cannot speak.
Well, that's the thing, though. That can't happen. She's not a member of the show, so Carlos can't make her sign anything.
But again,
Martell can force her to do whatever he wants her to do, and if she did that, She's crazier than I thought, but she's, you can't just go around and put gag orders on people. Somebody come and tell me I can't talk freely about what I'm going through in my life, get out my face. So she's not under contract with anybody for them to tell her what she can and cannot say.
Yeah, but if Martell threatened to take away her child and all this, make her unfit mother and all this kind of thing, and her daughter would be, by the father and all these kind of things, sometimes you submit because of the threat, whether it's directly or indirectly. And she's like, if he's willing to do his wife this, who he's married, what he will do to me, say, you know what? I'm going to just swallow it,
Well,
So
and I know you say that you got a little pity, Bless, and like I said, I'm gonna pray on it. But what I'm saying right now is good for her. The pain and everything that she caused, as far as being out in the open and taunting, and she said negative things about the children and everything else. I ain't got no pity for her. But great points, Bless. We gonna swing back around to you. We will,
yes,
I'll pray. I'll pray for myself. Let me put it like that. Well, I'm gonna say this. I still don't wish any harm on her.
Yeah.
But I do wish jail time on her because what they did was illegal. Real quickly before I get to you, LaDon, I wanted to mention what Mel said about Tasha K. A lot of people in the comments are saying that they didn't know that Martell was behind that, and I don't see how you guys didn't. I knew immediately when Tasha K act like she was about to call Mel and Ariane picked that phone up, she was calling Martell because that wasn't in the plan that Tasha K was gonna call, your ex-wife. So yeah, that just shows how low he is. Go ahead, LaDon, and thank you guys so much, everybody again that's joining me. If you're in the bushes, drop down and chit chat with us. What's your thoughts, LaDon?
Well,
Wait, LaDon. Bless, you got people gagged in the comments about juggling now. I don't know if you see all these laughing emojis when you said you was juggling. You caught them off guard. uh, welcome, Red Ann. I added you up without a banner. Z Frenchie, you will have to drop down and come back up. Your device is not connected. So just try to click the link again. All right. Go ahead, LaDon.
well, like you chit chat, I didn't, from the gate, didn't really get the energy that she was lying. I'm just gonna say that part. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse in the head. I agree with half of everybody.
Z Frenchie, I'm sorry, LaDon. 1 second. Phyllis Sanderson. There's a comment that was just flagged in the chat. You cannot say about the authorities that you mentioned, FB, and you know what come after that, or the curse words. So your comment was just flagged on my other device. So guys, if you're in the chat, please do not use profanity or names of agencies because YouTube takes that as a way to possibly think that something is going on where those authorities may need to be contacted. All right, go ahead, LaDon.
But I'm just disgusted by Tisha and all them on that show. I'm disgusted. Kimmy, all that phoniness. Yeah, give me a party and all of that. I'm just disgusted. They're trifling. They're pigs. You know what I mean? They all knew what that girl told Tisha. But this is real fishy now that all of a sudden Tisha and her are not talking. From what I'm understanding, from what she's saying, she did her hair a couple of times, but now, and they went to that tea because they had some kind of communication problem, and now all of a sudden, then on the live, she mentioned something about they're not even speaking.
Right, real quick, and I'm gonna let you finish. We have to remember that the show is taped, so the tea and all of that was taped last year, and she said that
on her live.
Right. No, I'm saying I did hear her say that. She said that she hasn't done Tisha's hair since October. That would probably line up to, the tea or whatever. But go ahead.
Yeah, and she said that she no longer, her and Tisha aren't speaking. So my thing about that is, I think maybe Tisha, in my opinion, allegedly, I think maybe Tisha probably wanted her to do something sneaky too, and she was like, "Listen, I just left that other girl with that craziness. I ain't doing it," like, or sitting around doing her hair those couple times. She seen how evil Tisha and her mama and them was, and was like, I can't really grind with them people. I don't know why they fell out, but it's just something fishy behind it. I think Marcel and Tisha wanted to try to use it to their advantage somehow, but it didn't work because the only person that looks bad are the only people that look bad are Hotel and Coleslaw. Those are the only two. Mel don't look bad at all for doing anything with her husband. You know what I mean? So her whatever timing it was that she came out, I don't think it came out to against Mel per se. I don't think so. It can't affect Mel negatively because Mel didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean? But I do think the people that held that are on the show that knew about it, that didn't, bring it to Mel's attention, are just really showing their true colors, and they're showing how grimy they are. Like you were saying, good man, good man. Yeah, Kimmy, good man, good man. I wonder what you say about him plotting. Carlos too, you went on this crusade with him talking about he's a different person, trying to clean up his image, but yet he was willing to go so low. I want to know their response now after that interview he had with Carlos King last week saying all this stuff about Mel. I wonder what Carlos King got to say now about the depths he was going to go against his ex-wife or any woman for that matter, to try to go that far to expose any woman's intimate moments is like beyond crazy to me, But I just want to see how people respond to knowing now that he's exposed. Because, like Mel said, I already knew that he wanted to do that, but she didn't know he was using other people to try to get it out there. Right. So I want to know that people know now the plot, how they gonna look at Martell and sit next to him and look him in his face and have any kind of respect or think he got any ounce of decency in him.
Just like they sat by him all this time. I mean, Martell.
Yeah, but this is another level.
It's definitely another level, but he's done enough for them to look at him like he's crazy. He's been doing that. Right. So I don't see, as long as they are getting paid for this show, I don't see any of them turning against Martell. Hopefully, and I hate to hope anything when it comes to Martell, but hopefully he realizes that they brought this girl in the fold for a reason, and that reason was to have something over him.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even though they probably felt like it was a two for one. Right. Embarrass Mel and hold this over Martell's head. They know that that's not something Martell would want to get out. So that's why I never felt like Martell was plotting with Carson and all that. Never, ever. Mm-hmm.
And one more thing, and I see a lot in different chats and stuff like that about exact dates of Carson meeting Ariel, all that. I really don't care about all that part of it. I really don't. I don't care about her relationship with her. I think her purpose, like people were saying, God used people a certain way. Her purpose was to give Mel that bag, and that was it. All the logistics of her relationship and the dates that she met is really irrelevant to me at this point,
Yeah, it's irrelevant to me too, LaDawn. I don't know why I'm choking. Go ahead. Thank you, LaDawn. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you done? If you are done
on that one, yeah.
Okay, you're done. All right. After LaDon, I had, okay, I got Cheryl. I got, okay, Coach D. After Coach D, we're going to go
Hey,
over to D, no, Debbie. After Coach D, Debbie. After Debbie, Diva. Go ahead, Coach D. What's your thoughts?
thank you so much for having me.
You're
Uh,
welcome.
I'm gonna try to make it quick. This is my first time up. I'm a little nervous. I usually do this
Oh,
for a classroom, not on YouTube. But
oh.
I just recently saw Melody's live,
Mm,
and Melody's situation is not funny. But when I see my guy moving, I get tickled to death.
mm,
Let me explain to you what I mean. When I first, m- I'm an intercessor in prayer, so I'm always praying for Melody
mhm,
and her family. And one of the things that the Lord shared with me is that, as far as with Martell, Martell could either be a Moses or a Pharaoh, but he got to choose. Meaning that Pharaoh chose his own faith. God hardened his heart, but it was a lot of things that Pharaoh did that made God come after him. And when he did, the ultimate thing was how he did his people. And God was like, hey, go over there and tell him to let my people go, Moses. Take your brother Aaron with you. He was like, all right. You know how Pharaoh is. So
mhm,
he go over there. Pharaoh was tough. So few times God had hardened his heart because God didn't intend for him to change his mind. He was finna take him down. And it brings me to Melody and Martell. When you are a married couple, God gives us one measure of faith, right? He says he protects our marriage. And you better believe Melody and Martell, because they used to say before all of this happened, they was a praying family. He believed, they went to church and everything. You better believe that before Martell did what he did with Ariane, the Spirit of the Lord tried to convince him not to.
mm.
At some point in time, God gave him a way out. When Ariane was in Tasha K's interview, she said she told Martell to leave her alone. She tried to tell him to go away or whatever she said. That was a way out. Ain't no such thing as a coincidence when you a child of God. He gives us a way out. Martell kept going back, turned his back on God, and just blatant rejected, and then came against his wife, who is a believer, a prayer, a doer of the word. Came against her faith when he mocked her sitting at that table talking about God said go. Whenever you come against a believer's faith, you wage war on God.
You better say it.
Mm,
You wage war on them. That's biblical all through the Bible. It's a lot that I got to say about it, but I'm just going to try to keep it short because I got a class starting at 10. But with Carson, I heard Carson's live. When Carson first came out, she said, oh, it's not going to affect Mel. And I don't see how you feel this can't affect Mel. But put that to the side. I'm still proud of Carson for choosing to do the right thing. But the taping of the Tea Party was months ago.
okay.
Mel did her live today and said Carson, she did reach out to her a few days ago.
Mm-hmm.
However, Carson still in the last moment decided to do the right thing. And that crazy Martell still can't. He still can't. Not even now he can't.
Yeah.
Not knowing that it's over for him. God coming after him.
Mhm.
So I am one that's not advocating for love and marriage Huntsville to stop. It needs to be seen
That's
because there are so many women that is praying and crying out to the Lord for
Mm-hmm.
help,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
for help, meaning that you can tell a person what to do. Some of them have to see it with their own eyes. And Melody is doing that, even though it's tough for her. That's the reason God placed these millimeters here. Keep her edified, build up, protected. And y'all are a force to reckon with. They ain't getting to her without going through y'all first.
Right.
And God has
Mm-hmm.
divinely placed each and every one of you from down from your personality to the courage to a lot. Y'all are anointed for it because you're so good at it. But it's meant for it to be seen. This here is healing for some of the women that are gone through it, and it's a blueprint for the ones that want to come out of it.
Wow.
And it's also for Melody too,
Yes.
because if Melody get through this and pass this, baby, and she done went through the fire, walked through it, come out of it, and I could really see her in the Senate. I really could, because this is a tough situation to be in.
Yeah.
So I'm praying for her. I'm praying for y'all millimeters. Keep up the good work. I just had to come up there and say that. Thank you so much for having me up.
D.
Thank you. Thank you.
I received it. You say you got class starting. If it's is it Bible study or something like that?
No, I'm a business coach.
Okay,
So I
okay,
teach people
okay.
how to start up corporations and stuff.
Okay, well, I was
All
gonna say,
right.
say a prayer for my tongue because I let loose early and
I most
um.
I most definitely will.
Thank you
I
so
most
much for
definitely will.
joining
Thank
me.
you for
Great,
having me.
great words of
Ladies, have a blessed
wisdom.
night. Huh.
Thank you. You too.
You
You
Oh,
too.
and I got a lot of it.
You too, my darling. Continue to be blessed.
And I'm gonna
Yes.
say this too, because one of the last things that I thought about, the way to bring peace to a troubled heart is to focus on God's promise. And I see Melody do that. I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean by that. God says the peacekeeper shall inherit the earth. What do you see Melody doing a lot?
Yeah.
Pay attention. She do a lot of proverbs. She trusts him and she do what he says. So
Yeah.
that is no coincidence she got wealth. She's a doer of the word that brings, she walks in God's promises. So
Yes, and
I
she's a
reckon,
virtuous woman.
Yes.
yeah. I recognize her movements. She looks like that she has the character and the nature of our God of 34:6, like he tells us all to have. And Second Peter, what is it? 2 Peter 1:4-9. Yeah. So I recognize it. It's so many times that we often pray and ask God for help, and when the Lord show up, we don't recognize him because he don't show up the way we want him or expect him.
Yeah. Wow.
So that's why you have a lot of people that's calling right wrong and wrong right and up is down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So true.
All right, now I'm finna go, ladies.
So
Y'all have a
true.
blessed night. Thank you,
You have
Kitty,
a
for
great
having
night.
me.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much, Coach D. Hope you have a great night
okay,
as well.
you too.
Wow. Okay, now after Coach D, Debbie. Debbie, what's going
Hey,
on?
ladies.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello there.
Debbie.
Hey, hey, hey.
I know y'all said we should have some prayers for coleslaw, but I don't. If she don't have nobody, she can call on Jesus. He got grace, mercy, and all that. Me, I don't. I'm one of them people. If you play it fair, you'll find it there. Now, I feel like this. Carson was the messenger. We received the message. And I was on that live with Melody earlier, and you could see her crying.
Yeah.
She didn't only cry about that situation, but she had 14 years of hell to
Yeah.
cry about. And all of that came down on her at once. I feel her because I put myself in her shoes, and everything a man ever did to me, it all came pouring out of me, and I was crying with her.
Yeah. Yeah.
That, that, and I prayed. I even sent her some prayers in that live. Melody gonna be all right. Now we can't expect Tisha, Kimmy, those women to have empathy or anything for her because they sleeping with demons. And all of those are Martell's minions. Martell gonna get what he got coming, and so are they. Coleslaw, she just lost. She just lost in the wilderness. Only thing can help her is the Lord's prayer.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever gonna trust to have anything to do with her because look at what she has done. That's out there now. Who would ever trust her? I don't feel bad for her. I don't have nothing for her. Go on about your business. Cause I just don't like her. But
Yeah.
I'm praying for Melody and her children, and I hope this is the last. And I hope God put Martell in his place. I hope he sit him under the sun and throw a fireball down on him,
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
that bald head of his.
Yeah. I feel you, Debbie. Seemingly it looks like he's not experiencing much from the
Oh, he
outset.
is. He is.
Is exactly that's what I was
But
just about to
oh,
say.
I'm sorry. I thought it was on mute.
Oh, that's okay. He's going through it, okay? But I agree with you, like I said, I try to say I'm not wishing any harm or danger on the man, but I do agree that he needs to be set down. He needs to um deal with some of this stuff that he has continued to do as early as this week in an interview with
That is no.
Carlos. You know what I mean? And enough is enough. So I'm grateful for Carson's message. It was well needed. A lot of people saying the Tea Party was this or whatever. To me, that still does not make a difference. If Mel says that she believes her 1000%, I'm sure they talk more. She probably forgives her or whatever. Everything is in due time. And so, not too much from me when it comes to Carson. Her purpose was served. Her purpose was served. And I believe that it freed Mel a little bit more from things that we may never see or know that she's going through behind the scenes. It's still a lot because she still has to deal with the wreckage of her past with Martell. When she said today that she felt like she had been fighting a man for the past 3 years, and if you saw a woman getting beat, would you turn a blind eye? That's like a cry to whoever, the network, car workers, whoever. The lady is letting you know she's been beat down still. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, God's not done when it comes to Martell at all. And I'm just glad that this sinister plot was revealed. I really am. As sick as it is, I'm glad. And a lot more has been revealed. Like I started off at the start of this live, if you guys haven't seen Color Me Pink's live, I only caught maybe 5 to 10 minutes. It was right before my live started, but she has access to some of the earlier documents, and it goes against everything Mr. Martell is still lying about today. Official information. You know what I mean? So yeah, enough is enough, and time will tell when it comes to the others. But let me go ahead and get to Diva, and after Diva, we are going to have Red Ann. Hi, Diva. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hi, cutie. Thank you so very much. I do appreciate you allowing me to come up. So, look, I'm not going to regurgitate because I think we all kind of have some of the same opinions. So, I'm going to actually take a different approach. One of
Okay.
the things that I was thinking about as I listened to everyone's comments were first and foremost, when it comes down to Carlos and Mel, I thought about two things. If you've ever seen the movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the
Mhm.
story is basically a kung fu, story, but the central character is a character by the name of Jin, and her master, her kung fu master, was Jade Fox. Jade Fox was a superior warrior, and she trained Jin to be the same thing. And towards the end of the movie, they ended up having an epic battle where Jade was actually fighting against another superior master, and Jin was trying to help her, but then Jade tried to kill Jin. And Jen was surprised because Jade had become like a mother figure to her. Y'all see where I'm going? Jade taught her the ropes. Jade showed her what to do. So Jen couldn't understand why Jade was now trying to kill her. And it was simple because all this time I was teaching you, you surpassed me. Period, point blank. Carlos and Mel, that issue is Mel has surpassed you. You thought you were putting her on to things. And even though you saw that star quality, you appreciated that star quality as long as it could be controlled. He never made the mistake of thinking Mel was Tisha or Kimmy. For some of those who I might have lost with that, then I'll take it back to my roots. I know y'all know Saul and King David.
Come on now, preach, Diva.
So when you think about Saul, as long as David was entertaining him, David's gift was wonderful as long as nobody felt like David was better than him. But as soon as the people started saying, you know, Saul has killed his thousands and David his 10,000s, then all of a sudden, every time David walked up in the palace, Saul was trying to kill him. And that's what's happening with Melody and Carlos. So I'll say the cautionary tale here is that ultimately Mel said something today when I listened to the live that sets the tone for the rest of my commentary and even that. She said, if you have not learned by now, God don't play about me.
That's right.
The Bible says very clearly, touch not my anointed. That ain't just for people that stand behind a pulpit and preach. Those are the ones God called. Those are the ones he has his hands on. Those are the ones whose light are so obvious that you have to just be completely daft not to see it. And what it means is when God doesn't play about me, what that means is you can throw the weapons, Miss Moritha, you can create the weapons and they will not prosper. What they mean when they say that he is that is God's anointed and God doesn't play about me means that even when the tape could have come out and God was still gonna cover Mel. We're celebrating. Oh, okay, well, she was able to catch it before it came out. Okay, but if it did, that woman is still covered, no matter what you do. And what's interesting, I think the sister that just came off talked about, and Martell has even talked about, you know, I feel like he knows God, but does God know him? And then I say to myself, you don't know the same God I serve, because the God I serve, if you knew him like that, you wouldn't keep playing the way you do. So I don't know what God you know, but you don't know the one that you need to know. Because if you knew the one you need to know, you know in his word at least 3 times between Proverbs and Psalms, it says 3 different ways. When you dig one ditch, dig 2. It says 3 different ways. The pit you actually dig for somebody else, you yourself will fall in. It says 3 different ways that when you dig a ditch for one person, you'll fall in that. And if you roll a stone on somebody, it's going to roll back on you. So I don't know what God you know, but you don't know the right one. Because if you did, you wouldn't play. If you knew the right one, you would know that at some point he will lead you to your reprobate mind, and your mind is a reprobate mind.
Yes, it is.
You are a
He'll be like
special
King
kind of
Never.
evil.
Yes, he'd be like King Nebuchadnezzar, walking
And
around eating grass.
among others. And I think that, you know, just kind of to close out my commentary, what I want, you know, a lot of other people have talked about, you know, the things that Martell has done. You know, Carson is really non-consequential to me. I don't care about what the young lady said, when she said it, who she is, what she did. I really don't. But what I will say is this: if you're listening to this and you're kind of dealing with something, a lot of people have wondered why Mel has moved the way she has. And if I was you, I'd have done this. And granted, I think all of us have different ways that we probably would have approached Martell. Because I'll be honest, I don't know how many times he could have been in my face that I wouldn't have popped him.
Baby,
I just don't know. But what I will say is this: I have matured to the point where I understand, because remember we were talking about people who know God and people who know the God. Okay. So because I know the God, what I realize and what saves a lot of people is I can't afford in my life what I can put in yours.
Say it.
Whoa. Woo.
I'm gonna let somebody gonna catch that on the way home, but I'm gonna say it one more time. The only thing
You sounding like my pastor now.
Hold up now. Let's hear it, Marita.
I cannot afford in my life what I know I could put in yours. Because here's what I know about my God: he will set a table up for me. I'm gonna have a front row seat. And by the time he get through whooping your tail, I'm gonna feel sorry for you. And here's the beauty of who I am because of the God I serve. And I think everybody on this panel, and I think Mel is the same way, because I'm his, it'll be set up where I'm gonna have to be the one to help you. Because that's how bad that whooping is gonna be.
All right.
And he can
That's
do a
it.
better job than I could on any day of the week. So if there's anybody who is even considering, just think, can I afford in my life what I could put in yours? And I can almost guarantee you the answer is going to be no. But here's the beauty. It's a zero-sum proposition. You still don't have to do anything because God can put a better whooping on the people that do you wrong than you ever could.
Yes.
Nothing you can think of will be able to touch. And he will, and I've
Yes.
lived
Yes.
it. So I've seen it. I've seen it, and that's what's happening. And so when you look at what's happening with Martell and what's happening, we talked about Martell, everybody on that show who's known and who's gone along with all this other stuff. I'm telling you, it's when that they will reap what they have sown.
That's right.
And I'm gonna tell you this, and they ain't gonna be able to handle it. And you know who gonna have to help them out of it? Who gonna have to pray them through it? Who gonna have to stand up in the gap? You know who gonna have to do that, and who will do it with a smile, and that's why she's blessed.
Melody Shari.
There we go. And with that, I'm done.
Diva, girl, you got me over here ready to shout. Okay.
Respect, Diva. Respect.
Yes, ma'am, and yes, ma'am, again. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. You got people in the comments
Yes.
ready to shout as well. I haven't seen you lately, so thank you so much for gracing my channel with your presence tonight. I received everything that you said. And yeah, sit back. That's all we can do is sit back. And I do believe that with Mel's blessing, she definitely does have that type of heart where, if needed down the line, in spite of everything that they've thrown at her, tried to do to her, whatever, like you said, willingly she would do it.
And I think the other thing is, angry as some of us are, looking at how these things have played out, looking at some of the comments, because I see some of those things too. And I say to myself, I just don't understand what kind of heart some people have.
Yeah.
Even if you don't like Mel, this isn't, about being a woman first or any of that. It's about being a human being. Right is right and wrong is wrong. I don't care who's doing it. So how can you look at this situation and the things that have been done to this woman and say that that's right? But that's okay, because I think the whooping that they're going to get collectively and individually, we gonna all feel sorry for them, and it's gonna be a whole different kind of panel because we gonna be like, "Whoo, I didn't see that coming."
Yeah.
And I'm not.
I'm not gonna feel sorry for him, Diva. I'm gonna ask him to keep whooping him some more.
Miss Anonymous,
Diva,
Miss
and
Anonymous,
Diva,
I'm gonna
you
tell
are
you
so
something.
right.
I've been in a situation, and I'm gonna share a personal situation I went through with family, just to show you the depth of where that hurt had to go. When it's people close to you and they do you dirty, how you don't think you can, but trust me when I tell, I didn't think I was gonna feel that way either, because like Mel is always, I'm a Scorpio, I'm a Leo. And we don't throw rocks and we hide our hands. We throw rocks. We stand there and we dare you to say, I want you to know that came from me. That's why I said I have to check myself and say, I can't afford in my life what I can put in yours. But I just, because of how egregious it has been, I really do believe, now we may not feel the need to help, but I do think we all might be like, ooh.
Yeah.
God said go for a reason, Diva.
It might be that. It might be, if anything, look, Miss Anonymous, with you, that's what it's gonna be. You're gonna be like, well, I ain't gonna help, but ooh.
No, I'm not gonna turn back. If Lot was supposed to leave, Lot's wife turned around and got pillar and salt. Sometimes you gotta just let it go.
Yeah, some stuff is, but it's gonna be really interesting. But I think that when we look at situations like this, and for those who feel led, you pray for everyone in the situation. But when I look at Martell, and I think, to be honest, that's the part of Mel that is hurting. So those tears, I think, meant a variety of things. And then after that, I'm a stop. But I think when I look at the woman in her, as despicable a character as this man is, she, I think, still wanted to believe better of him.
Yeah.
And I think that those tears were a combination of a lot of different things. But I think that a lot of times when Mel is, most upset about that situation, and I can relate, it's the disappointment in the person that, and even when you know they ain't about nothing, even when you know you speaking
Still
to
gotta go
create
home.
a king in them, it is the fact that I know you can be better than this, and they basically show you it's worse than you thought it was.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think she thought he was capable of hating her like that. He
Yes.
is
And
sick.
that's a hurtful feeling, when you
That
got.
is a hurtful feel, and I think that's where a lot of her
Oh
tears are
man.
coming.
It is her tears, Diva. You're right. It's knowing that he was the ringleader of all her enemies.
Right. Then, and to be honest, that's the reason why I like, Cutie mentioned before that Carson's not my issue.
Yeah.
Whatever what Tisha did, what my issue, what Marceau knew, what my or what none of that's my issue. There will be nothing for them to keep a secret, pass along, not say,
Now, Martell.
if it had not started with literally the man that I understand where Mel is coming from on. I
And before I forget, I'm so glad you said that, because it's easy for us to focus on the others as well. Just like Anonymous just said, he was the ringleader of them.
Yep.
But like you just said, Diva, the main concern, her main hurt stems from him.
Yeah.
And she can really care less about them. This is somebody that she's had kids with, shared space with for years, and that's a hurtful feeling. One other
Yeah.
thing you said, Diva, that I thank you, because I said it tonight, I'm a woman first, but you're right, we're humans first, and again, I'm not trying to rally the troops of, come on, you gotta support Mel. It just
Yeah.
makes me look at them for what they are, because outside of this show, let's look at what's really going on. This is not entertainment. So I could
Right.
really care less about the show. But I don't know if you said it, Diva, or somebody else. I too am grateful that this show is still showing on, because that's still going on. The show is because I do think that it saved her, and I do think that it can save others.
Yeah, that wasn't me, but I'll say this, and I promise this is the last thing I'm going to say. You
That's
just made me
fine.
think about something, but and we did talk about Ariane, but now I'll say this about her. I overall, I don't really feel sorry for her completely, but I will say that what I see is a damaged soul. She's the kind of woman my mama always talked about, where she would say, some women so stupid the man got to leave them because they ain't going nowhere. And I think in her situation, that's what we would be looking at with her. I do think it is something to be said, if nothing else, she is a cautionary tale. And while I don't agree with the way she has handled herself and she has moved, there have been flashes of a conscience that we've seen with her that let me know. And I think that's why people like myself get so upset with her, is you're not oblivious to the fact that what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah.
You know it's wrong. You know it. But you are choosing to make other decisions that have consequences. And so I agree with you, Chit Chat. Ariane is quiet because she catching hell. She is catching. And the thing
Few
is, and
people.
this is where I feel sorry for her, the hell she's catching is nothing compared to what she's
To what's
going to.
Yeah.
Because what she don't look, when Martell finished, Knox gonna pick it up and keep it going. That's the rest of her life. And that's the last thing I'm gonna say about it.
Hotel 2.0,
Oh
allegedly.
yes. And the thing about that boy is him and her.
Together.
Ooh, child.
Together.
All right, now that's the last thing I got to say. Thank you, thank you, Cutie.
Thank you so
What a
much.
word, sister. What a word. What a word.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I took notes and everything off of Diva over here. I even put it on the screen. Let me know if I put this correctly, Diva, before you drop down. Where is it? I cannot afford in my life what I know I can put in yours.
Oh, yes,
Is that correct?
that's it.
Ooh wee. Oh word. You hear me?
Look, and put it in context. Whatever revenge you talking about taking out, whatever you think you could do, and the other side to that is again reaping and sowing. You might
Yeah.
be able to have that little, Pyrrhic victory. Yep, I got her, I got him, but it's coming back,
That's true.
and nobody's worth it. So I'm just like, I'm gonna let God deal with you, and I ain't got to worry about seeing it again.
Yep. That's the best
Yes,
answer.
Well, good night.
yes.
You all be
Thank you
blessed.
so much, Diva. You as well. God bless you. Thank you so much. Who was next? Red Ann. Hey, Red Ann.
Hey,
How
hello,
are you?
panel.
Real quickly, Red Ann, let me acknowledge we have 810 people in the chat. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Let me double check the likes real quick before we go on. I may be satisfied with the likes. We have 1K likes. I'm definitely satisfied. Thank you guys again in the chat. You guys are keeping it cute. I really, really appreciate that. This may be a chat that I'm able to turn on after the live. Sometimes I gotta leave them off. Y'all be cutting up. I probably can't even turn them on because of Blessed Queen B talks about
Is she
judging.
cussing allegedly?
Ooh, that's because for Blessed juggle some things back in the day, child.
Ooh, she was doing some dirty talking.
Let me let people know this. And Red Ann, go ahead. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, no problem. I wanted to say this. I caught a little bit of Mel's live. I was kind of sneaking and watching it while I was at work,
Mm-hmm.
and I understand exactly. I felt her pain, as
Yes.
everybody did. Um, Simply because, as a woman that has went through it, and if you've been a woman that has gone through something like that, it hurts. It absolutely hurts. And I know she's getting therapy for herself because in in order for you to be whole for the next good man that God is going to bless you with, you have to have had some type of therapy to be able to heal from all the trauma that she's going through. And um, with the kids, um, it's always a really really touchy sad situation whenever there's kids involved, and it's even a double whammy when it's the father of your children. Um, and I know she has them in therapy, so I just, I want to keep her in prayer, keep those children in prayer because she's doing the right thing. In all of this, she has never dragged that man like she knows she could have, never did like she knows she could have. But the day will come when all of this, every single piece of a conversation, these kids
Yes.
will be able to pull it up and look at it if they're not already doing it because they have phones. He may not be smart enough to put parental controls on their phones, but they will ask him questions. They will demand answers. Or they may get to the point where they just absolutely don't care and just will not have a relationship with him at all.
Mm-hmm.
That is very possible. And that's something that he'll have to deal with, you know? And I know for me, my son is his father's namesake. And there came a point where he did not want us to call him by his father's name because he said he hated that I named him after his father. So he still to this day wants to be called by his nickname that
Mm.
we call him. And that's from hurt, that's from pain, that's from, not having that connection with his dad. And I know that Tank is gonna feel that. I know he is because he's a boy. I know he is. And for that little princess on the other side, Coleslaw's daughter,
Mm.
I, whew, I don't, I know what she's thinking. I know exactly what she's thinking because that was me. I was a product. I was, she was a product, but I can only speak for me. I was a product of an extramarital affair. So I understand the hurt. I understand wondering why, why mom are you doing this? Why mom are you doing that? Many times I asked, why don't you find somebody for yourself? You're beautiful. Why don't you find somebody for yourself? I'll never do anything like that because I love myself and I deserve more. But for a girl to see her mom stoop to a level of accepting scraps from
Desperation.
a man,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to do whatever they want to do with you, then they leave and go home to their wife. You I love my mother, but I just could not understand why. Why? And it angered me as seeing that as her daughter. So I can only imagine what that little young baby is thinking and what she's seeing. You know, I,
Yeah.
I can only I can only imagine. I can only imagine. But also, I want to say this one thing: with all of this mess that's been going on, I wanna I wanna really understand. And I know we've talked about this before with Anonymous because I know Mel is her soror. I really would like for somebody to hold Tisha accountable for how she moving in these streets with her sister.
Yeah, well, yeah. And I know where you're going with this. And like I told you guys before, as far as me participating in the conversation isn't doing it in itself.
Right.
And like we've been talking about tonight, God's timing will and
Mhm.
karma will spin the block on everybody.
Yep.
So
Mm.
I'm not going to encourage anybody writing, you know what I'm saying, all of
Oh
that, because
no,
you know what I mean.
no.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot of people that just not they just don't care. And we have to realize Love and Marriage Huntsville does have a large following, but I don't know if it's that large where you know what I'm saying, people will watch and say, hey, maybe. Now
Right.
Anonymous, I'm sure Anonymous probably made some moves herself. I can't speak for her. You know what I mean? But in
What
God's
you up here doing that chitty chat bang bang?
huh? But you said it a lot, so
Look,
I'm just
like I
It's
said,
just a
yeah,
level of. It's just a. I just and don't get me. I'm a black woman first.
it's not
I.
sisterly. That's what you're
It's
saying. It's
not.
not
It's
sisterly.
absolutely not.
yeah.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Right. But you know what I said
Before.
about that before, Red, and I get it, sororities and
Right.
all of that.
Right.
I
You know.
understand that, but you're
Right.
like you just said, you're a woman
Yeah.
first, you're a human first, and to me,
Yeah.
that's secondary. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But go
Right.
ahead.
Right. And I know for me, I am I am one of those women, and yeah, I'm a Scorpio, and you don't want to cross me, but I will give you the shirt off my back. I will. But the moment that you show me that you can't be trusted, or I have to side eye you, oh, we're done.
Yeah.
Done, done. Over. There's no coming back from it. I'll forgive you because that's what we're commanded to do. Because if we want forgiveness from our Father, we got to forgive others.
Got to.
But you don't have to be in my space. You don't have to be in my space. I don't have to, you know, uh, open up my home to you. Give. I don't have to do any of that. But to see this level of the just anger and just the underlying hatred is just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah. It is. It is. And I'm sorry, I just put in the back chat. I'm gonna run and let the dogs out. But yeah, it is unbelievable. We've been watching it for years, and I think that, like somebody else said, that's how this village started. I try to talk about more stuff, but Love Marriage Huntsville is a lot going on the show and off. But yeah, I think that that's how this all formed. You know what I mean? Because we've seen it like time after time, day after day, week after week. And yeah, karma will spin the
Yep.
block for sure. For
Yes.
sure.
Well,
But
I'm
there,
gonna I'm gonna step down so somebody else can come up, but I'll still listen. But I'll
all
kind of
right,
drop
well,
down.
thank you so much, Red and
Yes.
don't hold it against your mom. Everybody goes through things, and you know what I mean. But I can understand how you take it personally, and
Mhm.
you never know. I think in
Yeah.
this case, I can't speak for your mom or whatever. I've said this probably from my first video. Side chick, mistresses, affairs, all of that has been out since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
When it comes to coleslaw, she was so blatant with it,
Yeah.
disrespectful with it, out in your face with it, braggadocious, all of the above. And that's what a lot of people, she's not the first side chick.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Understand. Understand. But she also needs to realize that if he was asking her to do this allegedly to expose male, what makes you think that if you don't do that, he may not do that to you?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know
What
what?
makes you think that he won't do it to you? He's said multiple times he likes to record conversations
Mhm.
because if down the road he needs you to do something, he can play this recording. He
Right,
said that.
right. And you know what? With you saying that, another way that we can look at this too is maybe, possibly, I don't know. But not only has this been, I would say, freed male spirit a little bit, vindication,
Mhm.
but it could
Mhm.
have been something that he was holding over Coleslaw's head too. Look, I got
Correct.
text messages of you saying that you were willing to do this. Who knows? This could have
Right.
helped her in a way. We don't know.
Right.
You
Right.
know, we don't know.
Correct.
But yeah, he
Correct.
definitely has complete control over her. No respect. Anybody that will put you in harm's way where you could be taken away from your children, because again, this is illegal, what we're talking about.
Correct.
He don't love you. He don't care about you. None of the above. None of the above. So,
Her daughter's father he really needs to be watching.
yeah, hopefully he is. Hopefully
So
he is.
yeah.
Great, great points, Red. And thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Now, I believe that we had Anonymous next. We had Renata next. Anonymous, be nice. I'm stepping away to go and let my dogs out.
You don't want to put my banner up? Okay.
Your banner is up, but be nice, Anonymous. I know everything you say is alleged, but if you feel like it's something that you shouldn't say, please.
I'll say this, that is fact.
What's that? I can't even let you out. Lord have mercy.
Remember Melody when she was talking at the opening of Black to Martell Holt? I call him Hotel. When they were outside after the opening of Black, and she eloquently told him that when you kept speaking to my enemy, then that's an out for me.
Yes, she
She
did.
was referring to the peasant, Arian Curry.
Yeah, she was.
Okay. And I'll give you the Destin trip when she was speaking to Hotel again at, I guess that when they were supposed to eat with their family, but he decided to have his private table to talk to her for that trip. She told them Latifa or Letitia and also Marceau or legs, hips, and breasts were her enemies. But you, Hotel, were the ringleader. I just want to make mention because a lot of people don't remember. Melody has told you on live on Love and Marriage Huntsville, and it's been recorded, who she believed her enemies were. The peasant, Arian Curry, and Letitia and Marceau. So now let's get to Miss Parson, shall we?
Who is that? Oh.
The lady that is now making her rounds on content creators for her story. Who are her affiliations and associations with? The peasant and Letitia.
Who are we talking about?
The Miss Parsons, the lady that was at the tea table.
All right. And we are trying to keep her history and all of that. Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about her affiliation and association with the peasant who Melody said was her enemy on Love and Marriage Huntsville, and also Letitia at the Destin trip. So, do I believe a broken clock is right twice? Yes, but it's still broken.
Who?
I'm not going to give
a lot of codes. Just say it.
I'm just saying I'm not going to give credence to a person who revealed what was already revealed by Instagram and posts because Martell and Hotel and Melody were fighting via Instagram. Critical thinkers who are millimeters know she already talked about what was allegedly there.
And as far as Carson,
I'm not revealing the name. I'm just stating what had already been said was in writing. It did need to be said verbally.
Okay, but give me a second. When I started off this live, and I believe that you were in here, I let it be known that Carson is not under attack over here. I'm not questioning Carson. If Mel found it in her heart to accept a message from Carson and leave it there and move on, that's what I'm going to do.
And that's what I'm doing.
No.
I'm giving my thoughts, my feelings.
Yeah, I get that.
I know, but what I'm saying is this. She's affiliated with people that she said were her enemies. Yes, she said what happened. That's it. I'm not going to give her more credence than anything. Yes, she told the truth about what happened, but it was already told.
Everything wasn't.
Yes.
Everything.
But my thing is this. I got that. I'm getting to another level, not on her. It's not about her.
Good. Go ahead.
Because I don't care for her, and I'll let that be known. So you can say Anonymous said that.
No, well, Anonymous.
I'm just saying, I don't care for her. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, no. We're not about to argue, you and I. So, I'm respectful to you and respect my wishes when it comes.
I am respecting your wishes, but I don't have to say I like her.
And you don't have to talk about her, is what I'm saying. So what else you got?
Well, hold on now, Chit Chat. We're talking about the situation that she talked about that's dealing with Melody. What I'm leading to, let me get to that, okay? Now, this lady is revealing something that happened in the private boudoir of Melody Shari.
Lord have mercy.
My heart hurt for her, the fact that she even had to, on this live today, reveal it to stem what was happening. Is it hurtful that you find out that the person who said that they loved you at the altar and would protect and serve you was your enemy? I'm sorry, put yourself in her shoes.
Who?
Melody's.
I think, hold on, calm down for a minute, okay? I think we all have put ourselves in Mel's shoes. I think we all, that's been the whole topic of discussion since this live started 2 hours and 38 minutes ago. Okay? And if Mel can lead in peace when it comes to this girl, because I think that that's what's currently got you worked up a tad bit, because you feel like since we're not talking bad about Carson, that we're disrespectful to Mel.
That is not
okay.
what
I'm
I'm saying.
me then. What's
okay? Well, let me say it. Chit chat. Okay. It's not about her giving it. It's the reason why. Why was the need to have this lady who just appeared on the show to give something that intimate?
Are you happy that it came out anonymous?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Do you think that this has freed or vindicated Mel anonymous?
Mel, it already was there. What vindicate for what?
Mel said herself that she knew it was true because he sent her the screenshot. What
Correct.
she did not know was the plot to put it out there. So without Carson, Mel wouldn't know, you wouldn't know, I wouldn't know. We wouldn't have been talking about it for the past 2 days. So what's...
Okay, well, let's say this. If somebody's threatening revenge porn, he sent the pictures. Just use deductive reasoning. They're going to use somebody to put it out, right? When somebody's doing evil or criminal acts, they're not... Hold on.
Yeah, because we're going into an area that I choose tonight not to go into.
Yeah, but okay, I'm confused here. Hold on, Chit Chat. I'm just saying what she talked about as the plot, that's usually what people who do those acts will do. They'll use people that are not necessarily them to get it out there. That's all I'm saying.
So who do you think used, other than who we said that we feel like used her in a way? So what you're saying is you feel like she was put out here to put the information out that you just admitted was already out. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. There's another purpose or agenda behind this. It's to break Melody or to have her leave her show. And all I want to say is this. Look, Melody, when someone is your enemy, they'll do things like this. Enemies don't play by the rules. They don't think of moral ethics or good behavior. They don't do that. That's why we have people that are in the judicial system in certain things. How low a person can go if they don't like you or you're an enemy, believe they'll take it that level.
Okay.
That's what Diva, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that's what Diva was talking about with Saul and David as the example.
Right. We call Diva's message loud and clear. So I thank you for speaking on Carson. Did you have anything to say regarding Mel's?
I'm going to talk about Melody here. Yeah. Okay. Melody, I know today was tough. And it's tough not only in the sense, it's a difference when somebody else who is not the mother of the 4 children of the man that was your enemy has to reveal the plot. That's a tough burden to do because your children will possibly have to look at this, that this is what you and your father were going through. I feel for her. I have empathy for her.
Yes.
I have emotional intelligence to know that something that was this private and difficult is not a good thing that you have to put it on YouTube to stem the tide because people are still worried about Melody. You should have stayed in a marriage with the man who wanted to unalive you, in my opinion, allegedly. Because we had a money deal that we had to do with the 47 acres, in my opinion, allegedly. That's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying for her is that's hard that she has to do that. Hopefully, by the grace of God, with therapy, and the fact that she just has to explain that's what happened to her children. But that's a difficult moment. I felt for her tears there. I felt for the fact that she is my sorority sister.
Yeah.
I hate the fact that this had to happen to her. I hate the fact that in September 2022, when this was happening, Carlos and his production team and the other people could have taken steps to protect her, but they chose to look the other way.
Good night, Marie.
I hate that.
We hate it.
I hate that.
And we're gonna move to another person for a quick second.
Yeah, you go ahead. I know you got to protect yourself, but like I said, I'm not happy about this at all. It's my feelings, and all that. But I don't care for the lady. I don't care for that.
In talking on the panel, you must also listen. So I'm not, again, trying to be disrespectful. I know how passionate you are as well. So, you know, again, tonight on this panel, I'm not even looking into what I'm rejoicing in tonight and how the spirit was moving all up through this chat tonight. I'm trying to keep it there.
Okay. Well, I'll let you go. I'll drop down, honey, because I didn't feel that. But thank you very much, Chit Chat. It's been great.
Okay. Let me take a breather just for 1 second. Anybody backstage, anybody on the panel, because I really don't want to, and I hate that it's come to this when it comes to Anonymous. But Anonymous, if you're still listening, I felt a little disrespected tonight. I felt a little disrespected tonight. And you know, you and I have had talks a couple times when it comes to you trying to get your message across and I'm trying to get my message across, and it appears that it's just button heads, angry, all of this. You know, maybe we'll get another chance to chat, maybe we won't, but again, I'm going by what Mel is putting out there, and I don't think keeping everybody riled up and scared and this and that and all of that, I don't think it's really serving a purpose. My thoughts, and you all are definitely welcome to your own opinions. My thoughts, thank you, Eleanor, is that Mel was thankful for Carson. And that's all I'm giving over here. So I am listening, Ramonita, or whatever your name is. I've been listening, very respectful. People that come and frequent my channel and my lives know this is not my character. Okay? So I am listening. And if I say I'm not during this live going to dog Carson out, that's really what I meant. So there's a lot of other channels out here that's willing to do that. I'm not going to uphold something where Mel says she was thankful for, and then I'm just going, no, I'm just not going to do it. So it is what it is. Okay, Romanita. All right, I'm gonna be a little more disrespectful right now. Okay, give me 1 sec.
No, Chit Chat. No.
No. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. All right. So in order for me not to be disrespectful to you, I'm just gonna block you. All right. God bless you on your YouTube journey. 1 second, guys. All right. I'm gonna have my sis Renata to come in because I think I need you right about now.
Yes, ma'am. Oh my God. Let me just tell you guys. Hello, chat, first of all, and panel.
Hey,
How you guys
Renata.
doing this evening? What we will not allow, because I came today. I'm locked and loaded and I'm armed and dangerous today, honey, with the fire of the living God. Let me tell you, I was in prayer so heavy today because I cried and I cried. And I just said to God how wicked people can be. And he said to me, I said, Lord, I've been praying. I've been asking you to touch. I said, I've been fighting a good fight for Martell, saying he can be redeemed. And God said to me, he can. He said, but remember, daughter, whom I have blessed, no man can curse. and who I have cursed, no man can bless. And I said, well, God, so he told me in so many words, take my hands and stop praying for Martell, because Martell got to go through this. He's going to go through this. Then I began to see some visions of him just being lifted up, and he was reaching out, and I saw his children standing there, and he was crying for them, and they were shaking their heads saying, no, daddy, no, go, we don't want you. And I started crying, and I said, God, what is this? My heart is heavy right now because we've had such a beautiful, everybody came in here with the spirit today of God, and was just speaking through each and every one of us. What I don't want us to do is be at odds, because see, that's what the enemy wants. And Anonymous, if you are listening, I know your passion in your heart was for Melody. And I in my heart, I don't believe she meant anything towards you, Chit Chat. I just think sometimes, as you know, when we get passionate, we just going. And sometimes it's hard for us to sit back and listen to what the other person is saying. So I don't believe she meant anything. And I understand. And I will say this about the young lady Carson. People may come and can say that she knew about it. She was sitting there and she knew about it and she never said nothing. But I'm going to say this to people. Her obligation, she didn't even know Mel. So it was the people that knew Mel obligation that should have said something to her about the plot and the plan. If Tisha was aware of it and she knew, she should have said it. But
Exactly.
at this point, I don't care who know what, because see, what the devil meant for evil, God turned that thing around. Carson was sent there to confirm to Mel, not to those of us who believe her and knew. It was to confirm to the people who were saying she's this and she's not, she's giving Martell a hard time and she's this. This is why her boundaries is up. This is why she don't want this man around her. Now, my next situation is to look at and see how Shari is going to move. Because how could you be with a person that you know has a tendency that was going to do that to someone he was with for 14 years? I want to see how she's going to move. It don't matter. She better stay clear and get away from Martell, because what Martell is getting ready to go through, who God, I'm going to tell you, whoever is around him and is with him, they might want to stay clear of this. I'm telling you tonight, I'm not going to say too much. I'm going to let everybody else go, because when we close out, there is a fire and a prayer in my belly, because that demon, them demons and devils, I got to send them back to the pits from which they came. They're not going to have no power and authority over Mel. See, y'all think y'all see her blessed now? We think we seen it. The pinnacle, you have not seen it. We have not even seen. Her mind can't even imagine what God has in place. And they mad now and they hating now. But you wait and you see what's going to happen to this lady in the next 2 years. You watch. They're not even going to. So that's why Melody is not concerned about the evil and the snakes and the Carlos and whoever else is doing whatever they're doing underhanded. She's not worried about this, because her eyes is fixated on God, and she's looking to the hills from whence cometh her help. You cannot trust God and believe God and take your eyes off of him and worry about the other stuff around. God will take care of everything that is around us. God will take every care around. He will deal with whatever's around it, because he knows all, because he knows the hearts of men. So even there's some enemies that may be undercover that she'll never see, but God knows. And so he'll deal with them. So that's why it's not for us to fight. That's why he say, hold your peace and let me fight your battles. That's why. And I know sometimes we say to Mel, well, you need to say something, but she got that thing. Because look how God is vindicating her. This ain't going to be the last vindication. God is going to continue to bring it out, because now he knows I can trust you. When I told you to be quiet, you stood quiet. I can trust you. So now I'm going to vindicate you in front of all your enemies. God, let me tell you something. The God that we serve is if we just stay in his presence and stay with him, God, the things that God does for his children. My God.
Yes.
I just feel
Bless, give me 1 second, Renata. Bless, I keep muting you because you have a
oh,
TV or
okay.
something on. So,
Uh,
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Renata.
And I'm telling you, panel, the things that God has for us, He loves us so much, but He chastises those who He loves. And let me tell you something: you cannot continue to just put your foot upon somebody's neck, just keep on going and keep on going, and think that God is not going to deal with you. That's why that story of Saul and David, as Diva said, is so important, because even though David had many chances to kill Saul himself, God told him, touch not my anointed. Because God told David, I called him to be king. I knew all this was going to take place, but I called him. You let me deal with him. Because had David put his hand upon Saul, there would have been a punishment to David, even though Saul was wrong. So Melody really is really following the instructions of the Lord.
Yeah.
And we're not going to sit here. I give kudos to that young lady, Carson, because at least she's the only one on there who said something. That's what I want to put out
She's
there.
the only
She's
one.
the
Yeah.
only one. But it wasn't, and what we fail to realize, it wasn't her obligation. She didn't know Mel from a can of paint, and Mel was not her friend. It
Right.
was not her obligation to say, yes, morally, if I knew something about that, maybe I would have said something, sissy. Maybe you would have said something, even not knowing her, say, listen here, but you can't be mad at the young lady because it was not her obligation. When she told it to Tisha, and it's not even not Tisha, that was more on Tisha to have said something. So
Yeah.
whatever their little schism and plan is, let me tell you something. They better sit on back, and they better stop this, and they better go on about themselves and their life and worry about what they got going on. Because they keep on putting their hands on her, and they keep on putting their mouth on her. They get ready to see a result that they're not ready to receive. So they
Right.
need to stop it. They need to stop it. They get on, they really do. We got to learn how to treat each other with kindness and with love and humanity. We got to stop this. The days are gone, sister and panel, where maybe me and you might not get along, but you know what? I leave you in your corner, you leave me in my corner. I ain't trying to hurt you. You ain't trying to hurt me. Now everybody is trying to get each other, this is just crazy to
And we need to
me.
put the blame on who started this whole thing,
Thank you,
which is the
Cheryl.
cockroach,
Which
Martell,
Right.
yes,
and the other
Lord have
cockroach,
mercy. I
And
Carson.
tried.
This
right.
is
And
where the
one
I
blame
really
second.
lies.
tried. I
And get
really tried. Sorry,
This is
right.
sister.
And
Go ahead. Go ahead,
give me
sister.
1 second, ladies, real quick, because I just want to address a couple comments.
Yes.
First of all, it's definitely nothing personal against Anonymous.
No, it's not.
I want to focus on real quickly. Carson was used as a vessel to deliver a message and didn't even know it. So
Yeah.
those that joined my live late, I put that out there in the beginning. In this chat tonight, I'm not trying to be mean. I said this. I'm not trying to lecture my supporters or subscribers or
Yeah.
anything. I'm not trying to make you guys believe what I believe, but to set the tone of how I wanted this live to go, because I'm not about to jump on that woman. Period. I'm
Okay.
not about to do it. So
Can I jump in? I just want to.
you can in a minute. Give me
Go
one
ahead.
second.
Go ahead, sweetie. Go ahead. No,
I
sister,
also
okay,
I
go ahead.
also want to address Yolanda. Yes, Yolanda, I get that. But tonight we're not talking about the criminal activities of whatever. What Martell, let's keep the focus on Martell. This is where Carson's message came from. What he did was criminal. And if anybody want to jump up here and talk about it, feel free to do so. I'm not shooting the messenger. Period. If it comes out down the line where this is not speculation, then we could talk about it. Right now, everybody is putting their own opinions in, beliefs in, and everything else when it comes to Carson, and I'm just not gonna do it tonight. So I'm
Right.
sorry. Who did I cut off? Renata
Yeah,
or
I was talking.
okay? After Renata, we'll get to who was
Cheryl.
next.
Cheryl,
Oh,
go ahead, baby. Go ahead, Cheryl. Go ahead,
no,
Cheryl.
No.
after Cheryl, after Renata, we
Oh,
got 3 people that hasn't spoken.
oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
So, oh, happy mommy. Oh, happy mommy, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining me. What are your
Hold
thoughts?
on, hold on. Chit chat. Before you get to the next person, can I just say this real quick and address that what Anonymous was concerned about with
Yeah, after
Carson?
oh, happy mommy. If you don't mind,
Okay.
Red Apple, just give her a couple seconds. Thank you.
Hello, Chit Chat. I'm so excited to be up. This is my first time coming online on any
Thank
one
you for
stream.
joining me.
Welcome.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. And I love Maritha. I love, I think it's Rashada. I love hearing Anonymous and Bad Apple and all the rest of the people that come up. So I wanted to kind of give like a male's perspective. I was talking to my husband about what had came about yesterday, and he basically spent 10 years in Alabama, going to college with his undergraduate and his graduate degree.
Mm-hmm.
And we started off watching the show because we thought it was going to be like a good couple show and seeing black excellence, and it turned to something different. So he was like, I'm out of here. And so I was telling him some of the things that Martell was doing, and he was just like telling me like, oh, well, that's Alabama, that's normal. And so the reason I wanted to come up here and say that was because I see like a lot of ladies, and I know you guys call them pick-me's and all that. A lot of pick-me's, they come and they're like, well, why didn't Melody do this and why didn't Melody do that? And his viewpoint of seeing, and he gave me a story, and it's not really, I'll kind of keep it short, but the story was basically he was in college and he had a friend, a homegirl, and she had the R word happen to her. She called my husband. This is just to give a plot to how Alabama worked, and I was just thrilled back after this story. And so he went to go. She called him. He went to go pick her up, and mind you, he's a California boy. We're from California. And so he took her to the hospital. She was telling what happened, and the police came and everything. And he said that the police wouldn't even take her information down until he had to get loud and physical with the cop because the person who R'd her was his frat brother. So they didn't even take the report because that was his frat brother. Although they weren't close, he knew exactly who the person was because they were in the same frat. And so he was basically telling me like down south they really take their fraternities and sororities really serious. So if you know that your homeboy is doing something that's grimy and dirty, well, if you go to the court system and say they know him or he knows someone, well, they're going to cover for him, whether they know him closely or not. And I was just thrown back. I'm like, wow. And he was like, yes, that's the reason why he's still getting away with everything he's getting away with because the Alabama laws are still 100 years old. They're like, they're terrible for women out there. And so I remember because I was supposed to come out there and move, and he was just like, no, because he had to, get physical with a lot of men out there because they're very handsy and they're very aggressive, and the women are taught to bow down, and so that's why he knew he couldn't date, like, get serious with the woman out there because they're different. And so I just wanted to come on and just say that a little bit, and then just also say that, like, yeah, when I woke up this morning, Melody was on my mind heavy, and I had no idea why.
Mine too.
And then I started praying for her as I was running my morning errands, and then she came on live, and that just really broke me down. I'm like, wow, this man is really terrorizing her. And
Yeah.
I just told my husband, he's like, that's normal, that's their reality, and that's why the men are not covering, and the women are scared. He's like, the women are scared, they probably want to help her but they can't because that's going against their husbands. And if
Yeah.
you go against your husbands down there, like, there's repercussions. Now I'm not from Alabama, so I don't know, but he's like,
Wow.
he's seen it firsthand. And so yeah, I just want to come and give like that viewpoint because I feel like that was a key, point missing. I know that there's
Yeah.
someone on the chat that's from Alabama, but this is just from a man's perspective of what he's seen.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
And you
it's
know
all so
what?
crazy.
You know what? Oh, happy mama. Oh, hey, happy mama. A couple weeks ago, I remember Mel, and it had to have been on one of her lives, but she spoke on how she went somewhere. It was a place of authority, so she didn't say the exact words. And basically, the person didn't take her serious.
Yes,
I
I
took
remember
it
that.
like she went to the police about something,
No.
and they basically disregarded what she was, trying to get done. That was just a couple weeks ago, and I'm sure I got it taped or whatever, but that
Yes.
makes a lot of sense,
Yes, I had told I that when she came on live and said that, and I was just telling him trying to fill him in because we just kind of like gossiping a little bit, and he said, yeah, that's exactly right. What she went through probably was that intimidating. He said most women back away, they don't report, they get scared, they get intimidated, and that's what they do in Alabama. And so a lot of women just, they don't say anything, they just let it happen. So I think that because, I don't like Letitia and I don't like Kimmy, but I feel like that's just who they are. That's all they know. That's where they're from. That's how probably the other women out there are, they're probably just like that, and Melody was just like, I'm not having that. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
So no matter how bad it is, and like I sit there in her messages, I was like, God formed your millimeters as your weapon. Y'all see me go, I go hard in the comments. I don't really come up, but I'll be like, talking and going hard and going at people because I'm like, some of y'all are dumb. Like, what is going on? But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I came up here to say.
Wow, great perspective and definitely something to think about. Like somebody in the comments just said that it's like that in a lot of small towns. The South has been known, to be that way. And yeah, that's a good part. I mean, that's a good way of looking at that. So thank God Mel had the strength to leave and to live her story out loud. A lot of people gave her a lot of slack in the beginning, saying, why would she come on TV and tell this? And now, if you guys could look at the support, the women that's been touched, the men, it's a lot of men that's been touched by her story. I think it was definitely God working back then. So great points.
And I just want to say one more thing. I'm not bashing Carson. I believe her situation 100%. But it's kind of odd that I was just watching another content creator's YouTube, and then Carlos King is up in the chat promoting Bell Collective. So,
Oh,
like,
wow.
what? Like, what's going on? So,
Disgusting.
yeah, that's just
Disgusting.
all I want to say because why are you
Yeah.
not talking about this situation that's very dangerous and serious?
Yeah, and if he's playing around like that, I do know that there was a troll. I'm not taking up for Carlos, but I do know that there was a troll page of Carlos in somebody else's chat. So you can always click on the person's name and it'll bring up their page and make sure it's him. But yeah, it's so. That's disgusting. It really is. But thank you. We are gonna get to Bad Apple, who has something on her mind. What's going on, Bad Apple?
Yes. You know what? I want to just piggyback off what the last speaker said. Not only is Martell a Kappa, but he's also a Prince Hall Mason.
Is he?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And you know what that means? Like,
oh, wow.
So that's that. Nothing more to be said about that.
Yep. Protection. I never knew that.
Yeah. And so, yeah, he's gonna get away with pretty much everything until he does something that's irreversible, you know. But anyways, I want to address what Anonymous was talking about Carson. Okay, so I'm gonna try to be very short. Carson, I have no smoke for her at all whatsoever.
You don't have what now?
I don't have any smoke for Carson whatsoever. I watched her a little earlier on an interview. She was being questioned by Diana Rose, and she fully understands that she was set up, that this was done for her to do something that she ultimately did not do.
Yeah.
And she explained that the reason why she was at the tea party in the first place, even though she has only done Tisha's hair twice, is that she and Tisha had a difference of
communication,
a difference of opinion or they had a communication issue.
Mm-hmm.
And Letitia invited her to talk about it with the lady, the trainer, or whoever it was they had at their event. And she said she and Tisha had a back and forth at the tea party, just like everybody else did, but they cut it out, they edited it out, and it didn't show. And she was glad that they edited it out because she felt like it would have had a negative effect on her professionally, because Tisha was kind of complaining about things or whatever. So ultimately, they did not rekindle their stylist client relationship, and she no longer deals with Tisha at all. So being that, Anonymous was thinking, oh, she's affiliated with these people or whatever, she actually is not. She only did Tisha's hair twice.
Thank you for saying that.
Right, and she did it on behalf of OWN. Like, when people come in to do their hair, they actually are contracted by the network. And so she actually wasn't even working for Tisha. She was actually working for the network. And after the tea party, they went their separate ways, and they haven't had any more dealings at all whatsoever. So the girl is not affiliated with the Scotts like that, like people think she might be or whatever.
Yeah.
And she, based on the information that she and Diana Rose exchanged, she really was able to figure out that it was Martell and Ariane that really set her up to be exposed as Ariane's friend, because she wasn't even thinking about Ariane, as she was doing her work with the OWN network. Like, she was surprised that that video even came up. The video had never even surfaced until the day the show aired. So she really feels like Slaw reminded Martell that she had this video, and that's what happened. So
Right.
I just wanted to say that, and just let people know that I don't think that this girl is at fault in any way. She
Yeah.
just was being used as a pawn. She didn't know it, and I'm not sure who else knew it, but she personally didn't know it.
Yeah, and you know what? Her name is interchangeable, if you ask me. It could have been Carson, it could have been Nikki, it could have been Philly Girl. We know that Martell wanted that. Again, the focus is on Martell. Martell wanted that video out. He used Coleslaw, and Coleslaw just happened to ask Carson. You know what I mean? So I don't think that it was a plot for them to use her in particular. It was for them to find anybody to carry out the task that he wanted carried out. But I'm glad that she realized that she was being used. For me, she was used in a number of ways. She could have been used by Coleslaw. Thank goodness she had sense to say, that's not right, and I don't want to even be affiliated with somebody like that. And then I think further down the line, she would have been used had this not come out by Marceau and Tisha. There was no reason for them to befriend her, period. You know what I mean?
Right.
Tisha's been getting her hair done for years, okay? So it's not like Carson came along and the girl said she did her hair 3 times. Tisha has been looking a lot different from when she started this show, including her hair. Had nice wigs and everything else. So I think that it was just a bigger plot that was foiled, in my opinion. But great points. Bad Apple, did you have anything else you want to say?
No, that's it, and I'm dropping down. Thank you so much, Chit.
I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you so much. Okay, and next up we got Red Girl. After Red Girl, we're going to swing it over to Pink Diva. After Pink Diva, we're going to go back up to the top and we're going to say final words. Go ahead, Red Girl.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for having me up. I've been in the chat for a while, and I finally got the nerve to come up. I was in the chat probably about a month and a half or 2 months ago, and I spoke about how I thought Martell was getting ready to break. I don't remember the exact word I used, but it was in regards to he was teetering on that line, you know, getting ready to do something real bad. And I think when I said that, some of the people in the chat I heard a little moan, and I thought maybe they thought I was speaking something in the atmosphere, and I want to clear that up. I was not. I only said that because I felt in my spirit. Is that me?
Who is that?
I hear.
Who is that?
Anthony Lofty.
That's gonna hit the camera. If it don't, I'm going to release it.
Renata.
And I.
Go ahead, Red Girl. Real quick, Red Girl, to the chat. Guys, I started this live on 10, and I really got down to like 1 or 2. So I see people saying the chat is getting out of control and this or that. If you guys
Sorry,
can
sissy.
please, we're going to end the live very soon. But if you guys can just please keep it respectful, I would appreciate it. Go ahead, Red Girl. Now, Red Girl, can you repeat what you said? You said somebody in this chat said you said what?
No, nobody in the chat said anything.
Okay.
It was something that I said that I had picked up on Martell, that he was getting ready to do something real serious or stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard a little moan in the background, and I felt as though maybe somebody was thinking I was speaking something in the atmosphere.
Oh, gotcha.
But I want to clear that up. I was not. It was just that I do have a spirit of discernment. And I was picking up that Martell was getting ready to do something really not physical, but I knew it was going to be something really could be damaging. I really didn't know what it was. But anyway, after all this happened, and usually when I'm feeling something, and when it happens, then my spirit gets light. And when all this broke, I got a light. My spirit became light. But anyway, I'm gonna take a different turn from that. I'm gonna go back to the skating ring where the girls were having the birthday party. And I hear people saying, one day the kids are gonna see this, and one day the kids may not want to be with him. Well, if anybody noticed those kids at that skating ring, Mariah, the camera was on her for a little bit, but the little bit that they showed, Mariah could barely tie her roller skates on because she was watching her mom and dad. I don't know if anybody else picked that up, but she would turn her head. She couldn't tie her shoes because she kept looking back in the foyer. Okay, when he finally came in, she ran up and she hugged his neck real tight. To me, I felt like she wanted to hug him to kind of diffuse him. And then if anybody else picked up on this, Boss Baby was standing to the side and she had her hands on her hip, kind of looking around. He half hugged the kids, but his eyes was kind of searching the room. And a lot of people know that what he was trying to do. He was trying to see who was in there. He thought maybe Mel had a friend in there or whatever. But I say all this to say this: those kids are already seeing what their dad is doing. I don't know what I know. Different states have different age where the child can say, "I no longer want to be with my dad. I don't want to be with my mom or whatever." I think in Florida, I think it's 12. I'm not sure, 12 or 13. And we should be praying for Mel. We definitely should be praying for Mel. But God knows we need to lift those kids up. They seeing something that a child should not see. I mean, we know a lot of children see a lot of things. But I pray that God will guard their ear gates, their eye gates, and their spirit gates. Because these kids are seeing things that they have no business because of what their dad is doing. If he goes that far to try to humiliate and and shame their mother, what is there a limit that he won't go to do? I mean, what he was planning to do was about the most disgusting and the lowest thing a human could do. Now, is there some place lower that he can go? We don't know. But I know one thing, we need to keep those kids in prayer.
Absolutely.
And we need to, well, all of them, Mel, her kids, everybody that's close to her.
Right. I agree.
Needs to be covered.
Yeah, totally agree. And thank goodness that I believe that Mel definitely has the close protection, family and friends and pastors
Of
and
course.
spiritual guiders and all of that. And thank goodness, Bless, please go on mute for me, please. I'm sorry. Thank goodness that she also has the kids in therapy as well.
In therapy, yes.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It looks like a lot of people woke up today feeling some type of way. You said it, Bless said it, I said it. I think it was Oh Happy Mommy said it. A lot of people woke up with Mel on their minds today.
Yeah.
I think that we also need to look at that as, God putting her on our heart today, and then her being able to have the courage to speak out. But great points. We are, and I do appreciate you for sharing that, girl. Definitely something that I think that we all, everybody that's in a right mind, are doing, and that's praying for the children and Mel as well. And Martell,
and we have to. I was gonna say we have to pray for Martell.
Exactly.
Because he's being a vessel for the enemy,
right?
And he doesn't even realize it.
At this point, he is the enemy. So we gotta. He is.
Gotta pray for him.
Yeah, definitely. Prayers to him as well, so that hopefully one day he'll be prepared to deal with his actions and questions from his children when they become adults. They're going to have a lot of questions. A lot of questions.
I don't think it's going to be when they're adults. I think it'll be when they're
it may come
teenagers.
Before. Exactly. It definitely may come before teenage years when they have full access to the internet and all of that. But
especially Boss Baby.
Yeah, all of them. They're going to have some questions. You know what I mean?
You always have one that's more outspoken than the others,
Right. Yeah, especially if something as drastic as what he's tried to do that's been revealed for sure this week. So yeah.
But anyway, that's all I need to say.
Heavy topic.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I thank you. I really appreciate you. God bless you. I hope you have a great night. We are going to go
I hope you all have good night. I'm gonna drop back down.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good
All
night.
right, we're going to go to Pink Diva. After Pink Diva, we swinging up to the top, and we're going to end this thing tonight. We're ending it with Renata and Pink Diva. Go ahead, Pink Diva.
Um, I want to say, first of all, I have enjoyed, all of the positive things that everybody has shared, and just, the coming together and everybody being on one accord and just having Mel's best interest at heart. I think most importantly, we need to make sure we don't lose sight on Mel's wishes. It's so easy for us to become passionate about how we feel and what we think and how we think things should happen. But I tune into what Mel said, and she stated that everything was good with she and Carson, and that she believed her, and that she is showing her grace. So why would I take it upon myself to spew other things when the person that this indirectly affected is not? So I'm not going to push that energy if Mel isn't pushing that energy. I think we all should respect her wishes and do as she has requested. And I think things will go a little bit more easier than her, because at the end of the day, yes, this is horrible because this is something her then husband attempted to do. But at the end of the day, it's just a sex tape that was between her and her husband. So it was, you know what I'm saying? Like it's bad that you would consider releasing this to the public, but at the end of the day, she knew about it. She just didn't think he was stooped as low as he was plotting to do to actually release it. So, so I get there could have possibly been a scandal behind it being released, but yet again, she knew that he had it. And so I don't think people need to spend too much time trying to attack Carson. We don't know what her motives are or what caused her to want to come out and why she's doing the interviews that she's doing. I personally believe that it was actually forced out of her because people were attacking the girl. People coming at this girl left and right, sending pictures about, her being friends with Ariane and all of this stuff. So in my opinion, she's just speaking her piece. Like, no, let me just tell y'all what's really real. I get that the delivery could have possibly been a little different, but at the end of the day, had she never said it, Mel never would have known. And I don't think people should be making too big of an issue with her. And this is how the devil works. The devil will try to take you and your mind and your thought process away from what you should be focusing on. And you spend too much time focusing on Carson and her motives instead of focusing on Martell and his sick-minded self that was trying to put this plot together. Let's not spend too much time focusing on her that you lose track on the bigger issue, which is the people who were closest to her that knew this was taking place, and none of them said anything. So keep that same energy for Tisha and Martell and all of her close then friends that knew about this and did not say anything. Let's do that. Let's not spend so much time focusing on this chick we don't even know that just surfaced and she had information. She didn't lie. It was the truth.
It was the truth.
So, I take her at her word, whatever, and please believe, whatever the motive is, whatever the reasonings is, it will be exposed if it's something malicious. It will be exposed. It's not for us to be the judge and the jury. We can sit up here and have all of these panel discussions and talk about this, that, and the other. Still, it would be revealed if it is anything that's a personal attack against Mel. Everybody that has tried to come against this lady has at some point been shown up. And I believe if she has any ill intent, she'll be showed up too. But as of right now, Mel says she's in a good space. So I have to believe that she's in a good place. I'm not going to be around here just cutting this chick just left and right, looking up her history and her birth certificate and all of this kind of stuff to try to prove her connection to the people on this show. She's having interviews. She's saying it. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I mean, so what do we do?
Right. Oh my goodness. Thank you for that because that's all I've been trying to say. Again, I don't want to jump down anybody's throat and all of that, but I do think that this was also an attempt for Mel to say, hey, I acknowledge what's being said. I spoke with her. I believe her. I'm good. So let's keep the fodder down.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Let's keep let's remove the everybody talking about it, everybody blaming her or this or that. I just thank you, Pink Diva. I'm at a loss for words right now because I can't get it out exactly how I was trying to. And I am going to apologize to the chat because I definitely wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but that's all I'm saying. And it's either you believe this girl or not. But to, you know what I mean, drive yourself crazy trying to piece together this. Okay, I know she said this, but was it this? Or was it him? Or was it her? No. For me personally tonight in this live, no. Like Pink Diva just said, if there are still things to come, it will be revealed. It'll be revealed, you know? So, who? Thank you for that, Pink Diva. Were you done? Did you have more to say about that? I needed.
No, no, I'm done. I just want people to make sure that you're not spending so much time on the Carson situation and you are allowing Martell and Ariana to slip out unnoticed. Put
Yeah,
the focus and the fire right there.
yeah,
That's where the attention needs to be. So let's just not lose track. Let's just keep Mel lifted, Martell, Ariana, all of them, because they're going to need it. They
yeah,
are going to need it because they have not seen the fury that is going to come their way. So we just have to remain positive. And if we're saying that we are supporters of Mel and that we're riding for her, you don't want her to come to these chats and, listen to these videos and then she starts seeing this divide. That's what the enemy wants to do. He likes to divide. When he sees that people are coming together to rally for his servant, he will always send somebody to try to divide. So
yeah,
we need to stay focused on the bigger picture. If you ride for Mel, support her, respect her wishes, and then let's just keep moving forward. If she's moving forward, we have to move forward too. We can't say we're for her and we're doing something opposite of what she's asked us to do.
yes, yes. I totally agree. And we can also say that when it comes to, and again, I'm sure that she appreciates the petitions that's made an impact, especially when it comes to Wanda and all of that. But what you just said, Pink Diva, I also say that when it comes to watching this show, it's a lot of people that are very adamant and wanting the show canceled, wanting the petitions, wanting all of that. And I think that, like you just said, if you are really supporting Mel and Mel is saying, look, guys, I'm showing up. Look, guys, the ratings was because of this. Look, guys, I'm going to be live tweeting Saturday and all of that. If you're still on the path of wanting it to end, then maybe the YouTube channel watchers, or you watching the YouTube and participating and comment, maybe it all should end for the person that can't see what she's trying to put out. I honestly believe there could be a bigger plan in the works. Mel has a production company. Who knows if they may end up switching production companies? I think that with her wanting to continue to film and all of that, it may be a bigger purpose that maybe she don't even know. Maybe it's something that God is involved in. But it's like it's two-sided to me because you're supporting her, but you want this platform that she says, as of this point, she still wants to continue on to be removed. And we get the reason why people want it to be removed is because of what we've seen and what we continue to see. But yeah, great, great points, Pink Diva. I appreciate that. Words, definitely words of wisdom. Before I swing up to the top, I am going to get Pretty Brown Eyes. Pretty Brown Eyes was finally able to get on. We had a full house tonight. Pretty Brown Eyes, before I get to you, Again, to the 700, what is it, 752 that's still watching. Thank you guys so much. I am blessed, Pecan Pam. I believe Anonymous and I are okay. I do believe that we do need to have a talk so we can learn how to, maybe we should have went to the tea party.
I was just going to say that. Do y'all need a tea party?
Y'all don't need the tea party.
Some effective communication.
That's what it was about.
But see,
You need some effective communication as well, but it's all good, nothing personal against Anonymous. But let me add Z French G as well. And go ahead, Pretty Brown Eyes. What's your thoughts?
hey, good evening, everybody. Hey, everybody.
Good
Hey,
evening.
Well, see, this is what I wanted to say. And it's just piggybacking off of what you just said about you and Anonymous. This is the whole plan from the beginning. They want all of us or all of you content creators to beef with each other, to argue. They want the fans to fight because they want everyone so consumed with that and take our eyes off of the show, off of Melody, and off of what's really going on. So I'm sure whatever is going on, because I was, bouncing from different lives, trying to jump up and get on. But the main consensus is this. I guess we have to give her just a smidgen of grace because that's what Melody would want. However, personally, I'm near the cross, not on it, and I still kind of have my eye on it all. But, we just have to be mindful of the different tricks that's going out. There's a blacklist, supposed to be a millimeter blacklist,
Right.
done by millimeters for the people who the millimeters feel are not supporting Melody. Who's to say who even created that list? And then there's well, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Should Melody have came out sooner and spoke up in Carson's defense, or should Carson have came out sooner? It doesn't matter. What we have to do is just stand strong in our beliefs in what's right and support, and not just blindly support, but support her as a woman, or really support all women, uh,
Mm-hmm.
for that matter, because we can't say we love and support Melody, but then we bashing our other sisters that don't agree with us. All we can really do is pray for them and hope that they do see the light.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the different petitions, I was just on the other content creator, and Carlos, or somebody pretending to be Carlos, was in the chat, and they
Yeah.
was talking about fire him, and he basically is like, that's his show and he's not going anywhere.
Right.
Basically.
Somebody already confirmed that was a troll. It was a troll.
Oh, it was a troll. Oh, okay. Well, either way, even if it wasn't a troll, it's little things like that are set to divide us,
Right.
to be honest. And if all of us are standing for the same thing, I guess we just have to kind of, how they say, you like how you take cough medicine, hold your nose and swallow some, it's gonna make you feel better in the long run, but you feel bitter going down,
Yeah.
and that's kind of how I feel about the Carson situation, only because I just, part of me feels like it would have never been said had either Coleslaw or Martell not got mad because she was on the show before Coleslaw got on the show.
Yeah. And let me say something real quick to you, Pretty Brown Eyes. As
Yes,
far
ma'am.
as what the debate, because that's what it was that Anonymous and I have, I don't feel that anybody sent that to happen. That's just two people that feel strongly about what they were talking about.
Well,
So
I wasn't necessarily speaking on yours. I was just saying, just don't let us get divided, because
right.
I was on another content creators chat and they were saying that the millimeters
are attacking this girl and doing this and doing that. And I'm like, well, if you really think back, I'm arguing with somebody, and it's like,
Yeah.
where does it end? Just because we don't agree, it's almost like the Pepsi versus Coke or the dang on Trump versus Biden debate. It's like, if you don't like them, you the devil. And at the end and beginning of the day, had she not went on TV, you know, she said that the person who outed her was either Ariane coming from a fake page or Martell from a fake page. She didn't
Right.
say that was millimeters. Yeah, yes, the millimeters, you know, got to the bottom of it, but we didn't out her. So, that's what I was arguing about, because it's like everything that goes on, they blame the millimeters for it.
Yeah, and that happens. I mentioned the list, and I'm not gonna speak on it again at the start of this show. I'm not down for any list, so I don't know who started it. It could have been somebody else that really don't support her, that started it to get people to start talking or whatever. My
Right.
thing is this: whoever you support them.
Exactly.
Whatever content creator you want to watch them. I'm not trying to cause division. I'm not trying to create an army. I'm not trying to do any of that. What I am trying to do is just what Rosante said here. Mel told us, and this is just me as a woman. I really didn't even need Mel to tell me this. The woman deserves grace. You know what
Right.
I mean? When we all could look in our lives and see what we've done wrong, or see moves that we made where we should have maybe acted sooner or acted later or whatever. I'm not that, it's not that deep for me. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
again, she was a messenger, and message received. You know what I'm saying? All that other stuff, it is what it is. Unfortunately, there will always be some type of beef, some type of issue, some type of jealousy, some type of envy, all of that. So I think that everybody really need to focus on what Rasante said at the end. Who are we to take matters into our own hands?
Right.
When it's Mel's business? And if
Right.
Mel has seemingly found a little peace from coming out today, and like she said, is Revelation Day, everybody else just get some peace, even if it's just for a day, even if it's just for a couple days. I stayed off of YouTube last weekend for a reason. Sometimes you need a break, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So I get that people are passionate. I get all of that. And it's definitely something to be passionate about. But, like when it comes to how I tried to conduct things today, that was my only issue. I'm not here
Yes,
to
ma'am.
talk about her in a negative way. If
Yeah.
there's
Right.
something that's still yet to come out, believe me, it's gonna come out. But
Whatever it is.
down
Right.
there, great. Go ahead.
No, I was like, I'm agreeing with you. I was like, yeah, whatever it is, whatever don't come out in the wash, it'll be in the rinse. And
Mm,
one last point that I just wanted to make, it's just independent of everything that's going on. I know a lot of people thought that Mel was crying, but in my opinion, I am a 15 years of kidney transplant
mm.
survivor.
God bless you.
And when I tell my story about, what I went through and different things, sometimes I get emotional and I cry. And I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm crying because I'm thankful and I'm blessed, I'm happy that I made it through it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm looking at her tears were tears of cleansing, that she made it through it. And those were tears of joy, because so many times she has came out and says what Martell has been doing to her, allegedly. And for whatever reason, because just like she said, because they don't like her, because whatever, no one believes her. So now that Carson has come out and vindicated her, those are somewhat tears of victory. You can look at it like that. Every tear is not a sad tear or I'm hurting tear. Some tears are tears of joy, tears of victory, tears of happiness, whatever. And that's why I think that she was telling her story, and she's healed from it. So she was just happy, I think, because someone has finally took her side. Maybe. That's just how I was looking at it, because when I tell my story, I get teary-eyed, and I'm not teary-eyed because I'm hurting or in pain. It's just you get emotional when you think about all the things that you went through to get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
and it's just gonna come out regardless. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't want the other side to be like, oh, we got her crying, we got, you know what I mean.
Right.
No, she's those are tears of strength, tears of overcoming, and she made it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's just the way I looked at her tears today on
Mm-hmm.
her live.
Yeah. I agree. And I'm sure there's tears that we haven't seen. I do see it in that way, Pretty Brown Eyes, but I also see it. She was hurt. We have to really, really realize what she had to accept. Man already hurt her. He cheated for years and all that. She done went through all of that. But when you hear that he was stooping to that level to
Yeah.
hurt her, those tears were of being hurt as well. Like she said, she got 4 kids by this man. She was with him for 14, 15 years. And she said herself, she once loved him. That would make anybody cry. But she's definitely free. She's definitely over it. But she's still human and she
Right.
feels. You know what I mean?
Even
She,
a mangy dog get tired, QT, and I
yes,
and I and I get it.
yes,
And
yes.
I'm just happy that we can put a pin to this, and everybody can just follow Melody's lead, since we're supporting her, and that's what she
Mhm.
asked us to do. So we can't continue to beat her being mad about the situation,
Yeah.
because she said it's over with, and to basically leave the girl alone. I've never
Yeah.
seen her come out to
Yep.
about anything. So
That's
she
right.
came out, I think, for us to leave the girl alone.
Yep, I agree. And I
So
also think that she has her ear to the streets and eyes to the streets. And so she knows what's going on. And she probably can tell where this could be headed. You know what I mean? So
of
I
course.
agree with you. It was an attempt for her to shut it down. I received the message loud and clear, even
Hmm.
though I made it a point these past couple days to not do it anyway to the girl. But I think it was an attempt to shut it down, guys. Shut it down. You
Yeah,
know,
shut it down. We all jumped to conclusions. Everybody then had their fun, but now it's time for us to just put
right.
our grown woman panties on and just
Mm-hmm.
kind of let it go, and let's go to the next thing.
Let's
You
go
say
to the
something?
next thing. We
Yeah.
already got something to talk about because Martell sitting his ass at home lying to Shari on his couch, trying to convince her that he
And
don't love his ex-wife. Mel
and
is
if
still the topic.
she
Oh,
if
please.
she
I just
doesn't
really
publicly come
wonder.
out against
Yeah.
him, it's
So,
gonna hurt her in the
all
long
right.
run.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just really wonder what he's doing. Like, what is he thinking now? Like, seeing this stuff being discussed
Me
all
too.
over social media, like, I can almost guarantee he's giving Ariane hell for
I was gonna
sure.
say that.
Because why
Yeah.
did you tell somebody?
Yep.
So I can guarantee she's going to catch it behind this because
Yeah.
this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Because how do you come back from this? Like you've been low and you've done some low stuff, but it was easy for you to throw the stone and hide your hand. Now you have somebody other than Mel that's saying this. So you can't say Mel is just a bitter ex-wife, and the pygmies can't say that. And they've been very quiet these last couple of days. I haven't seen none of them coming out to defend Martell in this mess. Usually everything is Mel's fault that this has happened. They have been squeaky quiet. You don't hear them saying anything. So I'm just wondering, like, what could possibly be going through his head in this moment? Because if he thought he couldn't get ahead before, oh, buddy, this just puts you 10 steps back. And it just goes to show he needs to pay attention to how God moves.
Mm-hmm.
Every time he try to come out with something, every time he think he's getting 2 steps ahead, he get knocked 20 some steps back. Since that's his favorite number. Every time something always come up to reveal itself of something that he's done, and he does not realize yet that you are your own worst enemy. You are never going to prosper in anything until you repent and turn from your wicked ways. And I mean not until then. So he's got a lot of stuff to think about. He's got a lot of stuff to think about, and he has not seen the half of what he's getting ready to go through. So I'm just waiting on Carlos King to come out and do their little press conference and try to debate this. I'm interested in seeing how that goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, ladies,
so,
I just want to ask y'all this one thing. Do y'all think Coleslaw dry snitched?
I don't know.
To him or
Maybe she was just tired of him making her do stuff.
No, I think what she, sorry for cutting you off. I think she's the one that somehow had something to do with that video surfacing. See, she thought it was gonna go one way, but it backfired on her. She's
What video?
smart.
What
Yeah,
video?
what video?
The video with she and Coleslaw talking.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
What video?
You're losing me. What
The
video
one
now?
with Carson and Arion on live. I think she's the one that allowed it to surface. Honest to God, I believe that. Because what happened was, see, Arion's not smart. She's looking at it from a place of, hold on, how's she on the show? I'm trying to get on the show. They talking about me. They using my likeness. So she thought she was going to sabotage Carson, but it got flipped on her and Martell. I think she's the one who put that video in the atmosphere. I don't know if she used a fake page and it surfaced out there, because look what the wording said. And I'm not saying a millimeter couldn't have said this or whatever, but it was like, oh, you was on the live talking crap about, my gut. Now I could be wrong, but my gut is telling me that she put that out there and thought it was going to deter, because you know how Melody do. Anybody that got anything to do with them, she don't fool with them. You know how she is. So she thought that was going to happen, because in her mind, she told on herself. She never came out. When Stormy got on her live and said, I don't know this girl. She just sat up in the parking lot. Didn't Ariane come out 2 days later and say, keep your mouth before I start talking?
Yes,
She put that little post up. Should I respond or should I shouldn't have? But she ain't came out because she knows that this girl is telling the truth. And because Martell had already confirmed it when he did that to her over the summer, sending her that text message. So this girl, let me tell you something. This is something wild to just make up in the atmosphere. This ain't nothing like Carson came out and said, girl, she was telling me that, you and Martell was broke and y'all ain't had no money. You would have to really sit there to think, what could I lie about? Oh, let me say they put a tape together and they was going to make a fake pay. Like, who's really sitting there to think like that up? That's how I know that young lady is not lying. And let me tell you something. Like y'all said, everybody has agreed. We're going to grace this young lady, because Mel has graced her. And how am I going to be mad at this lady when the person who the offense was done to ain't even mad? So we can't be mad. We have to let it go. Mel is not mad. So you may say, oh, well, she should have told her. But I'm not mad at her, because her obligation was not to Mel. Yes, I'm a type of person that if I had known y'all in person and I knew something like that about y'all, whether I knew y'all like that and I came in contact, I pull you to the side and say, sissy, Miss Chit Chat, I don't know you like that or nothing like that, but I'm gonna tell you what was told to me, just so you be on the lookout. That's me. When it's something hurtful like that, when it's something detriment, that's me. But I'm not judging her because she just wanted to mind her business. I'm not judging her for that. But she's the only one that said anything. So can we give her grace for that?
And you know what?
Yeah.
And I agree with you, Renata, but think about it. God probably kept her to keep her mouth closed because
come on in here. Come on, sister.
she
That's your turn to preach.
she exposed more than
Yes,
just
she did.
Martell and Arion. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's the thing that people need to really look at. Mel was harmed when the man first said it on the reunion stage.
Yeah.
Mel was harmed when he sent her the screenshot in the beginning. So you know what I mean? And like everybody else, I forgot who said it. I think it was you, Pink Diva. God was preparing her to be able to deal with things.
Yes. Yes.
And it could have broke Mel if she had told her.
Pink Diva had a word tonight. Pink
It
Diva
could have broke her. It could have sent Mel in a downward spiral. So the point is, the message has been relayed.
That's it.
Yeah. And can I just say something quick to chat, please?
Sure, go ahead, Bless.
To one of the thing there, what Mel says that this validated her, because remember Mel talk about it, but none of us, we just glide over it because I was like, oh, in my mind, Mel, you just got to be careful if that is what he's threatening to do with the revenge porn. But nobody really dive deep into it and know the depth of what Martell was really doing. She said it, but she and all didn't even know that this is what he was literally planning to do. He sent her the video with them and threatened it, but she didn't realize that he was planning to take himself out of it and put her as having Felicio on another man. Because as she said, he done call her a whore, all this kind of thing. So he literally wanted to destroy her. And Carson now come out, you understand what I'm saying? And as Renata was saying, I believe with every fiber in me, Arian is the one that put out that video with she and Carson, because she's like, oh, so you get on the show there and nobody, I want them to ask, who are you? And I mean, some of the millimeter and everybody get in.
Wait a minute.
And they really went in on that young lady.
Wait a minute. The video was put out?
You want sent to YouTubers. Like I
it was
heard
sent to
Diana Rose said
YouTubers.
somebody sent it to her, so it was sent out. Meaning
the video of Melody and Martell?
No. Of Arian and Carson talking.
Oh, okay, on that live.
On that live. And Carson said that she was not in Huntsville at the time.
Yeah,
she was not.
Yeah, but do Arian understand? I mean, no. She don't understand. She don't understand.
No, she don't. None.
This is a criminal.
Hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second. Now this is, and we're going to continue to talk. We're at 3 hours, 56 minutes. I'm not sure if StreamYard cuts me off at 4 hours. We shall see. I'm not sure, but I was just going to say, just in case, it's not me. But,
okay.
Go ahead. And after Bless, Cheryl.
Ariane is very slow because she asks the Carson the question, and I am sure that is when Carson tell her, listen to me, you can go to jail. She really understood to a point what Martell was asking her. And I'm glad that she asked that young lady that question, because all now Martell would have been in jail. Martell would have thrown her under the bus.
He sure would have in a hot minute.
Sister in chat, don't y'all understand that is a federal crime? And even though you put it under anonymous page, the federal government can track the IP address, where it was made, what time it was made. They would have gotten caught, and Melody would have pressed charges. You're so daggone, excuse me, Lord. You're so stupid. And the fact that you consider it, I respect Carson, because Carson said the fact that she had to ask me, should she do it? That was enough for me.
That was
that
enough.
You didn't know that was wrong to even think to do that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is Martell would have thrown her under the bus and
Yes,
said
he
they were
would have.
knocking boots, and she take his phone when he fall asleep
Yes, he
after
would
his
have.
2 minutes exercise, and she sent it to herself, and then she let it out. He would not have taken responsibility for him.
Nope.
Telling her to do it.
No,
And
he
it's
wouldn't have.
her words against his.
Yeah.
And
But
she would
what
have looked as the bitter scorn mistress.
yeah. What people need to also realize is Carson even dropped some gems to Coleslaw.
Yes,
Because
she
what
did.
he told her was the truth. Because again, at that time, Mel and Martell were married or whatever the case may be. And she told him, well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe the divorce wasn't final, so still married. But she told her he will throw you under the bus. And he would have. Martell is all about Martell. So the girl has just been a messenger all the way around. We know Ariane hasn't been smart enough to say, you know what? She's telling the truth. Mel realized she's telling the truth. And people want to find fault with the truth. Who cares how we got it? It's the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Well, listen. By Ariane not coming forward, she already know what she did. Because if somebody's accusing me of something like this, I'm
girl,
going on live and I'm coming forward. Like,
I would have
what are
been
you
calling Tasha K
I
again.
would have been calling Tasha K,
Tasha,
Tasha S.
Right.
I'll be
Carlos
calling Tasha
King.
K, Tasha S, Tasha Z, Tasha E, everybody.
She
If
got to drop
somebody,
that baby first,
Cheryl,
allegedly.
maybe,
let me tell
huh?
you how I know that girl Carson is true blue. Somebody
Right.
asked her tonight, if something happened and you had to go to court and testify, would you? She said, I would without a doubt.
Look, look, I feel like this.
Law got to have that baby
go.
first.
But
She said
hold on.
allegedly.
But no, but
Hold on.
she answered it.
That's that Midwest type of woman.
Yeah, but she answered it, sister, with no, she answered it with no hesitation, no intrepidation. She said, if anything come out of this and we have to stand in the court and Mel called you as a witness, would you stand up there? She said, without a doubt. She would have to call me
And
more
who
than
knows?
she would have to call me more than once.
It might come to that. Who knows? I don't know allegedly.
Well, she
Because
done
maybe
did a
she
lot of
could get her
videos.
restraining order or
But at the
something.
end,
This
One
man
at a
is
time.
loony. Go
yeah, I'm
ahead,
gonna
sorry.
finish. But at the end of the day, you see, she's not responding to anything. She put
Thank you.
this stupid poll up, and she wasn't going to respond because she only going to incriminate herself even more. But at the end of the day, I blame the whole thing on this cockroach, Martell. Because Melody said he was the one who started, and he the one who was sending her them that video. He started sending her that video. So he started the whole thing from the beginning. And he tried to get Ariane to take the fall. Because sometimes I think, and I may sound crazy, but I think sometimes Martell trying to get rid of Ariane. Because by asking her to do that, he already knows she'll be the one that he'll spin the narrative and say she took it out of his phone or whatever the case is, and he'll finally be rid of her for good. That's what I think. It's my opinion.
She remind me of an episode for my man.
Yeah. And all along he
That's
playing.
what we're looking at.
Yeah,
How
he
is
playing
it different,
her.
Renata? And I didn't mean to cut you off, Cheryl, but how is it different?
Sorry, Cheryl.
In an episode
It's
of
okay.
If you're willing to do this for your man, that's what we're looking at. She was willing to do this for a man that ain't even never claimed her.
Sister, say it again. I like the way you say it. For who?
I don't know how I said. I'm sipping this margarita now.
It was good.
What about
But my thing is this. This is my opinion, and like I said, it sounds crazy, but I just feel like Martell is trying to get this girl out the picture because he's never. I mean, even if he changed his whole life around and got with somebody and he just walk a straight line, this girl is gonna always be a thorn in his spine.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, he could have been trying to set her up and to say if anything come out, I'm gonna throw her under the bus. I'm gonna throw her under the bus. I'll get off scot-free like he always do. I'll throw her under the bus, get rid of her. They'll lock her up, get rid of her, and then I can move on and do what I need to do. Because that girl is gonna always be a thorn in Martell's spine, even if he changed and be this totally different person. This girl is gonna always be a thorn in Martell's spine. Period.
See, Can I
But
say something?
ladies,
Can I say something?
sure,
One
sweetie,
second,
sorry, go
one
ahead.
second. We're gonna go to Oh Happy Mama, but let me respond to Cheryl real quick. Great
Okay.
point, Cheryl. Dog it. You guys just made me lose my thought. Oh, he already resents her. I don't care how
Right.
much he tries to act like he hates Mel and all of that. Mel gave the man 5 years to get it together. So he
Mm-hmm.
already resents Coleslaw.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah.
he's about to mess with future money because we got all type of stuff over Instagram for that suit collection.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
wow. He
Yeah.
do?
Somebody representing you that's attempted revenge porn. So that was
Right.
started earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because of her mouth, she didn't mess this up for him. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I
And
mean? So
always does. And
always.
that's just why Martell is thinking the way he thinking. If I could get her out the way in his sick, demented mind, if I get this girl out the way, maybe Melody will take me back. Maybe Ariana is the one thing that's stopping us from getting back together. Because as
Lord,
long as Melody knows she's around, she's not gonna have nothing to do with me. In his
Yeah,
stupid mind, crazy mind.
yeah.
Cheryl,
yeah.
I don't think that is him I don't think so. I
That's
think
Listen,
how I
it's him
feel.
holding.
listen,
I don't think that he's trying to get rid of her. I think
Yeah.
listen.
I think the opposite.
I
I
think the
Listen.
opposite. Yes, sister. I don't think so.
What
I
I'm
think
Tell me,
saying,
you got a
I'm
right to
saying,
your opinion.
right, but I'm saying by him getting her involved, and everything is coming from her phone. Whatever she's doing is going to probably come from her computer. Everything that's in her name, or computer wise or device. Yes, it looks to me like he kind of trying to set Ariana up.
could be.
I don't think that
But
Because
no, I just think he
you know
knows she's
why?
stupid enough to do it. That's all.
right,
Because he would never ask Sheree
right.
to do
Right,
no
but
stuff like that. He
but
would never
hold
ask
on,
Sheree to
Rihanna.
do that.
I
Well,
said
Sheree would
Rihanna. I
probably
said
do it too.
Rihanna. I said Rihanna. I'm
After
sorry.
Cheryl, after Cheryl, we're gonna go to Oh Happy Place. But Renata, look
Girl.
at it this way as well. This is the final thing that he knew that probably the final thing. No, I'm not even gonna say that because I'm sure it's more. But this
Hmm.
is something big that she was holding over his head as well.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Coleslaw. They've
God.
written it together, but you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? That's why Martell has never come out here and blasted that girl after all the disgusting
Mm-hmm.
stuff that she said because he
Yeah.
knew that they had this together and probably more. So
Why
who
you think
knows?
they always arguing? The man doesn't want to be with this woman. He
He
wants
resents
her.
her.
He resents her, and he wants this girl out the way because
I
she
don't
gets
believe
on
that.
live and she talks a lot of stuff about his business
Oh
and
yes, he
stuff that she
resents.
be saying that he's gay and all kinds of stuff she be saying. Martell can deep down be trying to get rid of this girl by setting her up to take the fall. And it
Mhm.
wouldn't surprise me because Martell is good for throwing every and anybody under the bus
Yep,
that he can to get out of it coming back on him.
that's a good point.
And she don't seem to realize that. She think Martell is doing all this because he love her. Martell is doing a lot of this to set her up so he can keep his name out of it. So he gonna say,
Martell
"Oh
never
well,
Martell never loved her because
he
if that
never
girl
loved her."
got
Yeah.
pregnant, Martell would no, I don't know. Mel said she would have been out of that anyway, but there would have been a fighting chance if you know what I mean. So he
Yeah,
resents her for
if
sure. Let's let Oh Happy Mommy go ahead. Oh Hey Happy Mommy.
Oh, hello. So yeah, I just wanted to just go off of what the caller was saying. I don't
Somebody
think.
got a lot going on in the background. I'm sorry. If you're not talking,
Sorry, that was my blender. Sorry.
oh Lord. Go
You
ahead.
messing with Margarita.
maybe one, Renata.
I'm good now.
Before I address the comment, I want to say to the ladies in the chat because I've seen a lot of them were coming for me about my comments about Alabama, and it's not a one size fit all. I was just giving it some examples about why I feel like Martell is succeeding or kind of succeeding in what he's doing and why he's been getting away with it for so long. So it wasn't an attack on the women of Alabama. And I still stand corrected with what I said because, in particular, my husband said there's two fraternities in particular that have a bad rep. And so I'm not going to say the names, but I'm just saying, and I know that it's not all of Alabama and all the people, but from
Yeah.
his knowledge and what he's experienced, it's
Yeah.
been most of them. So,
Thank you.
and then also, I want to comment and say that I believe that Martell and Ariane has some type of fatal attraction with each other. Like, I don't believe that he's trying to get
Soul
rid of her.
ties.
I feel like she's already said on her live numerous of times that he has done things that could land them both in jail. He has done things that she's scared of. Like, I feel like if anything, she's scared of this man because she knows what he's capable of and what they've been doing behind the
Together.
scenes. And I don't believe that he will try to set her up to take the fall because a lot more things will be revealed. If she goes down, she's going to tell everything. He's not going to have no control over her. So that's why I don't believe that he will let her take the fall for things. I feel like he's so dumb that the plots that he's planning, he feels like they both will get away with them. She felt something in her spirit that she didn't want to do it. And so she went to Carson because why would she not go to her family members to ask? Why would you go to someone you only knew for a few months to ask? That lets me know that her family may be in her ear telling her some things about him and she's not listening. So she goes to a stranger that she only knew for a few months, and then, Carson says that she was, distraught on the phone. So she was contemplating it, but she also didn't want to really do it. So Carson probably talked her out of what she didn't want to do anyway.
But can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why would a man ask you to make a fake page knowing that could be traced back to you, the mother?
Huh? Because of ego.
It's not ego. It's to put, like this comment says, it's to put the dirty work on her to keep his hands clean.
I don't feel like that. That's the thing. If you look back and you fall back a little bit,
I want to finish.
I know. I understand what you're saying, and trust me, I get it. But if you look back and you see at the way that Martell moves, he does not move from a place of strategy. He moves so emotionally. Like you can see his plots coming. So when he's telling her to do it, she's done a lot of things for him already that we don't know about, but Melody does. We don't know about.
Right, but a lot of the things he's asking her to do can land her in jail.
But both
or
of
her,
them, but
and he knows this, but yet he's still asking her to do it anyway. So
but he's
more
doing
like
those
saying, I don't
same
care if
things.
Huh?
He's doing the. No, I'm not upset. I'm just, just passionate, just debating with her. But yeah, I'm not, like he's doing those same things that can land him in jail as well. They're both dumb. That's all it is. They're stupid.
From what I heard,
it's no deep thought. They're both just idiots.
From what I heard, Martell got some hookup with the popo. So
Martell was a correctional officer.
Right.
Let's forget that. He has ties. Give me 1 second, oh happy mom. We all passionate tonight. Martell trying to save Martell. Martell only thinks about Martell. Again, let's not lose focus on his wife gave him 5 years to get his shit together. Martell only thought about Martell in that moment as well. Martell don't love coleslaw where he's trying to, I agree with Cheryl 100%. He tried to make her the fall guy. Martell could have made I don't see how ego will stop him from making a fake page and putting this out himself. How would that come?
Cutie, can I ask you this question? Because he also said he doesn't read. He also said, and say out his own mouth, he doesn't really know how to work social media. So that's why he's telling her to do those things. Like I said, he's not that smart. I know he don't love her.
Have you seen all the documents he's been able to share? Have you seen all the screenshots he's been able to post? Martell knows what he's doing on this internet.
Exactly. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows how to hack phones. Allegedly.
Martell knows he has a fool, and he wanted to use that fool.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Yes.
He wanted to say, L'Oreal, I'm sorry. He wanted to use that fool, just like I forgot who it was, just said in the comment section. So if it comes to the point where, thank God for Carson, again, if it comes to the point where the authorities got involved or anybody else, the blame would have landed on her.
Yep.
Follow through with it.
Yeah. And he also went to the. Just one more second. One more minute.
Oh,
okay.
And he went to the woman's house, and he went to Ariane's house when they had that big argument, knowing now allegedly that this woman is in Section 8. He's not even supposed to be over there, but he got over there arguing, and both of them ended up at the police, at the popo. That could have caused her to lose her Section 8. It's a whole lot of stuff that could have happened. It's almost like he's like deliberately sabotaging this girl. But it's just me. But go ahead, Miss. That's all I want to say.
Yeah.
I
it's all
agree
our
with you.
personal opinions. It's just
Yeah. It's my opinion. It's my opinion.
Real quick.
I just want to say something.
Real quick. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Thank you. If you sent me a cash app, I will make sure to acknowledge you guys on the post. Go ahead, oh happy mommy. After oh happy mommy, we're going to Z Frenchie. After Z, we are going to L'Oreal, and then we'll figure out an order after that. Go ahead.
I agree with the caller. I agree 100% that he's trying to sabotage her, but he's also sabotaging himself. So that's why I don't really think his focus is fully on sabotaging her, because he's not that smart. He's trying to sabotage himself. She is just stupid enough to follow.
So you think he's purposely trying to sabotage himself?
I mean, why else are you doing what you're doing? There's just
that
no
don't make sense.
reason.
No, he's not trying to sabotage. He's not trying to sabotage himself. Martell is strategically moving. Martell ain't as dumb as some people think he is.
Exactly.
If Martell was dumb and just a fly-by-night type of person, he would not have asked Ariane to do it.
That's
he asked her to do it because he strategically wanted to place the blame on her, so that if anybody got caught, she would be the fall guy. So he purposely did that because he knew what he was doing.
Ooh, that's my sis. That's my sis.
Go ahead, woman.
I understand.
Go ahead.
What you guys are saying. I just don't see it that way, and I get what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
And I don't. From the way he's moving, and even from a man's perspective, when my husband is looking at things and I'm coming up, even from his perspective, he's like, well, "This guy is dumb. Like, is he doing this on purpose?" Because that's what it seems
he's not doing it on purpose, though. He's dumb. He's dumb.
So that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm in agreement with everyone. I'm just saying, to me, it's like sometimes I'm looking like this has to be purposely done.
Well, no, he's just moving out of desperation. Martell is desperate, so he's doing anything necessary to do whatever it is he's trying to do. He's desperate at this point, so that's why to the normal person, it looks like he's crazy and don't know what he's doing because he's not smart. But Martell knows what he's doing. He's sitting there putting all these little plans together in that little pea brain of his. But he's strategically trying to utilize his flying monkeys to do the job for him so he can say his hands are clean.
Exactly.
Martell has a criminal mind. I'm not calling him a criminal, but he has a criminal mind. You know how you can have criminals. They may not been so intelligent as far as book smarts,
but they street smart.
But when they run, they like the Mex. Okay, let me just give you like the the gang. Can I say that G word? Sister. When it's a group of people doing illegal activity. Those people.
Gang bangers.
Yeah. Can I say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you two be tripping. You don't know what you can say. You know how when you had the gangs, and sometimes I watch the prison documentaries, and I'm gonna tell you something. The AB gang and the Mexican mafia, they run that thing so strategic. I said if they was running a Fortune 500 company, they would be probably millionaires. But they're smart in that. But when it come to book smarts, they ain't got it. That's Martell. He may not be book smart, but that criminal. There you go. He didn't. He was in. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry. He's street smart.
I just wanted to say this. He has been having women do his work since high school.
Yes.
Melody helped him graduate college.
Yep.
We're talking about somebody who called off of work and ended up in jail in the same night.
On the same damn night.
Same person. I don't believe he coming up with all this on his own. It is definitely females involved in his.
Who you think would be coming up with that? Or gotta be Coastal. Gotta be Coastal.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. He has
even them clapbacks when he was saying, "Who gonna check me, boo?" And everybody said, "Well, did Sheree say that?"
No,
Somebody
Sheree ain't doing
always
it.
writing his comebacks in his social media
That's what I'm
stuff.
saying.
That
It's
man
not
don't be on this
him.
You
stuff
don't have
watching
to be
movies.
so smart to set somebody up. You don't
That's
have to be
right.
a
Come
you
on in
don't have
here.
to be I mean you don't have to go to 5 years of college or get a master's degree
Come on in here.
to set somebody up. It don't
Say
take no smarts to
No,
set
and
somebody up.
I get that. What I'm saying is she's a willing participant. I don't feel like he's setting her up. She's willingly doing it. She set herself
No,
up.
I
That's
think
what I'm
what we
saying.
missing, I think when Cheryl say set up, I think
Yeah.
you think he's sitting there saying, maybe I think we're confusing what Cheryl, and Cheryl, I could be wrong. I think they think you saying he's sitting there like at the table and saying, I'm just gonna set Ariana up.
No.
He's subconsciously,
Right.
he's subconsciously setting up, meaning that I'm gonna get her to do the dirty work. So if anything happens, it's gonna fall
My
on
hands
her.
are clean.
My hands are clean.
Thank you.
But she
But this,
did my bed. I get what you're saying. I get what you're
but this
saying.
not the first time he has. This
One
is
second.
not the first time. The first time he has gotten her to do something.
That's right. That's right.
Everybody, one
This,
second. And oh happy, and then we're gonna go to you, Debbie.
Oh, we so sorry, Chit Chat. We so sorry. We so sorry.
Good debate.
I'm just trying to get my thought out.
I just want to respond to oh happy mommy one quick. She can't be a willing participant in something that she don't know about. So if he came up with this idea and shared it with her, yes, after he shared it with her, she's a willing participant. But in sharing that with her, he's involving her and he's asking her to do the dirty work. And in doing so, it's going to fall back online and talk about Mel. Go online and say this. Just as recent as after the Destin trip, when told her Mel's business and all that.
Exactly.
We've been using her.
And I
God.
get that.
Sit back to the point.
What I'm saying is, because it's been 7 long years, I don't want to let her off the hook. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to let her off the hook. I'm not going to
She
give
not
her
off
No,
the
she's
hook.
not off the hook. She's not off the
That's
hook.
what I'm saying. I don't want to
No,
make it
she's
that
not off
easy
the
to
hook.
say, "Oh, Martell put me up to all of
But
this."
remember what
That's
Melody said. He's a master manipulator.
Gotta
And
yes.
and Arion is very weak. He can get her to do certain things that'll keep his hands clean, and she'll take the fall for it. This is what Martell does to anybody that come in his path. He's
Yes.
going to make sure he sets you up and keep his hands clean. And he want to get rid of her anyway because she's been a thorn in his spine. He's never going to be able to have a relationship as long as Arion is in the picture.
Okay.
Or do
And
anything
because
in the picture.
common sense would be if you're looking at the average person, all of this stuff that he's attempting to get Ariane to help him with to go against Mel. I wonder has she ever say, why you keep stressing your ex-wife if you saying that she's this bad person and you don't want to be with her? Like, why you keep coming at her? Like, at some point, especially if it's me, ain't no way you about to sit here and still be stressing about your ex-wife and we supposed to be together.
Come on in here. Because let me cut y'all off.
Common sense to ask somebody.
Well,
Y'all
Tiffany,
missing the whole point.
Tiffany asked.
One second, please.
Sorry.
L'Oreal, we're gonna allow. I'm sorry, Z Frenchie. After Z Frenchie, L'Oreal, and then we just
I was
gonna
trying
go
to finish my thought. I was trying to finish my thought.
Okay,
I'm not
go
on
ahead.
that no more.
We have 4 hours and 21 minutes. Go ahead.
So I agree with you, ladies. I'm off of that now. So the other thing that I just wanted to refresh everybody's memory of is remember when they had the scene. I can't remember which season it was, but it was like Melody was doing the show for the new amphitheater in Alabama, I think it was. And you remember when Melody popped up? I mean, Martell popped up with the children. And there was one scene that just has always been on my mind, and it was a scene with Tank. You remember when Miss Vanessa was like, "Hey, can I take the kids to go get some candy?" And Tank sat there between his mother and dad. He wouldn't leave his mom's side. That sat with me, and I just want everybody to go back and watch that because those children have been through a lot with that man, and for him to sit there and Martell had to tell him, "You could go with the kids, go," like all aggressive like that, and the boy finally got up to go. That scene that really sat with me, and that just set the tone for how Martell was. So everybody should just go back and watch that scene.
Them kids are scared of him except for Boss Baby. Boss Baby give him a run for his money.
And if you guys look at Color Me Pinks, I can't wait to watch it. It'll be tomorrow morning now. But from the part that I heard and listened in on, again, she had these court documents. They were detailing what Martell cannot do when it comes to abuse. And the
Oh.
things that they had to spell out that he can't do when it comes to disciplining his kids was absolutely ridiculous. In order for a court to even say that, that means that there was a history. They said something about you can't put soap in the kid's mouth. You can't do this, you can't do that. So he was going to the extreme when it comes to disciplining those kids. So I'm sure that's what you saw. Oh, happy mama. Tank probably was afraid, knowing dad doesn't like us to have snacks or whatever. It's crazy.
Well, sister, can I ask you a question? How did Pink, calling me Pink, get those documents?
I don't know. I only saw about 10 minutes of the live, so I would really have to go back and watch it. It was right before I started my live, but yeah.
Because I thought if it was in a child custody case, them things are sealed. So that's the only reason why I'm asking.
Yeah, obviously it isn't, because it's been a lot of documents that's been going around. But from the part that I heard, she said that she's had this for months.
Oh wow.
So yeah, for months. This was like back in August, I believe, or somewhere around that time. Yeah, it's a mess. So I can't wait to watch it. But
sister, I'm feeling my pina colada now. You got that? Oh yeah, I got my pina colada, child.
My margarita too. But we're gonna get to Big Frenchie. Oh, happy mommy, thank you. Everybody can tell you I love a good debate, and that's what you just gave us. So I appreciate that. Everybody's opinion, that's what we all have. So great point.
No hard feelings. No hard
feelings. Okay.
No,
and we sorry. Don't feel offended. We sorry.
No, I'm okay.
The debate.
I'll love it. It's okay.
It's just a debate. But let me read before I get to you, Z Frenchie. Miss Tasha, I wanted to read this comment and another one. All right. So this one she put, yes, absolutely. Don't ever underestimate Martell, because he is very strategic in ways to destroy Melody. See how he turned the cast against her? He lets his puppets do his dirty work. I could not have agreed more. And then she put, look at how they hold Mel accountable for Martell saying Marceau was cheating with 20 women.
Yep.
Tisha and Marceau was able to forgive Martell, but not Mel. So that shows the type of control he may have. For me, it's the secrets that he holds when it comes to Marceau. But great points, Miss Tasha. Go ahead, Z Frenchie. After Z Frenchie, L'Oreal. Z Frenchie. All right, go ahead, L'Oreal.
I don't know how to feel about the situation with the what's her name, Carson.
Lord, no, you talking about Carson?
I ain't feeling it.
No.
I'm gonna tell you why. I just feel like she an opportunist, period, point blank. And bringing this whole coleslaw up again, why? Why are we here? Why are we here? We sick of Martell, let alone coleslaw, and now her friend. Like, just save it. We don't care. We really don't care.
Mel cared. So do you care that Mel cared?
About what?
Did you see Mel's live today? You there, L'Oreal?
Even if, to me, if she had a tape out, if they went and followed through with a tape, what difference did it make? You had a whole baby. Did you think that was going to spin our eyes to say, oh, Mel's such a bad person? He had a whole baby on this girl. You cheated with this same woman for years.
That's different. Revenge porn is different.
Very different.
I know it's serious, but they didn't even follow through. Is it validated that this is a real thing? I don't trust this.
Mel validated it.
I gotta go back and watch this live because I'm not getting it.
Yeah, look at her live, and again, don't shoot the messenger. The message is loud and clear. I can't tell you how to feel about her, and we discussed this earlier, but again, this was concerning Mel, her reputation, her image, all of that. And if she can be thankful to the girl, and she said that she's very thankful, she says she believes her 100+ I think that everybody needs to.
And Melody did say on live today. I watched the whole live.
I'm gonna go watch it.
She
Cause
said
I'm
that
like, what?
she did say that
Baby,
Martell.
too much.
Right.
She did say that Martell threatened her with that revenge porn tape.
Yeah.
If she
Oh.
didn't stop saying certain things about him. So he did have possession of that. And then he trying to get this girl involved so that his hands are clean and he can say she stole it out my phone. I was intending on it, but she took it and this and that. Martell know what he's doing. Martell is street smart. He from the street. He know what he's doing. Trust me. He knows.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Go ahead, Debbie.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Martell makes that girl do what he wants to do because he knows she don't have nothing. And he is her bread and butter. So when he say jump, she have to say ha ha. And like you said, she really loves him. She'll do anything for him, especially if it's to hurt Melody, because that's the way she gets her attention and affection from him. And the more she do and to do it the way that he wants her to, then she gets more and more love because this is all she has. And it's really working on her mental state.
Yeah.
They have done, this is not the first thing that they have done. This is one of many. She's starting to tell little things because it's weighing on her mind. I like the insurance, allegedly. It's some more things gonna come out. And what Martell tells her to do, because he's taking care of her, she can't say no. She can't act like she don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna hold it over her head because he takes care of her.
Right.
She's a slave and she's beholden to him.
I just hope she realized when she's sitting in jail for 10 years or 5 or 10 years, then I hope she can ask herself,
but Cheryl,
you know what?
She's not in her right mind. She's not thinking of that right now.
No, she not.
Because
She not.
she's thinking of love and trying to get affection from him. And then she may be pregnant now. So he's not paying her as much attention because she don't have the body she had. She's growing with baby.
Right.
So whatever she could do to get some attention from him, she's gonna do it.
Right. I just want to make sure she don't get the attention from the popo.
Okay.
And from other people that might, and then she's sitting in jail and saying to herself, I love this man so much. Oh my God, I got 5 to 10 years.
This is for my man. We are watching For My Man in real life.
I love this man so much. I love him so much. But now, clink, clink, lights out.
Say it, sister.
That's all I'm saying.
Chit Chat, say it.
But I understand what Debbie's saying too. She loves him so much. She's not thinking straight.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
But when you're sitting behind a 5-foot cell, then maybe you'll think, like, you know what? But then it's too late.
And
that's all I'm saying.
Think about how many women are currently sitting behind bars.
Exactly.
And the man is out here with the next woman doing the same thing. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Because they want to be ride or die.
And she don't get one visit from him when she's doing it.
He ain't going to visit her.
She ain't gonna even get that. She ain't gonna even get that.
She won't even get that. She won't even get a compensatory. She won't even get compensatory. She
ain't gonna get that either. The most he might do is take that little boy, or he may give that little boy to her mama.
He ain't gonna take that little boy. He gonna let that grandmother take that baby.
That's what I just said. He might give the little boy to her mama.
That's what he gonna do.
Martell is trying to move on with his life. He's trying to do bigger and better things. She really a liability.
Is he really trying to move on with his life? Then he needs to let Melody go.
He's trying to get money. What he called getting on with his life is getting money. Like that suit line. That's not his line. Carlos fronted that. And who gonna buy a suit? Who gonna buy a tuxedo in the summertime? No damn bad. Come on, face the fact.
Miss Debbie, wait, Miss Debbie. People going to the prom, Miss Debbie. My son is going to the prom.
Your son ain't gonna buy that suit. Your son ain't gonna buy that suit. He's for real.
Miss Debbie, my son is getting ready to go to the prom next week.
No, but he wears suits
He don't want that kind of suit. I guarantee you, your son ain't gonna want that kind of suit.
Miss Debbie,
I can't do this no more.
Sweating like a mug in a suit in 100-degree weather.
I cannot mess with Miss Debbie. I can't mess with you, Miss Debbie. You a mess.
Oh my
Nobody gonna buy the suit, Miss Debbie. Nobody.
Ain't nobody bought no wine. They ain't bought no calendar. They ain't bought no pamphlet book. They ain't bought no cookbook. I don't know what made a man get up there and write a cookbook and he can't cook.
Well,
Be for real.
Oh my God, I can't do this. Boss Baby wrote the book for him. Boss Baby wrote that book for him. So don't worry about it.
Child, that's a little pamphlet. Like a little
That's a pamphlet. That wasn't no book. That's a pamphlet.
And what man you
All
know
right,
gonna be
guys,
walking around
one
with them
quick
tight
second,
pants on?
One quick second. I'm going to add some.
Oh, this picture.
Some.
Hello, can you hear me?
Rihanna, I think you Chit. Really, you Rihanna.
No, Chit. Wait, Chit, what is going on?
Hi, can you?
We got, look, we have 4 hours and 33 minutes. I promise you guys, I'm clicking end at 5 hours.
Okay, but wait a minute. Put that picture back up.
I'm waiting for Esther Dope Child.
Oh, the pina colada is kicking.
I can't do you. I can't do
you. This is a Jesus take the wheel moment.
Please, Jesus, take the wheel. Please.
Yeah.
Blast, I done had my pina colada.
All right, now, real quick, please. See, Frenchie, are you there?
Oh, God, is Jesus.
See, Frenchie?
Oh, help us, Lord.
Frenchie? All right. Go ahead, some. What's your thoughts?
Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm on. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi ladies.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is my first time ever joining a panel, but I'm in the bushes all the time.
Welcome.
I just wanted to bring a theory or a conspiracy theory that's been on my mind all day after been following all of this.
Here we
I
go.
see y'all been on for a while, so you may have already talked about this. I don't know, but I wanted to go back to the reunion with Destiny when she made that comment to Melody that the secrets I hold about you or something like that. And Melody said, go ahead, say it. And then everybody's like, no, don't. I feel like something tells me Martell probably showed her that video and lied and said,
wow.
Yep. And it was her and another man. All of them been talking about it all this time and, accusing, how Tisha kept making all those comments about Mel stepping out on her marriage and all that, all those lies. Especially if it's a time date, if it's a stamp on there that it was during their marriage. He's so manipulative. I could see him telling them all this and they all believe in it. And that's why Mel would say it because she doesn't know exactly what they're probably talking about. Fast forward, Tisha finds out from this girl the truth. And for her not to go back and now tell everybody and rectify that situation, it just makes them all just more grimy and scumbucket than I ever thought they were. And I feel like something they were all alluding to that when they kept gossiping.
I think so. It makes sense.
And you know what? They said that's why Maurice stopped Destiny.
Yeah.
Remember, it was Maurice that stopped her.
Yeah.
Said, no, don't say that.
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
And look, because he probably know what his stuff looked like and knew it was him.
And I got one problem with that.
What?
Martell is on all phone calls are recorded. So he's on there telling Melody that he's gonna put that out with their sex tape. His and hers sex tape out if she don't stop talking about him. So he is the one who told Melody, threatened her with that sex tape of him and her. Melody said it today.
Yeah, because he's a loose cannon. But
he said
yes.
We have a sex tape.
To everybody.
He said yes, we have a sex tape.
Those weren't her exact words, Cheryl.
I mean, not exactly. I mean, I'm not sure, but she was saying that this was between her and her husband.
She knew it was her. She remembered the day.
Right. You're right. Yeah. That's what she said. Something like that.
But he wouldn't tell them that he was all emotional and crazy that day and said that to her. If he already planted that seed with them and they think they have something on her and, they're all sitting around gossiping, and who knows what Tisha and Destiny were really talking about in that hotel room, because Melody did not want to bring it back up, but they kept trying to push her in the previous reunion. So it's no telling all the stuff that Martell has been feeding them.
That's
And
Yeah,
right.
you're right about
dirty
that. Yeah,
women
you're
are
right about that.
believing this man over a woman. I don't care if you don't like her. You know men lie. You know he's the cheater. You know this for a fact. And the fact that they still came up against her, it just, it's just sickening to me that the women would be like this with another woman, regardless
Well,
of
but they
your
jealous of her. They
But
jealous of
Martell,
her.
but
They
right, but
jealous of her.
right, but Martell is stupid. He's trying to turn people against her who was already against her from day one.
Right.
Because them are his friends. Those are
them
his
are
friends.
his friends. Them are not her friends. Them people were against Melody today. They saw that pretty face. They've been jealous of Melody. They were never for her from the beginning. So who is he turning against her? This
He
lady
turned
had
people against but he did. He was successful.
He was.
She had okay relationships with them. We saw the jealousy early on, or we saw something when it came to Kimmy calling her bougie and all of that.
I think the friendship was
her and
fake.
Destiny especially were a little close. And
Yeah.
before this show, they all were close.
No,
So
I just think
he was
I don't know.
successful.
Well, I'm just saying.
But Kimmy was gumming for her from day one, though.
But Destiny just wanted to leech off and be a friend and try to get her contacts. Destiny was never a
He was
friend.
never her friend. That's thank you,
But
Debbie.
that's why I said if you listen to the timeline of when Melody said Martell sent that text message of the video to her, and then you also listen to the timeline of when Carson said that Coleslaw called about the video. If Coleslaw would have released that video, Martell would have still went to jail because he sent the screenshot of it to Melody. That's why I say he's not that smart.
Right.
Yeah, but
So
Melody
he couldn't have
said
set her
that.
up.
Hold on.
Melody said that she told him, I sent it to my lawyer, and this is porn, whatever. So
revenge
porn.
porn.
Revenge. So
That's
that
their
is what
revenge
stopped him in his track. It's not that he is not smart enough to do it. He didn't realize that she is smart enough. Okay, you want to do it? I did this with my husband. I'm going to send this to my lawyer. So he would see and know that this is you and I, not another man. So your ass, and she tell him about, so he knows that. So he still went to try to get around it with Coleslaw.
Right.
Let me tell you guys real quick the timeline.
Okay.
Carson stated that this happened with Coleslaw in October, right?
Right.
What she said, the reunion is taped in November. So Martell was trying to get that out there so he can have that for the reunion as well.
Yeah, but did Melody say he sent the text message in August? Didn't she say
it's August because it happened in the summer.
Right.
Of the next year, though. The next year.
So then he waited August, September, October to try to put it out, but he had already incriminated himself by
he had already incriminated himself. He sent the screenshot to Mel. It wasn't a video. He sent the screenshot to Mel in August when he was talking crazy about Mel online.
When you talking about when he was at the Popeyes? When he was in the drive-thru at the Popeyes?
Right. It was that.
Right.
Yeah, but I watched.
And then she posted about the revenge porn.
Right, and after Melody made that threat that she said it to her attorney, that's when he went to Coleslaw and said, I want you to make a fake page of another man's voice.
Yes.
He's already threatened that she went to the attorney. So I got to cover that up.
Because I've been studying this all day.
We counting down, guys.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to.
We sorry.
I told you I'm ending it. I'm just going to click in. Go ahead.
Okay. I watched Carson's interview twice with when she came out. Well, her live and then her interview with Queen Sheba. And she said that her whole interaction with Ariane was in 2021. Martell did his shenanigans the next year. So I think he was already trying to get her to do the tape, lied to all of them and told them this tape was out there because he thought Ariane was going to do it. She didn't do it. And because it never went through, when he was in a heat of the moment, pissed off at Melody, a year later, he threatened her because it never went through. But that doesn't relieve the fact that he already told them these lies and they've been holding that against her for a year, basically.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I can go for that too. I can go for that. Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense to me.
I can go for that.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Well, knowing Martell, who knows?
He's just a sick man.
He's sick. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. And I wonder what his mama gonna say. Oh, baby, you know you a good man. You a good man, baby. You would.
His mama gonna take her another drink.
Yeah, yes.
She got the drink on that one.
She feeling
if
like
she
me and
hearing
Chit
all
Chat.
this today, if she's hearing all this today, that lady is taking a drink.
Yes, but she's still gonna say he a good man, so it don't matter.
That's all she can say. She's scared of him too. Y'all
Yes,
got to
she is.
understand.
She is.
Martell is diabolical, and he's deranged. They are scared of him. Coleslaw, his mama. You know.
Yeah. Well, you know,
and these
Coleslaw did
other
say
women pygmies, they don't know him yet, so they don't know what to be afraid of.
They'll find out.
Well, Coleslaw did say on her live a few times that she said Martell is a piece of work. She said he would do stuff. I think that's why she complies with him, because she's scared of what he would do. I think that's why he over there right now, as we are on this live, me and Chit Chat feeling good from these drinks. He over there giving her fever in her section 6. He over there right now giving her fever. Paris and poor Knox. Knox is running around. He trying to find it. Look, he around. Knox is running around, knocking over the Henny bottles, and it's just a mess in that house as we talking right now.
No, he in Atlanta. He in Atlanta. He in
Atlanta. Sheree opening her door right now. Sheree,
I ain't say Sheree.
Cheryl, what you know, baby? What you know, Cheryl?
Snap some of them young girls in Atlanta. That's what I heard.
Cheryl, what you know?
He's probably over Carlos King trying to get a strategy of damage control. That's where he is.
You might be right, Miss Debbie.
King house.
Miss Debbie, you might be right. You might be right, Miss Debbie.
Well, all right,
ladies, I'm gonna love you guys and leave you. Everyone continue to be blessed. Chit Chat, great show as usual.
Thank you, Bless.
Blessing overflow.
All right.
You too.
Good night.
Good night.
And now, final comments. Everybody, I'm gonna give you about, let's see, we got 2, 4, 6, about 2 minutes. We're gonna start with Debbie. Debbie, your final thoughts tonight?
My thoughts are that Martell is over there trying to talk to Carlos King. Meanwhile, he in his own brain trying to think of something else. Martell is dangerous at this point, you know. And I know Alabama, the police won't do nothing, but they got he need to popos. Somebody need to do something with him. His mama, she can't do nothing with him. She glad he at Carlos King house tonight. Give her a break. Poor thing. And poor Ariane, she probably getting a break because he done wailed on her real good about messing up that plan. Yeah. She might not get no allowance this month. She might not get no allowance. She done messed up. So, what can you say? But Ariane needs to take a break and leave it alone because a lot of this stuff coming back on her. She got 2 children. She need to think about that.
Yeah. And I agree. And this is the thing. This is not something that anybody could really come in and clean up. You know what I mean? When you got screenshots that he sent you himself, then you got somebody that then came out and talked about it that didn't know anybody and all of that. I think they just going to try to be real quiet and see if this died down. And I just hope that Mel is doing something behind the scenes legally, because I think that's the only way that's going to stop everything. Martell needs to quit getting pat on the hands and, it's time for some charges to be brought up. That's what I would do. But great points, Debbie. He is a mess, a whole hot mess. So we'll see how this all turns out.
All right. Thank you for having me. Good night, ladies.
Good night, Miss Debbie.
Good night, Debbie.
Coleslaw should have been took her ass back to Dayton, however she said, Dayton,
Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But okay. Oh, happy mommy. Final thoughts.
Well, my final thoughts are I had a good time on the panel with all the ladies debating. And I love your channel. And I just want to say, Martell is he's dirty. He's dirty. I'm in shock. I'm really in shock by all of this. And another thing that I want to say is I hate when I hear content creators say that it's just a show, because this woman is actually going through this in real time in her life. So it's not just a show, and that's why that's why all the fans had formed together when we seen, all the cast going against her. And then you follow her on social media, and then you see all this stuff on social media unfolding for one woman. You're just like confused, like what is going on? You just want to defend her.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love the panel, love the millimeters, and
Thank
yeah.
you. And you gave me
Good
what I
night.
wanted tonight, a good debate. I wish Anonymous and I could have turned out this way. I love debate.
I called Miss Carol. I called Miss Carol for you and Anonymous. She
Who
said
is
she's
Miss
going to meet
Carol?
y'all at the
Miss
tea
Carol.
house.
Yeah, tell her to send me to Atlanta, child. I'll come to Atlanta session. But thank
Well, good
you.
night,
Oh,
ladies.
happy mommy.
Good night. Oh, happy mommy.
Good night.
Good night.
Join us again. All right, we're gonna move over to some.
Okay, well, I just want to say thank you for letting me up. I'm always in the bushes, but I love your channel. And
Thank you.
the only thing I would say is there's going to be a lot of fallout from this, not just on
Yeah.
this show, but Atlanta Housewives too. Because Kenya and the gang are going to mention this on the reunion.
Yes.
And then it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the cast move from here, because they're still filming. So this has to come out in the filming at some point. So it'll just be really interesting to see. So thank you so much, you ladies. Have a great night.
Thank you for coming to the bushes. I enjoyed came and dropped some last minute conspiracy theories, got us all thinking.
Just something to think about. Thank you. Good night, ladies.
Yes. Thank you. Hope
Good
you have
night.
a
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. All right, Cheryl Howard, final thoughts.
Martell, your master manipulation gonna turn around one day and bite you right in the butt. But at the end of the day, I'm just glad that Melody's okay.
Oh, sorry.
She got what she needed to get. She got the information she needed, and take it from there.
Yeah.
And that's it. And thanks for letting me up.
You are welcome, Cheryl. Thank you for riding out the whole live. Look at David talking about, I hate you have to end this live chit chat because it's fire. David, 4 hours, 49 minutes.
Cheryl, good night, cousin Cheryl. Good night,
baby. Good
night,
night.
Cheryl.
Good night, Cheryl.
Good night, baby. Good night.
All right, we're gonna have Pink Diva and then Renata, you too tipsy to give us a little prayer tonight.
No. I only had one pina colada. That's it.
All right, Pink Diva, you dropped so many gems tonight.
Yes, she did.
Final thoughts on everything.
Well, I just want to say, just most importantly, to you, QT, in regards to the chat was so dope tonight. I really enjoyed the atmosphere on the chat and how everything went. And I love the way that you gathered and set the tone at the beginning of the chat. And I think everything went smoothly. Everybody have a difference in opinion. You believe strongly in what you believe in, and I believe strongly in what I believe in. And healthy debate is always good. But I just really love and admire the way the chat went tonight, because I've been on some of these chats today, and Lord have mercy, I had to get off because it'd be too much. And, it just be too chaotic. And I love the way that you pull everybody in and remind everybody that it's bigger than us. It's not about us. And it's what Mel wants. And let's just respect what she wants. So I enjoyed the chat. I'm interested in, just seeing how things go from here. Seeing how they squirm and kind of try to wiggle their way out of this and see, just how things pan out, in the future, and see what goes on from there. But great conversation. I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to members only tomorrow.
Members only.
Yes, and I gotta get in members only. I gotta get in.
You do, only. Renata. You do.
Yes, that's dope too. But
yes.
You know that I appreciate you. You get me. It's like some people just get me, and I get them. And I get everybody, even Anonymous. Again, no hard feelings. It really wasn't an argument. It was just me trying to, like you said, keep things on track of basically how I wanted to go. I wasn't in many lives. I think, who live did I see? Well, I saw, like I said, 10 minutes of Color Me Pink, but I stayed out of the live, and I was working, but I stayed out of the lives on purpose because sometimes it could be a bit much for me. And no matter what, even when it comes to coleslaw, I know I say I don't have any pity for her. I don't want to see any harm come her way. Don't want to see any harm come Carson's way. Mel's way, anybody's way.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
So that's why I try to not to come in on an attack mode when it comes to her. So thank you for noticing that and appreciating that. And yeah, you know, the chat was dope, the panel was dope, everything. Everything. It's almost 5 hours. I don't feel like it. I think that's the drink, but I'm still
Girl,
Well, you gonna sleep good tonight.
yes, she is, isn't she?
I'm off of every Friday, so yeah, I'm really gonna sleep in. I need my butt at the gym, but you know, we'll see. But thank you, sis. I appreciate you. To the cutie crew, we discussed, I believe it was in our members only live. Eventually, we're going to try to put together some type of get together.
Ooh, nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Again, no money will come to me at all. We'll get a travel agent, plan something out, maybe end of the year when it's cold in most places and we can go somewhere where it's still.
Oh, that's going to be beautiful.
Absolutely.
That's our goal, to come together as a sisterhood and do more than just debate on YouTube. So
yes,
I appreciate you, sis. Thank you so much. You're welcome to stay for Renata's.
Yes.
Yes, honey. Bring that prayer on, Renata.
Yes, Pink Diva. Let me just say this to you. I hear your heart, and I want to thank you for your wisdom. I want to thank you for the love that pours through you, because every time you speak and say something, even when you are chastising, you saying it with love.
Yes.
So thank you for being a calm in the midst of when it can be a little crazy. You bring a certain calm. That is a gift to have that, because not everybody can do that when there's confusion or if there's static going on. Can they come in and then bring the peace? So I want to thank you for that. I want to honor you for that.
Well said.
Thank you, sis.
Very, I agree. Her voice commands respect in a way, and you know, like you just said, it's coming from a good place.
Yes. She's not getting at you to try to get at you. She's getting at you. And when she's trying to get you to look at something, you kind of got to, when she speaks, you kind of got to say, oh, you know what? Well, I was thinking this way, but she might be right. You know, some people don't have that, but she has that. So I honor that for God placing that gift in you, because a lot of people don't have that.
Thank you, sis. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay, we ready to get on out of here with the prayer?
We ready.
Lord.
Let me say to the chat, hold on, sis. I'm gonna put the membership link. A couple of you guys are asking for it in the chat.
Okay.
I doubt if you're able to click it. So once the live ends, I will post it on the community wall. If you have an iPhone, click the link, go to Google Chrome, and then it should allow you to join the membership. But thank you guys. Go ahead, Renata.
Wait, sister, Google Chrome, not Safari. Google Chrome.
Oh, maybe it's Safari or either or. I think should work.
Okay. Okay. All right, Chad, are we ready? We're going to get out of here and we're going to end this night. Yes, we are. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you for this time of gathering. Father, we had good times. We had good laughs. For any misunderstanding, Father, Lord, let the peace just reign on this chat, Father, for we are a sisterhood that you have brought together for us to laugh, love, and enjoy. Father, we want to thank you. Thank you, Lord, for just gathering us together, God. We want to thank you, Lord, for just keeping us all safe. Father, I pray for every person that is attached to this channel, every person in the chat. Father, I pray right now, God, that you will cover each and every one from the crown of their head to the sole of their feet. Father, I pray that you keep their children, God. I pray that you bless their marriages, God. I pray that you bless their relationships, God. Anybody that needs healing in their body, Father, I pray that you would send down the balm of Gilead from heaven and heal them, Father. Lord, begin to open up the heavens, God. Make ways out of no way, God. Show your people that you are a provider, God. Show your people that you are a healer, God. Show your people that you can do all things but fail, God. We thank you right now, God, for you blessing them and blessing their generations and generations and generations after, God. We thank you right now, God, that every enemy that shall rise up against anybody, God, in this chat, Father, Father, that you would destroy every one of their enemies, Father. Lord, protect them from danger seen and unseen, God. Forgive us, Lord, of anything that we may have said or done that was not pleasing to you, God. Forgive us for any transgressions, God. Forgive us for any sins and iniquities, Father. We ask you right now to forgive us. Father, we want to thank you, God, for that young lady Carson, God. Father, I pray that you will bring peace to her, God. I pray that you will keep her family intact, God. I pray that you will keep her marriage intact, Father. I pray that you will not allow anyone to come and try to disrupt and destroy anything about her life, Father. We thank you right now, God, for that young lady, Father. And Lord, we just come to say thank you for Chit Chat, God. We want to thank you for allowing her to sit at her computer one good old day and decide to open up her platform, Father. For she probably didn't even know what this channel was going to turn into, God. But this channel has turned into a place that has turned to give your name the glory and the honor, Father. We thank you for every woman that comes up on this panel to share their testimony and to give wisdom, God, and to just share words of encouragement, Father. We pray for every person that pours out into this channel, Father, that you would give them a double portion back for everything that they pour here, Father. Lord, I pray that you touch Chit Chat right now, God, where she is, Father. Give her strength in her body, God. Give her peace in her mind, God. Cover her marriage, God. Protect her, God. Keep her safe from every hurt, harm, or danger, God. Anything that is connected to her, Father, we ask. Father, I pray that you begin to open up doors for her, God. I pray that you begin to take her in places and spaces where she did not even fathom or dream her mind can take her to, Father. We thank you right now for her right now, God. And we bless your name, God. Lord, we just want to say thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for I am so honored and blessed to have met so many of these wonderful women, God. Lord, I pray that this peace and this gift that you have given to Pink Diva, Father, Lord, let her use that for your glory, God. Let her go into spaces with women, God, who may have conflict and confusion, God, and let the peace that you have given her, God, be able to be shared amongst other people, God. We thank you right now, God, for everything you're doing in our lives, God. Every member of the chat, Father, bless them financially, God. Bless them, God, greater than their minds could ever think or fathom, God. We want to thank you for everything that you are doing in our lives, God. And we want to give your name all of the glory and all of the honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Woo, girl, listen. Pass the offering plate.
Amen.
Lord have mercy. He's going to do it for us.
Pass the offering plate.
He going to do it for us, y'all. He going to do
Please
it.
pass the offering plate.
He going to do it for us.
These is drunk tears or real tears, but they forming up your chat.
Put the picture. Wait, sister, before you go, put the picture back up one time.
Drink. Let me get at the dough. Okay, hold on.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
Girl, that picture is hilarious.
Thank you so much, sis. You know I appreciate you. I've been missing you in my lives. I think we really, really needed that tonight.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I receive it. Likewise, right back to you. Yeah, this was great.
Yes.
Thank you.
This channel is blessed, Chit Chat, and I'm not just saying that I'm on it. See, a lot of people got channels, and that's fine, and they're good, and their numbers may be good, but there is such an anointing that is over here. I don't go on many people's panels and chats and stuff like that because, you know, I'm just that kind of person. Nothing against nobody. I'm just saying, you know, where I lead, and I'm always here, and even when I can't be here, or if I'm at work, or if I got to get off, you know, I miss it. But, you know, there's such a great anointing here because you really, I think from what I know and what I'm observing and what is speaking to my heart, you really care about people. You never created this channel to bash anybody or anything. Because Pink Diva, you know, you'll hear Chit Chat real quick. Don't bring that over here.
All the time.
She be like, no offense, but don't bring it here.
Yeah.
But honey, my sister had the spirit of block tonight. Lord have mercy.
Listen.
Spirit of block. Hallelujah.
She was ready for it. She came in hot. You hear me?
And wait, Pink Diva, you didn't hear me, Pink Diva, when I say, Sis, no, sis. She said, no, I'ma be rude right now for you. I said, no. I said, sister, no. No, she ain't in. Nothing I said. I said, no.
Baby, she came in hot tonight.
Honey, she had the spirit of blockation. I said, Lord have mercy.
It was all up in my spirit. Do you hear me?
She was ready.
Let me tell you something, sister. You is a good person, and I know you are to your heart. But let me tell you something. I would hate to be on your bad side because let me tell you something. Your mouth is
She
something
say,
to
not
behold.
today. Get somebody else to do it.
Please,
she said, thou shalt not try me today. Not today.
That wasn't a day.
She's not today. I didn't know she was sipping on the margaritas, Pink Diva.
I didn't either, girl.
I wasn't sipping then, so you know, I was going through something about 30 minutes ago, child.
Well, that was even worse. She was in her right mind, honey. She wasn't no libation.
Yes,
right.
And nothing to alter anything. And you know, it wasn't on purpose. Again,
I know.
Like I said, I woke up with Mel on my mind, and then this line came and all of that, and it was just one of them, like, I won't say zero tolerance days, but it was up.
That's okay. That's okay. You know, and we all have that because I think what really got at you, and no disrespect if your person is, well, they probably can't listen. I don't know. But I think what it was, you was trying to explain to her, no, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was just trying to say, and she kept on going. So I understood what you were saying. You said, you know what, if that's what you think of me, then don't need for you to sit up here. If you think I'm a disrespectful person, then why would you listen to somebody who's disrespectful?
Right.
And I understood exactly what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I understood. It wasn't meant for disrespect.
I know.
Like I said, with Anonymous, we've had similar discussions before.
She'll be back.
Yeah, but I do want to reel it in because, you know, I think I told Anonymous a couple weeks ago that I was getting messages from people on Instagram where they felt like, wait a minute now, that was a little rough the way she was talking to you. So I know that I get Anonymous and she's passionate.
She's passionate, yes.
And I just don't want it to get to the point like it got to today where it seems like we just butting heads and nobody is folding. You know what I'm saying? And I can't fold. This is my channel. So, you know.
And Pink Diva, do you agree with me when you think that? I think what Chit Chat was trying to do with the young lady said the young lady, I guess she was coming from a place of this young lady has done got beaten up since this episode. So can we give her grace? Can we let it go?
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with how she handled it because at the end of the day, you have to know how to read the room.
Okay.
You have to know how to read what's in the atmosphere. And everything ain't about a pow showdown all the time.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you got to be sensitive to what's going on and you got to take things a different direction. And this is your channel. However you choose to do what you do on your channel, it's your call at the end of the day. I can either get off this live and go somewhere else or I can bow down to your rules. It's just point blank, period.
Her channel is like her house. We can't go to her house and do what we want to do.
You know what it was as well? I saw that young lady fold under pressure this week. And I be damned if I'm going to contribute to more pressure because you never know what people may do. We don't know who can handle this.
That's
true. This. You know what I'm saying? It's been a lot. And this girl came out and said, look, this was going on, this, whatever. That's enough. You know what I mean? If something come out down the line, then here we go. We'll talk about it. But sometimes you got to be able to have a little grace.
Yes, we do.
Know, we can all sit here and say this was going on or, you know, speculate this or speculate that. In the end, we're not there. We don't know, you know. So that's where I was coming from. That's how I wanted to lead it. I'm glad you guys understood that.
Yeah, I did.
Absolutely. Because the girl has been getting beat up ever since she surfaced. You know, everybody has been beating her up.
Now look, and people know I'm not slow. I peep game.
Yes,
I got
you do. Yes, you do.
Of discernment, believe me.
Yes, you do.
You know, but sometimes you're able to really look at a situation and see what it was. And she ain't know nothing about no millimeters, no crew.
No, she didn't.
So you know what I mean? She didn't know. And under pressure, thank God she was able to share what she shared. And I think that there will be something in the works for that.
And she looks so shocked when people keep saying to her that we think you was set up. And she like, you really think so? Yeah. So almost to me, it's like she almost don't even want to believe that they would be so low to even try to throw her in the mix. She looks so shocked when people are saying, we think they threw you in there and trying to set you up to hurt this woman.
And you know what? A lot of people are failing to understand is that what does she have to gain by saying this? Because she already made it to the show.
Thank
So
you.
what do she have to gain by saying this after she's already appeared on the episode?
Yes.
And I get it. You know, I get it with some of the commentary or subscribers and their feelings. I think a lot of people are extremely paranoid. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I also think that there's a lot of mental health issues on YouTube.
Lord Jesus, you better say that.
I don't want to laugh. Lord have mercy with the way
this baby the margarita. I better get my
wait, sister, go ahead. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister.
You better say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it, and I may have to just hold off on that for members only. There's a lot going on, and you also have to be able to recognize that. If you understand, you gotta be able to recognize some things. And you know, I get it. Like I said, everybody is passionate. Some more than others. We've seen, you know, it's a paranoia that I think that needs to be reeled in a bit. Because again, if I don't see Mel get on Instagram and she paranoid and she looking around and she's saying call the police or do that, I'm not about to do it. I'm not about to do it. I have faith that Mel has people with people in place.
Yes, she do.
Period. Yeah, so I'm not about to even put myself there mentally.
That's right. That's right. And if she gave the girl grace and forgave her, how are you more mad than the person that was offended? How?
That's it. That's all.
The woman said forgive her and let it go. So why are we so upset?
This concerns her. Lord, this is margarita. This concerns
yes, honey, because our neck wasn't got. Oh, Lord, shut up. This pina colada. Lord have mercy.
Let's get out of here. We didn't have
Pink Diva. Pink Diva.
Girl, listen.
Girl, I ain't had no more. I ain't drinking no more pina coladas on this live with y'all. This is too much.
Mess. But thank you, ladies. You guys know I'm gonna end this off by saying goodbye to my chat.
Yes.
Great. I've gotten emotional. I've laughed. I've almost cried. All of the above. I really love the both of you. I really mean it.
I love you back.
And you set it off like Queen Latifah and them up and set it off.
I told you. Now look, I already told folks where I'm from. I'm from the south side.
Yes, of Chicago.
Right.
And they don't play over there.
Right, and they don't play, and I don't fight anymore. But I promise you, you show up at my door, you're not making it back.
Okay, hello.
That part right there.
That part right there.
That's all. But thank you guys. We are, oh my God, 5 hours, 10 minutes.
Oh, yes, 5 hours, 10 minutes.
Yeah, so thank
you.
Geez. Music for the chat. Love you, ladies. Hope
love you too.
Love you.
Love you.
Chat with you tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna put the link in and I'm gonna join the membership.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on my community wall.
Okay.
Okay. Good night, ladies.
Good night.
Good night. To the chat. Thank you guys so much. Let me get me some to-go music. This has been an informative live. A live. It was lit. Mildred is the one that got me to drinking tonight. I'm not sure if you still in here, Mildred. I saw Mildred type margarita and said, oh, I want one. Queen's Tea with Gigi. Thank you for joining me tonight. To all of my Cutie Crew members, thank you. To the new members, Imani Harvey. We also had Gracie Moss, Debbie Bunton, Neva, Janice Jacobs. Thank you guys so much for joining the Cutie Crew. Teresa Wright as well. For the super chats, Tanya Russell, Queen Williams, Evelyn, Kimbella, Tanya B, Jackie, Elise, Drop the Mic, Darlena, Tay Baby. Thank you guys so much. Let me go to my device. I did have a couple, I believe, cash apps. Give me one quick second. Tahisha, thank you for the cash app. Renee Davis, thank you for the cash app. One other person sent me a super thanks, I believe, on a video. Give me one second, guys. That was Queen Williams, thank you for the super thanks. And chat, yes, thank you. I'm glad that we all can agree to disagree. There were a lot of differences of opinions tonight. It should be that way every night. We all will not agree, but I thank you guys for holding it down. For the most part, keeping it respectable. I do like to try to keep my live chat on, but it depends on what's in the chat because, you know, they can go back and even flag you from your live chat. To the new subscribers, thank you guys so much. To the trolls, thank you for coming out and representing. To the couple people I had to block tonight, you can still listen. And if you're listening, thank you for joining me. Thank you for your opinion. And I promise you, if it was respectful, even though it was different than mine, you will still be here. L Boogie held it down tonight. Somebody's mama, all of my cutie crew. I saw Hannah Grace pop in. And yes, guys, when it comes to everything that's been going on, let us all just try to remember who was affected by this the most. That was Miss Melody Shari. And if Melody can get some peace and understanding and let it go and not bash and all of that, I think we all should, follow suit if you choose to. I am not judging anybody that feels passionate and you guys want to make your voices be known, But yes, thank you so much. All right, guys, I'm going to try to scroll down real quickly. Philly Girl Diva, good night. Erica Fleming, Peggy, Candy, 803 is where I be. Jersey K, Mitzi, Soul Star Music Lover, D. Herford, Louisiana Chit, Happy Day, Angela Jean, Chronicles of Kim K. I know that's right. We own them. Yes, we are. I don't think this is going to turn out too good for Martell because I'm not sure who brought it up at the end. I believe maybe it was Cheryl. This going to be all over Real Housewives of Atlanta, baby. All over Real Housewives of Atlanta. But something made me think, Sheree made a post a couple days ago. Something made me think that something happened between her and Martell. If that's fake or not, I'm not sure. But just reading into a post, it was a post that you would make if you were ending a relationship. Poor, pitiful, sad soul. In the words of Kiki, Kiki said, poor, pitiful, sad soul. A mess. All right, guys. JD, thank you for joining me. Oh, Happy Mama. I think that was her name. Thank you for joining me. To everybody that was on the panel. I had you guys' names written down somewhere, and I'm tipsy, so I don't know where it is. But everyone that joined me on the panel, including Anonymous, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Pink Diva and Renata, for closing it out. I appreciate it. All right, Tennessee Girl came in swinging tonight. Them slave suits, Lord have mercy. Y'all a mess. I love the QTs and the cutie crew. Look at the cutie crew members cutting up, laughing. It's my cutie crew that be cutting up. Look at that. Mary Kelly, Cricket, Karma Girl. Cutie crew is a mess. You hear me? Juan Davis. Juan, thank you so much for all of your comments. I did see one of your member comments, and I'm sorry, I missed reading it, but I did see it. All right, guys, we are at And I can't even believe I'm saying this. 5 hours. It's only 9:51 my time, though. Still early. All right. Have a good night, everyone. I appreciate you guys. Mildred, Kinsey, peer pressure is a mug. Yes. Yes. Y'all made me work overtime for real. All right, guys. Any content creators again that was in the chat? A Queen's Tea with Gigi. L'Oreal, thank you for joining me late. L'Oreal, make sure you go watch somebody's YouTube video with Mel's full live. Thank you, Philly Girl Diva. Great prayer to my sis, Renata. And that prayer was on a cup of pina colada, so you know she bad. That girl good. Powerful, powerful prayer. Yes. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Good morning to some of you. Get some rest. Cutie Crew, I will see you guys tomorrow. I believe it is at 7:30 Central Time. Hey, Mary. Good night, Mary. Good night, somebody's mama. Chi-Town in the house. I am, girl. I'm out of here, though. It's a wrap. I'm just saying goodbye. I'm ashamed to say what time I started. What time did I start? 4:30? Yes, 4:30 my time. That's a mess. Yeah, take your drunk tail self to bed, Mildred. Got me over here tipsy. All right, guys, I am signing out. I'm going to read Peggy's comment on the way out the door. Yes, Juan Davis. It is Mental Health Month, and mental health is real. Yes, it is. Peggy says, he has always known what kind of woman Ariane was. That is why he called her a peasant. Ooh, Peggy. Dropping gems. All right, guys. Good night, good night, good night. I am out of here. Bye.